Once above the Milky Way rose the red star, brighter than the moon itself. Since then, the ancient laws of the sky that governed the celestial bodies were broken, and dark times came. Travelers, children of that heavenly power, born from its will, had to overturn the cosmos and restore the order of things to rule over the celestial realm. On the battlefield, events unfolded. A young fighter was repelling enemy hordes. His companion watched the comrade's skill with admiration, stunned by his ability. Although the boy had barely turned 15, he held himself like an experienced warrior. During their shared travels, the companion had often observed his friend in fierce clashes and could say without a shadow of doubt, this youth possessed incredible strength. In his short life, he had taken part in countless battles. In each of them, the readiness to fight to the last breath was clearly evident. But despite the desperate desire to survive and win, the boy was noticeably tired. As soon as the opportunity arose, he dropped to his knees to catch his breath. The companion realized continuing the fight without losses was beyond their power. He was impressed by the noble soul of his comrade. Even in his own trouble, the young man found the strength to help others. Suddenly, the commander sharply attacked the blue-haired teenager, accusing him of doing nothing but babbling. The officer decided to finish off the boy because he resolutely refused to participate in his antics. But suddenly, the comrade stood up for his friend, and the commander flew away. Seeing this, the boy was convinced he was right about his companion. He really turned out to be a noble protector, although no one asked him to be. Remaining silent, the young man resolutely moved forward through the chaos of fighting soldiers. The white-haired one, confused, tried to understand his friend's intentions. The boy suddenly found himself in the very midst of a hellish battle without any weapons. It seemed he was either too confident or wildly reckless. But his weapon is precisely this recklessness. Even in his youth, the boy already had his own convictions. Even if he simply held in his hands something that could not kill, he himself would die from that thing. To the warrior, this seemed like complete nonsense. But for some reason, he still could not contradict his comrade. Finally reaching the height, the teenager explained that he was going to do something more important. The friend became interested. What could one do in such a situation? It turned out the young hero intended to find a path to victory for their army. The worried warrior desperately tried to explain that in such chaos, it was simply impossible. Distracted, he noticed at the last moment an enemy sneaking up from behind. But despite fatigue and the enemy's cunning, he still easily defeated him. It was then the boy realized victory can only be achieved by retreating. The white-haired one instantly caught his friend's hint and understood that they might have been lured into a trap. He was stunned by the insight of his comrade. He understood everything at a glance. And the boy himself turned out not to be a fool. He immediately realized that those words about the need to retreat were a trap. Despite his confidence, the warrior sincerely admitted his mistake. He was so absorbed in the battle that he did not notice the obvious. Returning, the fighter went away. As it turned out, the situation near the barracks needed to be reported to the command. Now knowing the path to victory, he had to report to the generals. The hero tried to convey that high-ranking officials would never listen to a slave like him. But the white-haired warrior did not care about conventions. He had to do his job properly. After that, he sped up and rushed back to the barracks. And the main hero, although he considered him an idiot, still hoped that he would be listened to. But everything turned out to be not so simple. Even the very thought of retreat angered the commander. The commander could not understand why they should withdraw the troops when victory was already so close. Yet despite the reckless judgments of the slave, he decided to listen to his explanation. The young man hinted that the enemy had so far alternated attacks with retreats. In other words, perhaps part of their troops was hidden. The commander instantly caught the hint. They were being led into a trap. However, he only joked to his comrade, saying some slave considered them idiots. The conversation ended with a threat. The general told the boy, "Either continue the fight or I will slit your throat." It was obvious the young slave quickly realized his place in this system. Immediately, the words of a friend he had recently met sounded in his head, after which he raised his eyes to the bright sky, which was completely covered with stars. The boy pondered, how many people will still be able to see these celestial lights by the end of the night, and how many will perish? He had no choice left. The enslaved man had to continue the fight, so he immediately rushed back to where his allies were waiting for him. Not much time passed. The battlefield was covered with the bodies of warriors from both sides. And only then did the young captive, making sure no one was around, begin to crawl out from under the debris. It was obvious that he needed a few minutes to rest after such heavy piles of corpses had fallen on his fragile body. There was nothing around him except the crimson wind dispersing the fog. Now he had to decide what to do next. Suddenly turning around, he noticed a familiar bandaged hand. In there, whole and unharmed, his comrade also emerged from under the pile of dead bodies. The blond man sincerely rejoiced when he saw that his battle companion had managed to survive after all. He sincerely rejoiced at the new meeting. Continuing to sit on the heap of the dead, they looked at the bright red luminary. The young man himself spoke about that star, which everyone called the royal. Rumors whispered that a child born under the power of this star would become a dominant ruler. This means that one day he will turn the world upside down. But unfortunately, 12 years have already passed since that star set. It was clear that the hero did not understand at all what exactly his interlocutor was regretting. But the thing is, he was born 3 years earlier than the celestial sign appeared. If I had been born a little later, I would have tried to become a great ruler. The main hero concealed one secret. In the year of his birth, a star flared up in the sky. Yet he decided to at least somewhat comfort his companion. To do this, he explained that stars do not immediately reveal themselves to the human eye after they begin to act. Blessings were received not only by infants born in the year of its rising, all children born at least 3 years before that could also receive it. Therefore, his friend could also become a ruler. These words truly instilled some hope in the young man. There was nowhere else to go, only to the Ulan School of Martial Arts, so on the way, he decided to gain the power of the ruler. After that, they were silent for a short time, each lost in their own thoughts. The warrior finally broke the silence and asked how his friend managed to hide among the dead. As it turned out, he immediately thought to do this as soon as the protagonist went to the commanders. The young slave understood that they were doomed anyway, because no commander would listen to advice to retreat for the sake of a future victory. It turned out that at the very moment the protagonist suggested retreating, his blonde friend finally realized he did not have to die with this bunch of madmen. He suddenly understood this when his comrades spoke about retreat. In fact, the Tatar army did not need to defend those earthen hills, but they still fought desperately for them. That was exactly how they managed to lure the general here. However, the boy thought it was insanely stupid. The fact that the enemy fought made them believe. Before them was the great goal, so they held on to the last, no matter what, to raise their flag. But it was all in vain, and the white-haired one felt guilty for having destroyed so many soldiers. Despite this, the boy was grateful for such an amazing chance and began to shout loudly that they needed to desert and end their slave existence. The main character realized that this young warrior was also a descendant of war traders. Finally, it became clear why these boys ended up on the battlefield at such a young age. And the blonde-haired one suggested that the boy set off with him. Lejeune sincerely wanted to agree to this offer, but he could not. He had 2 people he had to protect: his old, feeble mother and an even more feeble sister. But the warrior was not upset by this. He considered it a privilege to be able to return to where your family is waiting for you. Unlike his comrade, he had no one left. With these words, he said goodbye to the boy and walked away. At the last moment, the young slave suddenly remembered that he forgot to introduce himself. His name was Bai Yunhui. Lejeune also responded by giving his name, but he said it so quietly that the blonde young man did not even hear anything. Lejeune simply got angry and ordered the boy not to ask him anything anymore. Surprised by his hot temper, Bai Yunhui just laughed, after which their paths finally parted. However, the gray-haired warrior still hoped that fate would soon bring them together again. And so, when Bai Yunhui left, Lejeune found himself alone with the royal star. He was still recalling the words of his new acquaintance that he would go to the martial arts school and dreamed of becoming a ruler. For some reason, this thought stuck in his head for a long time and did not give him peace. But he knew he should not care whether that boy becomes a ruler or not. It is much more important to take care of his own fate. 2 goddesses were closely watching his thoughts. They stood and wondered which of these 2 boys was marked by the royal star. The goddess of fate did not know this and consulted with her friend, but she stubbornly believed that the ruler should be the one who goes against fate. The red-haired goddess also agreed. After all, people create their own destinies. Those who just sit and wait will achieve nothing. The conqueror was to become a royal star. Another 11 years passed, and the once united Beidou faction and the Wulin Martial Arts School gained tremendous power. This forced the forces of the Bianhyun School, Wulin, and the demon worship cult followers to unite into the Night Alliance, and soon 2 martial arts schools concentrated in the very center of the plain. The Night Alliance, created by Bianhyun and Wulin, began openly demonstrating their ambitions against each other. The events moved to the transport enterprise, the very one that carried out transportation under contract. This enterprise was owned by the Beidou faction and brought income through honest work. Right on one of the routes, Lujin fiercely began arguing with the leader of this convoy, proving that the laid path was simply impossible. It was obvious that the rest of the carriers did not understand why this guy was so brazenly interfering with their plans again. The leader's assistant immediately reminded the young man to know his place and never speak to the boss like that again. But the youth shouted and insisted it was impossible to bypass Mount Yasoshin, and it would take more than 3 days. The assistant quickly reminded. Because of this, everyone was given extra pay for 3 additional days. But despite this, Liu Zhen insisted that there was no way to go around. Then the man tried to explain to the stubborn one that bandits of the Yasu clan lived in these mountains, the bloodiest of the 18 bandit clans, so avoiding danger was the right choice. But the audacious youth hinted that they decided to steal the gold that was supposed to be paid for passing through the mountain. He warned birds are usually killed by food and people by their greed. Obviously, the assistant was angered that the boy was showing off having read such nonsense somewhere. But Liu Zhen insisted fervently, the decision they make right now will determine the life or death of all travelers. The assistant insisted that this was exactly why they decided to go around, so that everyone would survive. The youth fervently claimed that they would all die because of their own stupidity. Obviously, the man shouted loudly for the impudent one to watch his tongue, warning that he would never live a decent life because he could not filter his words. As annoying as it was, Liu Zhen was convinced it was precisely thanks to his sharp tongue that he was still alive. Moreover, he warned that because of those cursed words they ignored, he would save only his comrades from death. He had no intention of later rescuing these impudent people. He had already given them a chance. The young man explained that now the choice was only theirs, to go around or to spin this wheel of fortune. In any case, he warned them, so let them take care of their own lives. It seemed the assistant was about to punish the insolent youth immediately, but the leader asked to stop the quarrel, as they could no longer waste time because of some arrogant boy. Then he hastily informed the carriers that no more than 3 hours remained until sunset, and gave the order to move at a brisk pace without breaks until the mountains were far away and only 100 li of the path remained. Immediately after that, the man commanded everyone to set off and repeated the order of their leader once more. And everyone immediately began loudly chanting that they were the Jinshin Carters. Frightened, the chief immediately ordered to silence those people who had forgotten that they were now secretly bypassing the mountain from the bandits. So the assistant ordered them to keep quiet and walk without unnecessary noise until they had gone around the mountain. And so, in silence, the drivers walked until the very evening. At that time, Lezhong himself was talking with people whom he could call friends in this company. But as soon as he looked at him, the assistant immediately became dissatisfied. He wanted to throw that annoying youth back into the forest. The expedition leader sadly explained that they could not do it because the new chief sent him with them, and they simply had no choice. The assistant became curious about how tedious the faith in the previous leader's favor was if he was so sycophantic to that guy. As soon as the new head took his place, he appointed the arrogant young man as a porter, and everyone sighed with great relief. Yet it was still unclear why he was still wearing such luxurious clothing. He used to be a leader, and now he was a simple porter, and that outfit did not suit him at all. But even the head could do nothing about that clothing. As soon as he took office, he immediately called Lezhong to himself and ordered him to make a choice. He could become a porter and stay in the unit, or crawl away on all fours. Obviously, the young man, without hesitation for a minute, immediately chose the position of porter. Because until then, while the new head was spreading rumors about him, he could not change this position. Because his mother and sister were infirm, so he simply had no other choice. But instead, he put forward a condition. In fact, that condition was only a formality basically. If the boy stopped receiving money, he would barely be able to feed himself, not to mention his relatives and expensive medicine. But for some unclear reason, the leader still decided to listen to his demands. Then Liu Zhen explained that he was ready to become a porter and accompany deliveries, but asked to be allowed to continue wearing that clothing. Upon learning this, the assistant was quite surprised by such a foolish condition. But the leader knew that clothing was a gift from the previous leader. In the previous chapter, it was shown how this young man wrote copybooks. At the same time, he praised him, comparing him to the legendary calligrapher Wang Zizhai, and appointed him a special administrator. After that, he asked a first-class master to sew the clothing and gave it to the boy as a gift. For some reason, everyone previously thought it was just elegant clothing, but apparently, it was very dear to him as a memento. And yet no one could shake the feeling that Liu Zhen was too arrogant. The assistant felt that if the boy had kept his mouth shut and respected the new leader, he probably would not have been expelled from the place. His case was the price for seeing what was better left unseen, due to excessive vanity. After this, they moved on, each immersed in their own thoughts. But the assistant's anxiety got the better of him, and he dared to ask the master about the Yasu clan whether everything would really be fine with them. He understood that this was somewhat dangerous, but nothing in the world is achieved without risk. Moreover, quite recently, the Huanglong company from Guangzhou and Huyan from Sanya still managed to get through this mountain. The assistant explained that it was because they traveled officially and did not take a detour. And the leader already understood. The assistant's opinion turned out to be partially correct. But he felt that something else was more important. The Yasu clan did not chase after groups that went around outside their territory. And Liu Zhen believed that because of this, the path had become even more dangerous since they were now taking a detour. No one could understand the reasons for his judgments. But Liu Zhen explained that he secretly overheard the leader's conversation, and according to him, all the companies that took the detour successfully completed their transportation. The chief was sure, since everything went smoothly for them, their caravan would probably be lucky as well. That insightful young man suggested looking at the situation from the position of the Yasu clan after all. The trading companies had already bypassed the mountain twice to illegally appropriate the due payment. If the bandits found out about this too late, they would have been furious. If they themselves were deceived like that, he would definitely demand that those responsible pay for it. And only after these words did the boy understand. In that case, they too would inevitably pay the price. And as if to spite him, from the very beginning of the journey, Lujin felt some ominous premonition. His companion asked again, why does the young man speak so ominously? He only calmly asked him not to worry unnecessarily, attributing his words to excessive anxiety. It was clear that the young transporter was scared to death by these prophecies. At that moment, the leader rejoiced they only had to pass the mountain. Another half hour and they would finally leave the territory of the Yasu clan. But the assistant kept glancing at Lujin's face, which remained too focused, and this worried even him. At that moment, the boy saw the young seer was clearly not respected by this man. And for Lujin himself, it was not so important. He could not blame these people for not being able to accept him. At that moment, the young transporter became curious. What abilities does this mysterious man really hide? However, Lujin himself did not know if he was truly talented in anything. He still did not know where his limits ended. For some reason, he felt that soon he would get such a chance. He remembered his old acquaintance, who dreamed so much of rushing to the martial arts school and becoming a lord on the way. No one knew why exactly this moment surfaced in his memory. But he was curious whether Bai Yunhui's dream of becoming a lord had come true during the time the star stood still. The leader could not stop thinking about this trip. At that moment, the assistant did not know whether to rejoice or grieve over this conversation. And the leader only continued to ponder, turning his thoughts back to the Lord's star, which blazed redder with each passing day. He was convinced very soon the most terrible war in history would unfold. The assistant suddenly realized that it was about the conflict between the Wulin Martial Arts School and the demon worship cult. It turned out that rumors had already reached the leader, and clashes between those groups had already begun in many places. Before his eyes froze the picture of a world that had completely turned into a bloody sea. For heroes, the turmoil was a chance, and for ordinary people, a horror they had to either survive or perish. So the head was just about to retire. Moreover, he expected that this outing would bring him a lot of money. But suddenly his heart clenched, and only then did he notice that an arrow had hit his body. The arrow was truly enormous. It pierced his massive body through and through. Then he, losing consciousness, fell off his frightened horse. After that, everyone witnessed a real hail of arrows, and it immediately became clear they belonged to the Yasu clan. The coachmen tried to save themselves as best they could, but under such a barrage of deadly projectiles, it was practically impossible. And Lujin, looking at this bloody massacre, realized that in the end he was right. At that time, the young coachman who was kind to Lujin was hiding from those deadly arrows. But suddenly he noticed, the mysterious seer, as if nothing had happened, was turning around near the horses. He fearfully asked the brave man to hide because the arrow could hit him. But he could not abandon these animals here and doom them to certain death. The young coachman fearfully warned Lujin that if he continued to release the horses, he himself might lose his life. But the fearless youth was ready for this if such was his fate. With these words, he released the last horse, and it galloped away. And just at that moment, turning around, he realized that the shooting had stopped. But to their horror, they saw something much more terrible. People began to crowd around them, illuminated by torches, and weapons gleamed in their hands. Looking around from all sides, Lujin understood that escape was definitely impossible. Moreover, there were at least 200 warriors, and these scoundrels were now descending straight upon their souls. The Pharaoh prayed for the leader to give the order, because the enemy was numerous. They would not be able to resist. But in the end, they only witnessed how the assistant lay, covered by the body of his master. The survivors rejoiced at least because he survived and now he could give them orders. But his only instruction, thrown out in panic, was simple: run. Lujin tried to explain now that they were surrounded, there was no salvation. So the assistant ordered to burn all the wagons because the invaders' goal was their cargo. If they set the carts on fire, far fewer enemies would chase them. So the drivers, seeing no other way out, began to obey the commander's order, desperately hoping to survive. As soon as all the wagons burst into flames, he directed them toward the side where there were the fewest torches. Behind the assistant, several carriers gathered all those people who sincerely trusted him. Lujin tried to explain that they would not break through the armed ambush. Even if they managed to break through, no matter how far they went, death would still catch up with them. However, the commander could not understand how the young man could suggest staying here and waiting for their certain death. But Lujin noticed that if they fell to their knees, they might have a chance to survive. And others were sure the enraged Yas bandits would not spare them for anything. The seer was sincerely tired of convincing these stubborn ones, so he explained that he would stay here with the others and beg for mercy. Some men hesitated, maybe they should still run away. But Liajan reminded them that none of them really knew how to hold a sword in their hands, let alone fight. After these words, the assistant, together with the coachman, grabbed their blades and rushed to break through to a place with fewer torches. Watching them go, Liajan understood that he would do everything possible to save at least his companions. It was their fault they did not heed his warnings. After that, he decisively ordered his group to extinguish the fire, especially the third wagonette was the most valuable among them. No one understood why he was putting out the fire, since the guards were already approaching the burning wagons. However, the young man clearly made it understood that the clan wanted to punish them, not the Kargoth burning wagons would only anger the attackers more. This time, the young transporter suggested doing as Liajan said and pointed to the barrels of water in the last cart. And so everyone got to work. They began to extinguish the most valuable cargo. As soon as the fire was put out, they saw the warriors approaching. Right there, approaching closer, they demanded that the coachman explain what they were doing here. Liajan, as if nothing had happened, showed that they had extinguished the fire. The bandits found it strange that while the arsonists fled, someone stayed behind to put it out. The man warned their comrades who escaped would also soon die. Perhaps they rushed to extinguish the fire only because they believed that way they would survive, but I was mistaken. But Liajan was definitely sure that all his companions would survive. The leader just laughed, demanding that the young man explain how he came to such a conclusion, but he replied that they would pardon them themselves. The bandit demanded to know the reason, and Liajan firmly stated that he could name not one, but as many as 4. According to numerous legends, among thousands of bandit clans, 18 strongest stand out, led by 18 leaders responsible for their clans. They are called the 18 Tigers. One of the 18 clans, Guanzhujiang, surpasses all 17 tigers combined in cruelty. And it was this clan they were unlucky to fall into. When the prisoners were brought in, they found the warriors having dinner. They were calmly eating as if nothing had happened. Liajan tensely tried to gather in his mind everything he knew about these people and their leader. He realized with horror that if the rumors were true, Guanzhujiang was literally the embodiment of cruelty, so they were all already dead men. Therefore, he feverishly wondered whether his arguments would work against this man. Finally, everyone fell silent and stood up to greet their chief. Liajan, with trepidation, was finally able to make out this man. He was literally a giant in blood-stained clothes. In his hand, he held the head of the assistant who had ordered to flee. Their only faint hope for survival was hidden in this man's past. At first, he was from military circles. He started from the very bottom and step by step rose to commander of an army of 500 warriors. But that was the limit of his rise. He did not advance further because he had neither an important social position nor anyone's support. Torn by doubts and resentment, Guanzhujiang left military affairs and set out on the road together with various schools and convoys of transport companies. But no one paid attention to his abilities. Everyone was only concerned with his misdeeds, so his last choice became a gang of robbers. This is a place where you can soar to limitless heights, but only when you have true talent. A place where everything is honest and straightforward, no intrigues. Their survival now depended on what would prove stronger, the steadfastness of this man or his respect for arguments. But Liajan was not sure if that youthful spirit still lived in this warrior, the spirit that boiled with outrage over injustice and prejudice. At that moment, the assistant saw the leader was covered in blood, but he was not wounded. A few convoy guards and a couple of managers were nothing to him. But the assistant reminded that there were not a couple, but dozens, and asked the leader to henceforth walk with an escort. The chief, finally sitting down in his place, decided to find out who these prisoners standing before them were. He was filled with rage when he realized that these people were a team of porters from a caravan trying to bypass the mountain. He immediately threw the head of one of their guides to the ground right in front of them, and ordered his men to impale it on a stake and display it at the entrance to the mountain. So he was going to arrange a public execution for all the other swindlers. At first, the leader had completely different intentions. But now, seeing all these convoy guards, he decided to impale their heads on stakes as well. But the man understood, surely their heads would not look as pitiful as the head of that conductor. So having chosen him, he decided to find out what all these prisoners had forgotten here. Before that, he had resolutely ordered his men to leave no enemy alive who showed disrespect to their clan. But the assistant, pointing to Liajan, explained that he insisted they must definitely be spared. Moreover, he gave them as many as 4 reasons for this. The bandits found this quite interesting, so they brought him here, thinking he might interest Guanzhujiang. And at that moment, the leader softened, truly acknowledging Liajan as an interesting person. Besides, the assistant immediately apologized for his possible gullibility. He was easy to deceive, because even simple words could endear him. The leader considered this trait the most valuable in a friend. Precisely because of it, the friend gave him all his emotional advice. He looked at the prisoners, and he became much sterner. The bandit wanted to know what those 4 reasons were, because of which they should spare them, and warned, if I hear any nonsense, I will tear them to pieces. Everyone immediately became alert, realizing that they were entrusting their lives to this boy. The first reason was simple. Through their murder, the clan gains nothing, only losses. But the leader believed that the benefit here was not only in their position. He wanted to slit their throats for daring to look down on them and tell the whole world about it. But Liu Zhen reminded that, after such a terrifying warning, no one else would dare to pass through this mountain. Obviously, both the assistant and the chief immediately froze before. They had not even thought that everything could turn out this way. The young man calmly explained that their service had indeed violated an unspoken agreement. However, they would definitely spread rumors about the inhumanity of the Yasu clan. The leader could have argued, because it was precisely in this situation that they showed disrespect to the clan. But Liu Zhen understood that the rumors would be exactly like this. Allegedly, the bandits, having taken payment for passage, robbed the cargo and killed everyone who accompanied it. The leader was sure that such never-before-heard rumors were simply impossible. But Liu Zhen knew, even if it was a lie, they would still act that way. Only this way could they maintain trust in their transport service. The Yasu clan was firmly settled deep in the mountains, and the Jinshin Baiaju service transported cargo across the entire continent, so it was well known and had an impeccable reputation. So if they start spreading rumors, these stories will become known to everyone around. And even if the clan denies this, in the end the word will still spread rapidly. Guang Zunjiang was burning to know, what benefit would they have if the captives remained alive? Liu Zhen stated that they would spread the truth about what happened, and considering that their leader was the initiator of everything, the service would have to save its good name. Perhaps they would even visit Guang Zunjiang to personally apologize and pay compensation. The chief, having listened carefully and thought it over, this time wanted to know the second reason. Liu Zhen gave the second argument. They had already brought considerable benefit to their clan. The assistant clarified that they had extinguished the set-on-fire wagons with cargo. The convoy's guards set them on fire to take advantage of the confusion and managed to escape, and it was these people who did not think to extinguish the wagons. But the leader knew even children could handle this, so there was no heroism in it. At first, Liu Zhen did not argue with this statement, but only they could extinguish the wagon number 3 with the most valuable cargo. If they had not done this due to lack of time, this cargo would have already turned to ashes. Finally, the interested leader decided to move on to the third reason. But before naming it, Liu Zhen hesitated. He wanted to ask a clarifying question. Doesn't a man dream of putting the Yasu clan at the head of the 18 clans? Obviously, everyone immediately became alert, not understanding what this madman had just blurted out. And the chief became angry, not believing that the boy really asked if he intended to become the supreme leader. He exploded with rage and threatened. After these words, they would all hear his mouth tear apart, and reminded that the current supreme chief was his adoptive father, and the next would be his adoptive elder brother. It was obvious madness to claim that he dreamed of violating moral principles out of envy of his father and brothers. But Liu Zhen did not react at all to the chief's anger. He was more interested in what rumors were spreading outside the clan. Immediately calming down, Guang Zunjiang immediately invited the young man for a walk. The assistant immediately wished the leader a pleasant walk. Today a refreshing breeze was blowing. And when the chief rose from his seat like a towering cliff, under his might the throne began to collapse. Many believed that today they might replace the head with a stake, and it could already be the head of Liu Zhen. The events are set 3 years before this day in the cave of the Heavenly Demon. This is the place where the Heavenly Demon himself, the legendary hero of the demon worship cult, abandoned everything. And here a young man entered. For over 500 years, countless masters struggled to master the combat art of the Heavenly Demon, but no one succeeded. All they achieved was death. But today, finally, one man broke the 500-year tradition. He, the head of the martial arts school, together with the founder of the demon worship cult, made a brilliant contribution to the creation of the Night Union. Everyone knew him as the Demonic Knight, but everyone knows him by another name, the Sword of the Heavenly Demon, Bai Yunchui. Turning back to reality, the assistant silently watched as the chief and Liu Zhen walked away, realizing that the boy had managed to win over the formidable chief. But everyone could admit, this young man had long since earned their favor. What truly shocked them was that the command had set the fire and fled, while he, instead of running away, stayed to extinguish the fire. Few would have done the same in his place. The man did not understand at all how such a person could have stooped to being some kind of porter. But one thing was perfectly clear: if they impaled his head on a pike, it would be an extremely unfortunate loss. Maybe what he just showed was only a drop in the ocean of his skills. Maybe he had hidden talents beyond imagination. Finally, having moved away, Guan Zunjiang announced that he would spare them. The 2 reasons the boy named were already quite enough to pardon them without hesitation. However, Liu Zhen was surprised why the formidable chief wanted to hear a third reason. The gang leader immediately threatened that if the boy continued to ask foolish questions, he might change his mind and not spare him. Although he attributed everything to the whims of fate, he did not want to leave his question unanswered. The chief did not even look in his direction, only calmly warned that such words carry responsibility. If he says again what he should not, he may pay for it with his life. But Liu Zhen just noticed something interesting. He saw in the eyes of the bandit a burning flame of ambition, and this flame revealed to him the truth. Deep in his soul, he passionately desires to take the place of the head of all clans. The chief ominously reminded that this was all nonsense, and if another careless word escaped from the young seer's mouth, he would immediately tear his throat out. After that, he finally decided to listen to the last of the reasons. However, before Liaojun named it, he wanted to set one condition. The formidable leader could promise nothing, yet he still decided to listen to this condition. At first, the boy clearly made it understood. If the carriers return, they will be expelled from service, and being left without means of livelihood is even worse than death. Because after all, they were only porters who delivered the cargo to save themselves. The man sought the boy wanted to demand that they be given money. But Liu felt that everything was much more complicated, so he asked for permission to take the bodies of the leader and the guards to bring them to their families. The chief instantly realized, in that case, no one would be able to drive them out of the company. They would bring the bodies of their comrades. After thinking a little, he did not give a definite answer. Instead, he decided to find out if the boy knew about the royal star. Many people know about it and dream of becoming its owners. He was curious whether the boy himself dreamed of taking the place of the owner. Liu pondered the chief's question for a long time. In the end, he did not answer him. He simply could not be sure about it. People forge their own destinies, but for those who have nothing, even thinking about it was already a luxury. He could not understand how one could dream about the future when every day is a continuous struggle for survival. All he and those like him had was hope that today would pass peacefully, and a prayer that tomorrow would be a day of plenty. But when he told the man the third reason, he felt his heart wildly pounding in his chest. Desires sealed deep in the soul responded to his words and began to tear him apart. Lejun thought that this meeting with Guang Zunjian was surely also destined for him by fate, and he passionately wanted to know how the fate of the formidable leader would change through their meeting. Soon, discussing that conversation with his assistant, Guang Zunjian honestly admitted that he could not become the head of the 18 clans. He was weaker than his brothers. His clan was located on the very outskirts, and because of this, the other leaders never restrained him. The young man quickly understood this. After that, Guang decided to tell about the third reason. The boy asked him to say exactly what only he himself could speak about. So the leader calmly explained that he himself believed the 18 clans were going down the wrong path. The seer told him if the brothers continued to feud, a split would soon occur. So they would have to retreat and agree to a truce. Almost no one expects treachery from their clan, so they can help with this, and ultimately the plan will turn their weakness into strength. The assistant agreed with the young man's words, but in his soul he was afraid. If Guan Ziyuan acted like that, it would attract the attention of all the heads, even the supreme one. The man felt that Lujun's advice was this, to accept, to lend a shoulder to the brothers, and to insist on harmony, not division. Then he would definitely have a chance, and when that chance came to him, he would never let it go. And he honestly admitted that when the boy told him about it, a fire flared up in his chest, and his heart beat wildly as if mad. No matter how much he tried to calm down, it did not subside, because Lujun had stirred up those desires raging inside him with all his might. The assistant was surprised that even despite such wise instructions, the leader loosened his purse strings and allowed the bodies to be taken away. And at that very moment, the man named this boy. The assistant became curious why they suddenly started talking about his name. But the leader asked to remember this name. Well, human life is unpredictable. Maybe at the next meeting, they will switch places. A few hours ago, Lujun suggested that there was a chance to meet in the opposite situation. But he promised that he would definitely pity them. So Lujun sincerely asked, never forget his name, and this became the fourth reason to pardon them. Obviously, hearing this, the chief simply burst out laughing. However, he still did not take his eyes off the crimson star, which shone brighter than in all 11 years. Without hesitation, he also decided to promise something. If he still manages to seize power over the clans, he will fulfill any wish of the young seer. Now Guan Zunjiang clearly felt that the war between the Wulin martial arts school and the demon worship cult had already begun, and soon a full confrontation would unfold. With such a development of events, the 18 clans would have to make their choice. If in such a situation they continue to fight among themselves, these troubled times will sweep them away too. This was precisely the reason why the clans had to unite. Moreover, by becoming the head of this union, he would gain an influential position among the candidates for the supreme chief, and he understood this thanks to what Lejun revealed to him. The assistant felt in every fiber, this amazing youth could not be let go, he had to be captured. Guan Zunjiang just looked at him and instantly understood. This man was clearly not one to stay, even if held by force. Besides, Lejun was incredibly insightful, and in such chaos, the chief would hardly be able to protect him. But even despite this, Guan Zunjiang saw the royal star shining above the young prophet's head. At that moment, it flashed through his mind. It was Lejun, the one chosen by the celestial luminary. At that very moment, Bai Yunhui was coming out of meditation. He remembered how in his youth he bitterly regretted being born 3 years earlier than the appearance of the royal star. Suddenly Lejong appeared and told him that the stars do not reveal themselves to the human eye immediately after rising. And even children born 3 years before its appearance can receive its power and become rulers. Hearing these words, he firmly decided to reject a slave's fate in order to become a ruler. Having emerged from the cave, he raised his eyes to the star he had not seen for the entire 3 years of his seclusion. But despite everything, he never once forgot about that celestial omen. It was literally the meaning of his existence. The warrior threatened that crimson glow so that it would not even think of reaching anyone else. After all, he would never forgive anyone who took what should belong to him. While he admired the star, finally his subordinates ran up, rejoicing at the return of their leader. And only at that second did the master realize that all the riches left by the heavenly demon had already completely become his property. All the preparations of his followers were already finished, and the comrades were just waiting for the arrival of their leader. The warrior could only smile at their cleverness and devotion. After that, he rushed from the place to finally start implementing his grand plan. Returning from the cave, he sought thereby to mark the beginning of the era of demon worship. But these were not all the outstanding figures in our history. Here also appeared 5 young men and 3 girls who combined excellent mastery of martial arts and incredible charisma. They were called 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes. Moreover, the main attractions were the beauties of the Celestial Empire and the 5 flowers of the Wulin Martial Arts School. 12 young people obsessed with martial arts called them the 12 Months of Freedom. And only one person was in all the mentioned groups. She was an insanely beautiful girl. Even a true goddess admired her. They recalled one after another all the names given to her: Phoenix with a sword, Blue Flower, and many others. It was surprising that despite her skillful mastery of martial arts, she was a true beauty. Even seeing her in men's clothing, it was then hard to forget that dazzling appearance. Now, standing on the mountain peak, she surveyed the place where the Sichuan branch was soon to confront the demon worship cult. In the past 100 years, they had already managed to repel the cult's attacks 12 times. The cult was part of Banhu and Ulin. She really wanted to know if they could continue this glorious tradition and achieve the same success by defeating them again. Her loyal companion knew it could not be otherwise this year. His mistress would go into battle with them. That is why they would definitely achieve victory. The man was confident the girl would see with her own eyes how the cultists fled from her, exhausted and frightened. But the warrior only frowned at being called mistress. She could not believe that despite the disguise, she looked like a woman. But her guard still saw her as a lady, even though she was dressed in men's clothing. She did not have to look like a man after all. Her beauty was too obvious for that. But the girl tried to explain that the point was that he knew who she really was. She asked him not to repeat such mistakes in the future and to address her properly. The man hurried to object. There was no one around, so there was no need for such a disguise. But catching her dissatisfied look, he addressed the warrior as His Excellency, the 5th Master of the Black Warrior Regiment of the Martial Arts School. At that moment, angered, the girl firmly asked to be addressed simply as Master. However, the guard wisely noted that in that case she should also address him with respect, and not as uncle. This shamed the warrior, who herself had forgotten how to behave. Therefore, she promised that from now on she would call him leader, so it was time for both of them to stop making such mistakes. After that, filled with inspiration, the mistress instantly set off along the slope. She hurried. She needed to make it to the Sichuan branch, which was quite far from here. But the guide explained that there was no need to rush. The occultists would need at least 3 days to reach the battlefield. Since there was plenty of time, he suggested scouting the situation in the city. After all, cult spies could have infiltrated even the market. The warrior, who had not thought seriously about this before, agreed. So they decided to act as their leader advised. The 2 goddesses still watched the girl attentively, seeing her off with their gaze. They both felt this very warrior woman could change everything. From birth, she could strongly influence one of those chosen by the Red Star. Finally, the action moves to Sichuan province, to the city of Chengdu, to that very market. One of the establishments was completely enveloped in dissatisfied shouts. Visitors could not understand how Lejun could be released, and were convinced that their boss was the most worthless of people. However, the young seer still managed to snatch them from the clutches of cutthroats in the mountains and carry the bodies of comrades who were destined to become wolf prey. It was shocking that instead of gratitude, the management decided to expel him. Therefore, everyone insisted. If there had also been a leader in the bandits' lair, he would definitely have sold his pants out of fear. All they could do was grumble and be angry at the boss, and at the same time admire Lejun's fearlessness even in the enemy's lair. As soon as the eavesdropping warrior woman heard about the Yasu clan, she and the leader instantly became alert. At that moment, Lejun begged his friends with all his might to calm down. To some extent, he was already expecting such a turn of events. Immediately after his words, everyone fell silent, as if waiting to hear how the young man could have predicted that they would say goodbye to him like that. But it was obvious the new boss simply disliked him. If he didn't fire him now, he would definitely find another convenient reason. However, the coachman still could not comprehend such a decision. Liu Zhen was so talented that you would not find his equal anywhere in the world. And the guy just flashed a snow-white smile and said that he was too good for that gentleman. And then everyone understood, sometimes even flawless performance of one's work is not considered a plus. Even when Liu Zhen did not want to notice someone's mistakes, it seemed people were throwing them right into his eyes. Despite all his virtues, the young man still felt that he was not good enough. Somewhere he failed to keep silent. It was obvious he should not have paid attention to many things. That was exactly his mistake. But suddenly Liu Zhen froze, staring at the table. He was literally overwhelmed with expensive dishes that his loyal friends tried to choose for him. Frightened, he began to explain to them that they had clearly overdone it by ordering such a lavish feast. But the eldest of the comrades smiled, explained that each of them contributed as much as they could, and asked Liu Zhen not to worry and to help himself. Still, the young man saved their lives. They were grateful to him, so they eagerly urged the hero to sit down at the table as soon as possible. At that moment, the disguised warrior asked the leader, who currently heads the Yasu clan. He explained that they are led by Guan Zunjiang, known as the most ruthless of all 18 tigers. He once heard that one of the convoys of the local transport company was completely destroyed by bandits, and only the porters returned safe and sound. The warrior immediately recognized that these workers were the participants in that story. She became curious about how ordinary loaders, not even knowing how to fight, managed to return alive. Listening carefully, they heard the workers talking about how lightning-fast Liu Zhen thought on the spot. He came up with 4 reasons to release them, standing before the bloodthirsty bandits. Everyone who heard his confident speech then got goosebumps. But the strangest thing was that the formidable leader himself agreed with the arguments Liu Zhen made and let them go. Everyone became unbearably curious about what the 3rd and 4th reasons were, since they only heard the first 2. The workers suspected that the 3rd reason was that by releasing them, Guan Zunjiang could become the head of all 18 clans. They remained silent for a long time until Liu Zhen sincerely asked them to forget about this conversation. He, more than anyone else, knew there are many things in the world that learning about means inviting trouble. It was no coincidence, they said. My tongue is my enemy. So he asked them to erase this event from his memory. Suddenly, silence fell in the room. Everyone felt uneasy from his words. Yet they agreed not to touch on such dangerous topics as the position of the head of all 18 clans. Therefore, to live long, they would have to pretend they heard nothing. But suddenly a warrior woman ran into the room and without hesitation declared that she wanted to hear this story, even risking her own life. She shyly apologized for eavesdropping on their conversation as she passed by, and promised if the young man told her his story, she would set a real first-class table for him, better in price and quality than the current one. The girl clearly saw how at that moment Liu Zhen's face suddenly became alert. She so hoped he would agree for workers like them. It was truly a profitable offer. At that moment, his comrades around him began to apologize, saying they were mistaken and spoke too loudly. But the boy calmly asked them to continue eating before the food got cold. He himself stood up to speak with the Lord Yan Wang, or, as he was also called, the supreme judge of the underworld. But the guest laughed and explained that she was definitely not such an important deity. However, she suspected most likely the young man was addressing the man standing behind her. Liu Zhen made it clear that it was just his little joke and invited the stranger to go talk somewhere else. But he hoped that she would keep her word and pay for the new highest quality treat. The beauty only smiled, repeated her words again, and reminded that she would not back down from her promises. Thus, one by one, they began to leave the establishment. At the end, Liu Zhen addressed his old friends, promised that he would never forget how they supported him, and asked them to finish these expensive dishes without leftovers. And the young man and the mysterious stranger found themselves in the best public house in the city. Here the man introduced himself as a warrior sent by the Martial Arts School Alliance and called his hostess the Fifth Master. Liu Zhen himself had often heard about the Alliance's clashes with occultists in the Sichuan branch, so he was not surprised by their arrival. Seeing his unexpectedly calm reaction, the beauty realized this guy was clearly not an ordinary porter. After all, Guan Zhujiang, whom he met, is the clan leader and a brilliant master. Surviving an encounter with such a person, having only the power of eloquence in reserve, is not an easy matter. She was tormented by the question of how he managed it. Did he use some trick to make Guan Zhujiang pity him? However, to lighten the atmosphere a bit, the guest only warned that after the conversation, singers would visit them. But Liu Zhen saw no sense in their presence. He knew that in beauty they had no equals. They were true beauties of the heavens, but their charm could hardly compare to the beauty of his interlocutor. However, the lady, pretending to be a man, simply took offense. She thought they were laughing at her, saying she looked like a girl. Liu Zhen did not want to laugh at her at all, but he could do nothing with his long, restless tongue. Then the fifth mistress finally got down to business and warned. If Liu Zhen told her the reasons he gave to the chief, she would repay him fully and not only with food, which was already paid for. The young man even guessed that perhaps this noble person intended to shower him with wealth so that he could live in abundance until death. It was clear that she had enough money to make this happen. Once Lejeune even envied that there were people who could so easily spend their huge fortunes on some trifles. After all, the workers with whom he had just dined risked their lives every day just to feed their families. It was obvious the lady did not understand such a life, but that did not make her guilty in any way. Lejeune himself understood this. Not everyone is born under the same conditions. During the conversation, the girl suggested returning to the essence. A confrontation was beginning between the martial arts school and the cult of demon worship. And the 18 clans have not yet taken sides, they remain on the sidelines. On the mainland, there are 18 clans, with approximately 10,000 members among them. The situation will change sharply depending on whose side they take. That is why it was extremely important for them to establish contact with the one who could become the supreme head of all the clans. However, Lejeune, sensing how important this was to them, proposed first to make a bet. The bodyguard got angry. He felt that this audacious young man was trying to stall for time. And after such accusations, he no longer saw the point in responding, and they ended up at a disadvantage. While the man was angry, the warrior decided to accept the challenge after all. She had nothing to lose. Then she ordered the boy to explain the terms of this agreement. Surprised by the generosity of the young master, Lejeune asked that they remain alone. The bet was about one thing: the young master had to outdrink him. The frightened guard begged the mistress not to do this, not to sign such a reckless agreement. But she saw nothing complicated in this, so she decided to try her luck. The guard pressed again to just return home, but the girl coldly ordered him to go first. When the surprised man froze in place, she reminded him it was an order. There were no options left, so saying goodbye, the bodyguard agreed to meet again at snake time, 10 hours before noon. Left alone, the lady silently asked her uncle not to worry after all. She could handle drinking. Moreover, she urgently needed to find out everything this guy knew about the Yasu clan. Perhaps this information would be so useful that they would have a chance to make their huge contribution to victory. The night was slowly coming to an end, and the rivals continued drinking and ordering wine. It was clear both no longer remembered how many bottles they had drunk. Lejeune constantly reminded the youth that he was mistaken in agreeing to a drinking contest, hoping to outdrink him. But the lady clearly saw that Lejeune was starting to get drunk after all. Defeating her was not so easy. But the young man was confident in his strength, so he boldly suggested moving to the finish. One after another, they continued to drain bottles of wine. The warrior woman knew she could not afford to get drunk first. She had to extract at least something useful from this perceptive young man. Lejeune was not so simple. He was convinced that he would definitely win when it came to alcohol, but somehow this guy, who looked like a woman, surpassed him. But he absolutely had no right to blurt out what they had talked about with the leader on that fateful day. And at that very second, 2 huge jugs of wine were brought to the 2 competitors. And encouraged by new strength, they again began to find out why each of them was so resistant to alcohol. And then at some point, the warrior woman demanded that the young man finally admit his defeat. She was already about to drink the jug to the bottom when Lejeune finally gave up, realizing he would not drink another drop. So the lady instantly demanded to be told exactly what he had said to the clan chief. Lejeune felt he had to reveal at least something while he still had scraps of reason left, so he nervously and confusedly began to mutter something. In his drunken stupor, he came up with only one thing. Supposedly, he had offered Guan Zunjiang to make him his successor and considered it a great honor. And then, unable to endure any longer, he collapsed face down right on the table in front of him. The girl, although tipsy, felt to her bones. If the boy told this to Guan Zunjiang, he would hardly get out of there alive. She felt that he was a clear trickster who had deceived her, but due to heavy intoxication, the lady could do nothing. But she had enough strength, at least, to mentally complain about someone so brazenly fooling her. Probably it was her own fault she believed the words of some porter, so the uncle was right. It seemed she really was not destined to hear anything sensible from this scoundrel. At first, the warrior wanted to prove to her father that she was truly capable of something, but she was mistaken. She was simply deceived by such a trickster because she was still inexperienced. Therefore, she was racking her brains about what to do and how to get rid of that boy so that rumors would not spread that she had dealt with him. But the girl still felt that such a step could break her pride and bury further plans for the future. She planned to somehow take revenge on him differently. But suddenly, the room around her spun. She begged herself to hold on at least a little, hoping that the boy would wake up, and then she would try to extract more information from him. The warrior could not forgive him for daring to deceive the great Lady Dugusi. And swearing that he would regret it, she also weakly fell onto the table. All attempts to get up were in vain. She desperately wanted to sleep. And so, after a few hours, the owner of the brothel came there to see with his own eyes what was happening. Seeing 2 drunk young people, he could only hope that they were not dead. The madam of the courtesans also coldly reminded the owner that cleaning up corpses was not her job. But the man noticed they were still alive, though barely breathing. Both were clearly surprised. today's youth get so drunk and still manage to survive after that? To drain 38 bottles of strong wine to the last drop. No one had any idea what to do next. The cost of the consumed alcohol was simply enormous. The manager decided to treat them as honored guests, to take them to the best rooms so they could sleep comfortably. The leader obviously thought that this was already too much. And also they drank only the two of them, and there were not even any singers nearby, so it was worth just letting everything take its course. But the woman thought that when they woke up, they would feel as if they had been deliberately deceived. And finally, the intoxicated masters decided to neatly put these two dead men in one room. It was then that it became clear. The girl had two habits she had followed for 10 years. Every night she did breathing exercises before sleep and always slept freely, not constraining herself with clothes. Even on that night, which ended for her in loss of consciousness, the warrior did not abandon her habit. Lejeune, who constantly engaged in winter transportation, knew well how difficult it was on harsh cold nights. So the coachmen, unknowingly, slept hugging each other to keep warm. The young man was no exception either, and this first spring night was especially chilly. The events moved to the Sichuan branch of the Woolen Union, a place that in the last 100 years had been attacked by enemy forces 12 times. However, despite everything, this branch was never taken. It became a true pride and asset of the Woolen Union. If this fortress were taken, the Union would have a very hard time. So the cult of demon worship had to break through the defensive lines of the branch at any cost. This was the starting point that opened the way to the cultists' goal, and a well-thought-out plan allowed them to achieve the desired result in the shortest time. They had dug a tunnel underground in advance, so they were able to appear right from under the road paved with beautiful stone. Because all the attention of the Sichuan branch was now focused on the official arrival of the cult, no one expected a sudden attack from the rear. Moreover, Bai Yunhui came here with a small team, and his main subordinate was ordered to rest before the big battle in 3 days. But although everything happened suddenly, in reality it turned out to be not so simple. Although the warriors were ordered to rest, the boundaries of the outer wall were as clear as day. It was obvious that the elite fighters admired their leader just 3 days ago. He predicted the arrival of uninvited guests and prepared the squad for a sudden attack. Bai Yunhui calmly reminded, all these 3 years they had been digging the tunnel and never once doubted his intentions. The warrior thanked everyone, feeling, today they were destined to break through the defense of the Sichuan branch of the Union. If everything succeeds today, it will be entirely their merit. The operation was called Capture the Leader, because the enemy can only be defeated after capturing his commander. Therefore, smiling, Bai Yunhui suggested to his comrades to set out on the mission. As soon as he said this, the warriors behind him scattered, each heading in their own direction. The master of the demon himself understood well. If they manage to destroy this division, reinforcements from the factions will stop flowing here. So, taking advantage of the moment, they will break the enemy into parts. But before rushing into the offensive, he looked once again at the royal star. It seemed symbolic to him that it shone so clearly at the beginning of the end of the Woolen Union. He wanted that celestial body to look at him while he went straight to his goal. All he could promise was not to let it down. At that moment, Bai Yunhui's scouts dealt with the guards and had already opened the door for him from the inside. After that, the leader demanded to be informed about the situation. All the guards at the gates leading to the temple were destroyed, so no one could prevent him from getting there. Thanking his comrades, the commander pondered, do his subordinates blame him for having to commit cruel actions? But the loyal fighters reminded the lord of that day 3 years ago, when he first ordered them to capture the Sichuan division. After those words, they gave their lives to him. Even if Bai Yunhui orders now, they will sacrifice themselves at that very moment and will not hate him. The warrior barely had time to rejoice in the loyalty of his subordinates when they reported that the personal guard of Men Qianhu had lined up in front of the temple. The assistants insisted that the master should not forget. They were all quite experienced fighters. But Bai Yunhui knew for sure that there was nothing to worry about. Very soon, they would tear apart this place that boasted of its impregnable fortress. He would be able to show his people what true invincibility was, and none of his comrades were even worried. They were thrilled just at the thought that after such a long time, they would again see how skillful Bai Yunhui was in battle. And so, setting out towards his goal, the leader promised his subordinates that as soon as this operation was over, they would celebrate together properly. The goddesses looked at this warrior and wondered, where did he get so much confidence from? The blonde noticed that Bai Yunhui's actions resembled more of self-defense, simply survival amid difficulties, and faith in oneself was the most necessary thing. The redhead also understood that the shield Bai Yunhui created around himself was meant for protection. However, it was faith in his own strength itself. But the girl was worried that cracks might appear on the shield. By this moment, the white-haired follower of the demon finally encountered the warriors who stood in his way. Obviously, they did not suspect what this insolent stranger had planned. He appeared so fearlessly in the middle of the night. And looking at his gait and breathing, they knew the newcomer was quite young. Therefore, they immediately ordered him to stop and state his full name. Bai Yunhui only smiled, yet he still decided not to refuse them such a simple request and introduced himself as the commander of the Sirius Star Army and a disciple of the Heavenly Demon. He was also called the Sword of the Heavenly Demon Bai Yunhui. But hearing all these grand titles, the warriors considered him truly mad. Bai Yunhui saw no point in proving anything to them because he understood, if they did not believe the truth, he could not help them in any way. And now, when the speeches were over, he suggested moving on to the real matter. The offended guards decided that the boy had completely lost his fear. They coldly reminded him that they were the guards of the department chief himself, his personal close aides, and warned that he would not leave here alive. The disciple of the Heavenly Demon instantly realized how badly they wanted to tear his head off. But Bai Yunhui urged the guards they had almost no time. The warriors immediately felt that this warrior clearly did not come to them alone. This is not surprising. It would hardly have been possible for him to storm that impregnable fortress on his own. The frightened defenders immediately scattered. Someone ran to ring the alarm bell, and someone took a fighting stance against this mysterious stranger. Seeing their determination and hatred in their eyes, Bai Yunhui himself grabbed his blade to finally finish this as quickly as possible. After these words, he instantly rushed forward, wrapped in bright blue energy. The warriors did not even have time to look back when their bodies were already cut in half. And the sword of the Heavenly Demon, as if nothing had happened, walked away, amazed at the pettiness of the warriors who were so proud of themselves. But now, having finished off these simpletons, the most important trial awaited him: to completely capture the fortress, which had become even more impregnable in recent years. But he very much hoped that this task would not fail him, as the head of the Sichuan branch had failed. Mr. Meng Qianhu immediately caught his eye. Bai Yunhui felt a strong warrior nearby and suggested he come out, stating that he should politely greet the most powerful in the cult of demon worship. Angered by such impudence, the head of the department immediately tore off the door and rushed into battle. Obviously, the man was outraged. He could not understand how this person dared to appear so brazenly in the Taisu temple. Such a greeting pleased Bai Yunhui, so he also did not lag behind the leader. The defender realized the very presence here of the Heavenly Demon's sword indicated that the cultists had infiltrated inside by underhanded means. But he threatened they would achieve nothing. He would show why this place was called an impregnable fortress. After these words, both warriors rushed to exchange powerful blows in the air. But it all ended with the leader forced to flop to the ground to dodge a sudden attack from above. He did not have time to look around when Bai Yunhui was already standing a few steps from his face. Without hesitating for a second, the defender decided this time to make his move. After that, the two magnificent warriors engaged in a fierce clash, measuring physical strength and inner energy. In the fight, Meng Qianhu felt, the one who helped create the Night Alliance and was called the Demonic Knight, was truly incredible. The rumors about him were not exaggerated at all. Perhaps even the opposite, they were underestimated. The man had no choice but to acknowledge the strength of his opponent. Bai Yunhui noted that the loud fame of Meng Qianhu was truly deserved. Therefore, he wanted to thank that man for so honorably marking the beginning of the end of the Wulin school. He would definitely never forget their fight today. It was obvious that the defender was outraged. The disciple of the Heavenly Demon spoke so boldly, as if he had already won. He swore that today he would definitely tear off that arrogant head and clearly show why this place was considered an impregnable fortress. But suddenly they heard a strange noise, as if it was coming from underground. Bai Yunhui calmly said that his comrades had finally begun to act. Apparently shocked, Meng Qianhu did not even think about it. The warrior recalled that not long ago a bell rang. It announced that they had already captured the main points of the Sichuan branch. Simply put, it signaled that the attack had begun from outside. And this means that the centuries-old history of this citadel has come to an end today. But Bai Yunhui noticed, for Meng Qianhu this even became a relief. After all, he will die without ever seeing this sad finale. He will allow him to die like this only because he fought so bravely against him. Meng Qianhu also felt, the enemy speaks the truth, and the century-old history of division may end today. It seems if this is fate, no one can do anything about it. However, the defender could promise that the enemy would not take his head so easily. Therefore, he, engulfed in rage, rushed at the enemy and ordered him to come down from the heavens to the earth. The leader wanted to see the power of the Heavenly Demon that he had inherited. And Bai Yunhui admitted that it was undoubtedly the greatest honor to feel the martial art of his teacher on himself. So he agreed to the demand, and they clashed in a deadly confrontation. Bai Yunhui's strength clearly outweighed the warriors, so he began literally pressing his body into the ground. Before the last maneuver, he sincerely thanked him for this worthy fight and wished him a peaceful life in another world. After this, he dealt the man a final blow, cleaved his blade, and then his body in half. The attack was so powerful that even the temple behind him shattered into splinters, cut lengthwise and crosswise. As the building's debris fell like rain, Bai Yunhui's heart beat faster. Finally, they managed to break into the very heart of the Wulin Union. Now only complete domination over it remained. Somewhere around this time, Dugusi finally began to wake up. After a long sleep, she did not want to get up at all, but suddenly a memory surfaced. The guard suggested setting out at the hour of the snake. There was no choice, she had to get up, since they had an agreement with Uncle. But while she was quietly stretching as every morning, she was suddenly overwhelmed by a strange, eerie premonition. And everything became clear when she saw in her bed the boy she had competed with yesterday who could drink more. She could not even imagine how such a thing could have happened to her. Moreover, the warrior could not understand how this scoundrel ended up in the same bed with her. She got scared that he might take advantage of her helplessness. But suddenly it came to her mind that she had read in a book about what happens after the first time. And listening to herself, she realized that nothing had happened between them. But even so, she could not forgive him. If rumors spread that they slept together, her reputation would be ruined. She could not allow that, so she decided to kill him and close the matter. Looking at his calm, peaceful face, she sincerely hoped that he would not blame her for it. But at the last second, her hand froze. She remembered that he himself got drunk first yesterday, so he probably did not even know that they ended up in the same bed. So she could only guess whether she had the right to kill him in such a situation. And suddenly she understood she could not act that way. Moreover, that was exactly her fault. She wanted to use that person to gain her father's recognition. But still, she could not leave unpunished the fact that he had deceived her. So he would have to pay for his misdeed anyway. Killing the poor man was not allowed, so she decided to make him pay for the alcohol he drank yesterday. In that case, he was destined to live a life in torment to repay this huge sum. He deserved this punishment for deceiving others. And in a sense, it was fair. She could do nothing about this, so she pressed exactly where it hurt him, hoping that later he would fully enjoy the fruits of his actions. After she influenced his energy meridians, the warrior woman made sure that the boy would not wake up anytime soon. When she left, he needed to sleep for at least 2 more hours. She sincerely hoped that she would never cross paths with this person again, and that their ways would part forever. Around this time, the leader of the demonic cult was circling and restoring his energy. He gathered it into a shining core near the navel. After this, he ordered his assistant to report on the progress of their case. As soon as the report ended, he only quietly reminded that everything must be done without the slightest mistake. And the servant could only promise one thing: no matter what, the plan will not fail. And so, looking at the rising sun and the ruined union, Bai Yunhui joyfully celebrated the brilliant beginning of their war. Only at that moment did Lezhang finally wake up himself. He had slept well, but after the drinking spree felt doubtful. Moreover, he was straining to remember how their conversation ended yesterday before he fainted. It seems he invented something about the affairs of the Yasu clan. He hoped he had not spoken any truth, but his memory recalled nothing. Everything was blurred by heavy intoxication. And more importantly, he was left completely alone in the room. The young master disappeared, and that meant there was a chance he would not pay for the drinks and the room. At first, Lezhang proposed a drinking bet so that no one would tell anything about the clan leader, but he did not take into account that the young man drinks so well. Although he resorted to tricks before losing consciousness, that boy clearly did not believe his tales. Who would offer a simple porter to become the heir of a powerful clan? Moreover, since that boy was no longer here, he could not be sure about the events of the previous night to find out what he said and what he did not say. And what frightened Liu Zhen the most was that, having recognized his lie, the nobleman decided not to pay what was promised at all. If that happens, his whole life will literally fall apart. Therefore, he immediately rushed to search his pockets because he realized that he would have to pay himself. There were only 4 silver ingots left in his wallet. Liu Zhen planned to spend one of the ingots on the trip to the village to his mother and sister. The rest for the first time until he finds a new job. His whole life depended on these meager savings. And suddenly, he heard someone knocking at his door. The frightened boy immediately asked to be let in. And before him appeared the owner of the establishment. He apologized for such an early arrival and explained that he came to settle the bill. The young man understood. Most likely, his fears were confirmed. The owner began to explain that the amount was too large. But Liu Zhen interrupted and decided to find out if his companion had paid for their drinks and room. He had already begun to get angry, but as it turned out, the nobleman not only paid all the expenses but also left gold. The owner was instructed to give the change personally to Liu Zhen. Clearly, this was not at all what the former porter had hoped for. After covering all expenses, there remained a full 98 liang of silver. In addition, as a token of gratitude for choosing their establishment, the owner decided to return not 98 liang in change, but to add 2 more on top. The amount turned out to be considerable, so instead of cash they issued Liu Zhen a check. Obviously, the young man could not believe that he was given a document for such a huge sum. It was like a dream, and long after that, he could not understand why that arrogant person acted that way. Why did she leave him such wealth? He suspected that, perhaps without realizing it himself, he had revealed everything about the Yasu clan. Soon on the way, he stopped at an inn, and the hostess immediately noticed the check in his hands. But Lujun sincerely admitted he himself did not know what this money meant. And in general, he did not understand whether this was money that would ruin his life or money intended for something else. And the hostess philosophically remarked that there is no such thing as senseless money in the world. Whether a large sum or a small one payment always follows easy money. But rummaging through her memory, she recalled several cases that did not fit this rule at all. But even in such a case, free cheese is only found in a mousetrap, and by taking this money without any hesitation, he could ruin his own life. Then Lujun was finally convinced that he had definitely let something slip. It was obvious, so that money was payment for information. The wise woman advised the young man to hide his wealth. Many people's eyes wander as soon as they see a large sum. The boy calmly noted that besides him, there was no one here now. But the mistress just laughed, explaining that she was looking at this sum and barely restraining herself from coveting it. Lujun understood what the courtyard mistress was hinting at, so, hiding the check, he promised to be more careful. The woman, smiling, asked the guest to eat faster while the food was still warm and had not lost its flavor. But suddenly in the distance, she saw warriors approaching. They were all fighters of the Ulan Union. Early in the morning, they left the city in orderly rows. It seemed that Chengdu was the place where they all gathered. Previously, the woman had only heard rumors, but in person the army looked extraordinarily impressive. They say under the banner of the Dugu House stood 300 warriors, in the Kunlun School 400, and in the Black Warrior Army 150, together 850 people. The mistress heard this from the noisy soldiers who had been boisterously breakfasting at her place since early morning. Lujun instantly understood that they had gathered to resist the occultists in the Sichuan branch. He clearly remembered how that young master declared that he was a warrior sent by the Union of Martial Arts Schools. If that was so, he too was definitely among all these people. But suddenly, the hostess noticed a nun running from the forest in the distance. Turning around, they saw a shaved woman carrying a flag in her hands. When the traveler noticed the army coming towards her, she was sincerely glad finally she met them. Then she rushed quickly to them to deliver some message. But when Lujun just glanced at the woman, he felt something strange in her. It became clear, if his assumptions were correct, nothing good was to be expected. It seemed this person could bring them big problems. So he immediately got up from the table and explained that he would not eat, he was not very hungry. The hostess persistently urged him to at least take food with him after all. He needed to restore his strength. But the boy refused. He had more important matters, for which he might even have to give his life. This entire huge army was led by Dugu Win, the current head of the Dugu House. Standing next to them were Wu Dijian and Han Qiyuguang, the best masters of the Kunlun School, as well as Lin Yunfei, commander of the Black Warrior Army of the Wulin Union. And suddenly everyone stopped their horses because they saw a nun running towards them. Commander Lin Yunfei instantly realized that by her clothing, she resembled someone from the Amei school. But it was strange that she was carrying the flag of the Wulin Union. Running up, the stranger urgently asked if the great invincible knight from the Kunlun school was among these people. Seeing that the woman was gasping for breath, Lord Dugu Ying immediately ordered to give her water. The nun, grabbing the bottle, began greedily drinking its contents to the last drop. Everyone was silent because they felt she probably brought some important news. As soon as the woman quenched her thirst, she immediately began begging for help. Their school, which was heading to the Sichuan branch, was surrounded by cultists. This happened in the south, about 200 li from here. The military commander decided to find out if the fighting was really still ongoing. Then the woman told that they set out on the road before dawn. But the cultists arranged an ambush in the mountains on the way to the Sichuan branch. It was impossible to feel their presence. All of them were masters of martial arts. Moreover, the enemy was twice as numerous, about 600. And as if that was not enough, the allies were fewer, and their masters had no chance to cope with the attackers. Anyway, she herself ran by the leader's order to find at least some help. Obviously, no one understood how this could have happened. The cultists were supposed to arrive no earlier than the day after tomorrow. Someone suspected that perhaps the enemies had infiltrated Sichuan in advance to avoid their scouts. The nun immediately agreed with this assumption, and also stated that the cultists were led by the sword of the heavenly demon himself, Bai Yunhui. While everyone was frozen in amazement, the woman with a trembling voice told that the first place she ran to was the Sichuan branch itself. But as expected, the cultists had already rushed at it. She managed to meet with the head of the temple and report the situation, but he was busy fighting the enemies led by the sword of the heavenly demon and could not help her. Therefore, he ordered her to seek support from those heading to Sichuan. Everyone instantly fell silent. Before their eyes appeared the pride of the cult, their invincible commander, who was defeated by the sword of the heavenly demon. He was the one who destroyed more than one martial arts school, and now began an attack on the Wulin School of the Central Plains. The one who, several years ago, brought such disgrace to the school that it could never be washed away. The warriors considered it a great honor and an opportunity to make the heavenly sword demon repay the debt owed to the Kunlun school. One of the men suggested, let Lord Dugu lead the troops to the Sichuan division, while the commander with the Black Warrior Army sets out to find the Ame school. Dugu Yin, without hesitation for a second, immediately agreed to these terms. Moreover, the situation was critical. Everyone had to hurry. Suddenly, Liujin appeared. He was just about to ask a question to the fifth master of the Black Warrior Army. Everyone froze in confusion. Who was this stranger? Even the hostess herself could not understand what he was doing here at all. Everyone instantly turned to the girl, embarrassed, because they did not understand why some vagabond wanted to ask a question to the fifth master. At the same time, her loyal guard sternly threatened the young man. If he started talking nonsense, he would immediately put him in his place. And the nun herself was angry. In such an extraordinary situation, this man suddenly appeared and only got in the way. But the general still decided to find out what business this brave man had come here for. Then Lujun explained that he wanted to make sure whether he had received the blessing of the fifth master. Everyone got angry, not understanding who this impudent fellow was and what he was mumbling with his audacious tongue. At that moment, the father turned to his daughter to find out who this man was. The girl could not lie and sincerely admitted that she had crossed paths with him. And then Lujun directly asked for what reason did she give him so much silver. Everyone immediately began whispering, not understanding for what exact services a commoner deserved such a huge sum. And Dugusi exclaimed indignantly that she gave that money simply because she pitied this swindler. She wanted him to start a new, honest life with that money. Lujun calmed down, realizing that after all, he had not revealed anything about the Yasu clan. When he received the answer, the warrior woman sharply demanded that he get lost, and warned if he ever crosses her path again, she definitely will not forgive him. But Lujun explained that he did not come to thank her for the money she gave him out of kindness. Instead, he decided to earn that money by saving her and her comrades. It was clear that the girl got angry and made him understand, stop talking nonsense and go away. However, Lujun reminded her that by staying silent, she risks not only herself, but also the lives of everyone nearby. And he is ready to earn that money, even if it means giving his own life. Obviously, Dugusi wanted to find out why this hero was boasting as if he could save them. But he calmly pointed to the nun and said that she was a fake. Everyone immediately froze at such an accusation. And Dugusi was outraged that the boy, appearing here, was talking such nonsense. But Lujun could say with full confidence that this woman was not a follower of the Ame school, and by no means a nun. She immediately, angered, decided to attack him. The first strike hit right in the chest. But soon he broke free and flew away. The young lady herself stood up to defend him. She stood up for him, although earlier she clearly showed how much she despised him. And the girl herself could not understand why she decided to cover for him. After all, this guy was an incomprehensible scoundrel, someone she did not even want to dirty her hands for, and yet unconsciously she stood up to protect him. At that moment, the false nun herself had no idea who this fifth master was, who so easily deflected her strike. While the girl angrily scolded the nun, attacking someone who does not know martial arts was unforgivable for the followers of the Ame school. But the woman did not back down. They needed to hurry. Her people were dying. Their blood was being spilled by ruthless cultists. She did not understand why they were still wasting time on the games of some swindler. At that moment, one of the commanders had already drawn his blade. He also asked the fifth master to retreat, because it was time for this impudent one to feel his invincible sword. He put the blade to the boy's neck, demanding that he tell the truth. If he senses deceit, he will cut his throat with this blade, so he wanted to know how the boy came to the conclusion that the nun was an impostor. But Lujun was not even scared, and promised that he would now lay everything out clearly. He was sad to waste this precious time. Any further, it seemed he had already done everything that was demanded of him. His words had already sown slight distrust among the commanders towards this nun. And now they would not recklessly sacrifice people for the sake of saving imaginary followers of Ame. Obviously, after such an accusation, the nun, trembling with rage, immediately ordered the boy to be silent. Moreover, addressing the great Night Hand, she begged him not to waste time on this. But when he did not back down, she looked at the head of the Dugu family, Yuan, and Captain Lin Yunfei, not understanding how they could remain indifferent in such a situation. She believed that this man looked suspicious. He had reasons to detain them here, and besides, she accused him of being a cultist spy. It was obvious that the nun's words were not baseless, and people held their breath, waiting for Lujun to speak up and defend himself. Meanwhile, the nun was still insisting that they needed to hurry. However, Liujun was surprised. How did such a hurried person have enough time to drink a whole pitcher of water? Even if she ran without stopping and suffered from thirst, a person would hardly have the spirit to enjoy the water when comrades are in danger, and this is the first reason why she was not a messenger of the Ame school. The woman insisted that she ran almost 100 lei. Without rest, her throat was very dry. However, the hero believed that there was much more meaning in his words. But if that turned out to be insufficient, he could name at least 7 more reasons. After that, he calmly stood up, preparing to tell about the second reason. And the second reason was hidden precisely in the 600 people. When someone is attacked, in the world of chaos, it is impossible to accurately count how many enemies there are. And it would be enough just to say that the enemies were twice as many as the allies, but to say that there were almost 600 of them. Even Dugusi could agree. In such a situation, it is very difficult to accurately assess the surroundings. The third reason was a bitter discovery. The words that the head of the Sichuan branch sent her here for help turned out to be a lie. The Sichuan branch began building fortifications to protect themselves from cultists. Of course, the one responsible for such fortifications must be prudent. It would be unwise if the sage in this place forced the nun, who had already run 100 lei, to run just as much again. And instead of handing her the flag, he would send a physically strong person. The nun protested. She insisted that she wanted to go alone. But Lujin understood. If that happened, the chief would definitely throw Lord Dugu Yuan at least some trifle, or at least send a carrier pigeon. At that moment, the woman was literally burning with anger. The fourth reason was that, even breaking through the enemy encirclement, which was twice as large, she avoided any wounds in the back. It was clear that the nun blamed Lujin. He was inventing problems out of nothing, and there was no rule that she necessarily had to have wounds on her back. He could agree, after all, everything said above was just assumptions. He was ready to give her a chance to prove that she was not a spy. The lady found it strange. After such pressure, he still gave a chance to refute his accusations. She could prove that she was honest if she could easily recite the Buddhist sutras from memory. Obviously, the woman immediately began to read them aloud, and the words sounded, "Forms are impermanent. Impermanence is already a form." At that moment, Lujin stopped her. That was quite enough. A true nun from the Amei school would not have read a prayer during an argument as if her companions were in danger. At his demand to read the prayer, she had to get angry. Her behavior was hypocritical, and that was the fifth reason. Only then did the nun realize that she was being tested with this prayer. And the rest did not calm down. They wanted to find out the sixth reason as well. The sixth reason turned out to be red marks on the head. This immediately revealed the head was shaved for the first time. And the seventh reason, wounds on the shoulder and on the abdomen. By the location and depth of the wounds, it was clear she had wounded herself. And here is the eighth reason: she came here completely alone. In a critical situation, reinforcements are like a saving straw for the entire school. They couldn't have sent only one person to search for him. Under such circumstances, someone else had to be sent, someone who would protect the envoy at the cost of their life. But this nun supposedly broke through the encirclement herself and reached here. Everyone fell silent. They understood that Liu Jun was saying logical things. Of course, no one would send a messenger alone. Now it could be said with full confidence that all her words were lies. She almost achieved her goal, and that goal was to put this army in danger. She wanted to lure them into the Sichuan branch under the guise of rescuing the Amei people, and then deal with them all at once. Everyone was silent for a long time, pondering his words, and only then agreed with them. Moreover, many noticed there was no sincere sorrow in the eyes of that nun. Obviously, the woman burst out screaming. All the words of this man were far-fetched. But the truth about the fake nun was revealed by her gaze. Even when her comrades seemed to be dying, there was no grief in her eyes. This was yet another proof she was a spy. And so everything fell because of the insight of just one person. Since everything had turned out this way, she decided to take Liujun with her to that world. He was very lucky Dugusi stood up for him just in time. It was obvious that the nun was outraged. How dare this young lady interfere with her? Throwing the warrior away, the impostor rushed at Liujun. But the girl easily pulled him out of harm's way. After that, she engaged in a one-on-one fight with that woman. And finally, the impostor flew back, crashing into the nearest obstacle. The wound was severe. Blood gushed from her mouth. All she had left was to swear. Sooner or later, they would all die. Whoever stands in the way of the heavenly demon cult, no one will remain alive. Clearly, the warriors immediately ran to her, fearing that she might kill herself. Moreover, they wanted to interrogate her, and at the same time take revenge for daring to lure them into a deadly trap. But the warrior did not manage to approach before she had already bitten into the poison capsule. Her body trembled, and she promised, wherever they were, their masters would watch over them. And those who dared to interfere with the cult's affairs would inevitably be met with death. As soon as she uttered these words, the spy collapsed to the ground and instantly died. It seemed that this gruesome scene really made Lujun feel unwell. Meanwhile, one of the captains, with a catch in his voice, apologized. He knew about the poison capsule but could do nothing. However, Duguwin knew from the very beginning they had no chance of capturing this woman alive. She had no choice left. She had failed her mission. At that moment, Lujun realized he had signed his own death warrant. Now that he had stood in the way of the heavenly demon cult, he had nothing left but to await inevitable doom. However, Dugusi tried to comfort Lujun, believing that all this was just the dying delirium of a spy. But the young man still regretted that he would pay with his life and put his loved ones at risk. He cursed his long tongue. Although the warrior woman persistently tried to convince him that he had done a good deed and saved many people. Suddenly, Lujin noticed that something was wrong in her consolations. Only then did the girl come to her senses. She had accidentally spoken in her usual female voice. Of course, Lujin was by no means a fool. He instantly recognized that all this time there was a woman in front of him. Of course, she immediately, embarrassed, tried to somehow justify herself. But the young man asked her, "Don't explain anything." It was strange for Dugusi to hear this after her own deception, but the fool was Lujin himself, who from the very beginning saw feminine traits in her. And this made the warrior sad, so she was not at all like a young man. She still tried to somehow justify herself, but Lujin interrupted her again and asked her not to strain herself. He was not so tactless as to interrogate her about anything. Moreover, just today the girl had already saved him twice, so he thanked her now he would live a little longer. Dugusi was quite sure he would not die so easily. He had protected her, and they would repay him in kind. Besides, if you think about it, today Lujin saved many more people. But the young man was too embarrassed to accept praise. He thought he was just doing what he had to do. Dugusi realized his merits were worth much more than 100 silver ingots, so she would continue to stand guard over his life. At that moment, her father decided to take this clever young man with him. But after thanking him, Lujin calmly informed that he refused this offer. Duguwin made it clear that alone he could not last even one day. It would be too difficult. And Lujin only promised that he would take care of his own life independently. After that, he was calmly about to leave. At that moment, smiling, Duguwin again asked this boy for help. He sincerely admitted he had never seen such a talented strategist in anyone. He decided that it would be beneficial for the boy to join them and become their advisor. And Lujin himself wondered, did he really have this talent of a strategist? If he accepted the offer and seized the chance, he would become a famous advisor to an influential family and definitely start earning properly. And maybe even learn martial arts. But he felt terrified just at the thought of the cult leader, the sword of the heavenly demon Bai Yunchui. He still clearly remembered the name of that boy he met long ago in childhood. If he really was the sword of the heavenly demon, Lujin had no chance of survival. Half an hour of observing him on the battlefield, and there was no doubt left. He was an incredible warrior. That is why Lujin was so afraid to confront him. Because of this, he explained that he had already helped everyone he could, and no longer wanted to have anything to do with the school's affairs. From now on, his thoughts were only about one thing: how to protect his life and family. However, Duguwin still asked the boy to think carefully about his decision once more. And at that very second, Dugusi herself approached him. She reminded him that Lujin had to repay a debt, 100 silver ingots. But the bill for yesterday's alcohol turned out to be much higher, and the expenses for treating his comrades were also considerable. And she was eager to know how he intended to repay this debt as well. But the boy tried to play dumb, assuring that he had already told everything he was asked. And Dugusi did not argue even drunk. He told everything to the end and in order. But she clearly understood that all this was brazen lies. When he tried to contest this, she decided to leave and blab to everyone that Guang Xuanjiang was going to take the position of head of all clans. And immediately Lujin realized, if this became known, they would both be killed. Because of this, the girl froze and explained that she would no longer blackmail him. But still she wanted to protect him because, as it seemed to her, this was the only way. Obviously, such words clearly embarrassed the young man. But he immediately made it clear that he was by no means defenseless and did not need her help. Yet he was a man, he could protect himself. But he agreed to join them in return. He asked for only one thing: to forget everything related to the Yasu clan and never ask about it again. And the girl truly swore by the honor of her family and the name of the Phoenix swordsman. And at that very second, Lujin realized who really stood before him. She was the very Dugusi, the blue flower from the 5 flowers of Ulan, the crescent from the 12 crescents. And that means that before him was a girl every boy dreams of at least seeing in a dream. But at that moment, time had already run out. They had to hurry on. When they set off, the body of the false nun remained untouched. And soon one of the cult's overseers came to her to find out how she had handled the task. But seeing her corpse, he swore to himself, "I will definitely tell everyone about her devotion to their cult." Meanwhile, the hostess of the inn was watching the riders passing by her establishment. She was clearly surprised that a simple porter had made it to such people and would walk alongside them. Lujin himself was amazed. He did not feel any danger at all. Walking next to these people, he felt as if he had finally ended up exactly where he was meant to be. Soon heated discussions flared up where they would send their troops next. Duguwin realized if a spy had been sent after them, then the enemy was moving much faster than they had hoped. Apparently, they should have asked advice from the clever boy who had joined them. So soon the lady and Lujin were informed that the master was calling them. He ordered both to mount their horses and follow him. Obviously, Dugusi could not contain her curiosity. She wanted to know why they were needed, but the guard gave no information. So the girl quickly jumped onto her horse. However, Lujin, instead of mounting a horse, went on foot. insisting that it was more comfortable for him that way. Dugusi clearly understood. He was simply afraid of horses. And this insight of the girl clearly embarrassed the young man. But he still pretended to be brave, assuring that he preferred to walk. And no excuses from the boy worried the guard. So he threw him onto the horse, reminding that it was the order of the master himself. After that, he also let his horse gallop so that Lujin could not jump off at all. Soon, finding himself nearby, Duguwin decided to find out where they should go. Lujin immediately declared decisively that they needed to head to the Sichuan branch. He suspected that the Amei school should also be there now. As the spy said, 600 people attacked them. Such a number simply could not come from nowhere. And the commander also understood this, because in every lie there was at least a drop of truth. Lujin calmly explained that earlier they tried to separate them and deal with each one individually. Because quite nearby, most likely, more than 600 warriors were lying in ambush. If his assumptions are correct, then 600 people encountered the Amei school on the way, and another 600 are in the vicinity of Sichuan. He also heard that the detachment numbers about 700 warriors. No matter how strong the cultists are, they cannot defeat a detachment with an army of 600 men. Duguwin thought so too after all. An offensive requires twice as many military forces as defense. So the cultists' plan was this. After decentralization and the defeat of the Union Support Detachment, gather their people and crush the Sichuan branch. Therefore, there is a good chance that the Sichuan branch has not yet been attacked, so they should head there. At that very moment, Lujin suddenly began drawing something directly on the palm of the girl riding beside them. And soon she realized that he had written the word trick. And that means everything he said earlier was a lie. So she, using telepathy, transmitted to her father in thought, everything Lujin said earlier was just a lie. In this area, scouts could be hiding anywhere. He decided to confuse them with these words. The man, revealing nothing, decided to stage a scene as if they were going to strike the scattered enemy. And obviously he pretended as if that was exactly his plan. And the rest rejoiced at such a brilliant solution after all. In that case, these people would fall into their own trap. Moreover, Liu Jun made it clear in this matter, speed is above all, so they had to rush at full speed. And immediately, sending the horses into a gallop, Duguwin ordered everyone to rush to the Sichuan branch at full speed. While everyone was galloping, the same disguised spy was eavesdropping on their conversation. Now that he knew their plans, he had to deliver this information as soon as possible. So he took out paper and a pen from his small box. Immediately after that, a bird nearby began flying toward him. She sat at the small wooden table set for her. And then the man was able to fit his report into a small barrel tied to the pigeon. Watching the departing bird, the scout rejoiced that the people from the Woolen school had no idea they were heading straight to their inevitable death. Soon the bird flew to the temple in the Sichuan branch. Bai Yunshui immediately began reading the letter. It said that the scout was exposed, she died. It was clear the man was struggling, he underestimated his opponents. But they were lucky, the Union was rushing here at full speed. The squad commander nervously fidgeted, fearing that as soon as all enemy forces concentrated here, their small troops would be mercilessly crushed. But Bai Yunhui, calm as a stone, seemed not to share these fears at all. Without even looking at the shocked face of his subordinate, the formidable commander coldly asked how many fighters they still had left. That's how he learned that 95 brave warriors had died on the battlefield the day before. They had about 500 fighters left, and it was no wonder the pale captain was nervous. An enemy armada of 800 battle-hardened warriors was rapidly approaching them. Bai Yunhui interrupted the anxious report with a single calming gesture and explained that in his military arsenal there was never only one plan. It is precisely the unexpected twists of the initial strategy that bring the best results on the battlefield. This time they will not only defend the fortress, but also skillfully take the enemy's attack upon themselves as they rush towards them. And when the second elite unit returns, it will deliver a devastating blow right to the enemy's unprotected back. The whole essence of his brilliant tactic was to turn an apparently weak spot into his undeniable advantage. For some unclear reason, the confident Bai Yunhui believed that by boldly capturing the detachment, he had already decided the fate of this battle in advance. And nothing will change that. Their triumphant victory is inevitable. What the mysterious sword of the heavenly demon did not even admit to himself was that deep down he was tormented by curiosity. Who was that insightful man who instantly unmasked their spy? Who was that unknown strategist who with one move of the mind destroyed their flawless plan? At that very moment, the bird with bright golden feathers was already swiftly flying to the cult leader with a new report. Instantly landing on the mighty shoulder of the fighter and leaving him a scroll with a message, it silently flew away. The anxious assistants closely gathered around their leader and eagerly questioned him about the contents of the secret letter. The precious report anxiously announced that the enemy army had already set out on the march. The confused assistants could not understand how the army could abandon the noble Amei clan to their fate. But The insightful commander instantly deciphered the enemy's plan. They radically changed their initial plan, and now all their forces rushed swiftly to the Sichuan detachment. And this meant that they would transfer their main troops and strike at the unprotected back of the cultists. The worried assistants feared that in such a case, other loyal clans might also deliver a devastating blow to their weakened positions. And indeed, such a threatening possibility existed. However, the enemy soldiers were still quite far away for the first time in a long while. Having left the reliable walls of the temple, they moved slowly, as if savoring the beauty around. If this assumption is correct, they will reach the Sichuan detachment no earlier than the next day. A thin man with a contemptuous smile said that the naive idiots from Ulan still do not realize the harsh reality of the war with their mighty cult, and they still romanticize the fight like youths dreaming of glory. But the insightful assistants were not even surprised. The Ulan Union was a fragmented association, lacking the iron cohesion that prevailed among the adepts of the demonic cult. This circumstance was the main reason why all cultists firmly believed in their inevitable victory. At that moment, the charismatic commander decisively ordered all his warriors to set out on the campaign. The disciplined fighters instantly obeyed, to suddenly strike at the unsuspecting fools heading to the Sichuan detachment. At the same time, the brave army of the Union rushed at full speed along the winding mountain road. Experienced Lujun, who had traveled this road many times during his trading expeditions, knew soon they would reach an important crossroads. In the dense forest, one could turn west, bypassing that dangerous section. Farsighted Duguin, having heard his advice, immediately ordered to leave all the horses in the foothills and continue the journey by air. After this order, he and his close associates, literally virtuoso, jumped off their mounts on the move. Confused Lujun, together with his small group, froze in place. He simply did not possess such an advanced martial art as the soaring flight. The boy was already about to turn his horse around and proudly say goodbye to the noble warriors, believing he had helped them enough. But the vigilant guard decisively did not let him make that reckless move. Following him, the graceful Dugusi decisively grabbed the young man and reminded him that they could not guarantee his safety if he remained completely alone in this dangerous area. And so, like a light toy in the strong arms of a warrior beauty, stunned Lujun literally hovered above the ground, watching in horror as the earth quickly receded beneath his feet. The girl's loyal guard shouted indignantly at his mistress, begging her to stop so that he could take on the burden of this boy himself. Focused on the flight, the girl tried to remind that they had catastrophically little time. They had to hurry at any cost. But in reality, this conservative guard was worried about a simple thing. He could not allow the noble lady to press against a stranger. Instantly embarrassed and realizing her unforgivable mistake, Dugusi skillfully transferred her live burden at full speed into the reliable hands of her stern uncle. Poor Lujun could only complain in his thoughts that these arrogant aristocrats treated him so contemptuously, as if he were a simple sack of potatoes, not a living person. Suddenly he cried out anxiously, begging both flying warriors to stop immediately. Embarrassed, Dugusi and her uncle sharply turned in the air and cast puzzled glances at him. Filled with excitement, Lujun quickly explained that perhaps an enemy spy was not retreating behind them, and he earnestly asked them to be extremely vigilant. He recalled that the words of the deceased spy had turned out to be alarmingly close to the harsh reality of current events. Immediately understanding how serious everything was, the resolute Dugusi swiftly reported to her commander. After thoroughly tracking the pursuer, they would definitely join the main forces. Hearing the immediate approval of the wise Lin Yunfei, they instantly turned in the air and sharply changed the direction of their flight. Now a critical task stood before them, to catch the mysterious pursuer before he could pass valuable information to his masters. For if the treacherous spy reported their true route to his sinister commander, the invincible sword of the heavenly demon Everything would catastrophically complicate for the entire squad. But the most painful mystery remained, how to find the elusive pursuer in the boundless forest who knows how to blend with the shadows. Soon both warriors carefully settled on a thick, quite sturdy branch of an ancient tree. The ruthless cow Kainhu roughly threw the boy out, as if he were unnecessary baggage. Liu Zong barely held back a frightened scream upon finding himself at such a dizzying height. Such a place was routine for experienced martial arts masters, while the poor porter could only desperately press against the rough tree trunk and fervently pray not to fall into the abyss. At this decisive moment, carefully surveying the surrounding picturesque landscapes, the vigilant Dugusi finally noticed the very spy who was hiding. The fearless cow Kainhu resolutely volunteered to go first against the enemy, to mercilessly deal with the brazen observer, while his beautiful lady was reliably covering him. At that very second, the shocked spy realized with horror that the elite warriors of the Union suddenly changed their direction of movement. He feverishly worried that the cunning enemies had tricked him, and their true destination was entirely different. So all this time their ostentatious advance to the Sichuan branch was just a clever trick. With trembling hands, he hastily began writing an urgent report. After that, he sent it with relief to his formidable leader. However, the ill-fated scout did not expect at all that his faithful bird would be instantly intercepted in the air by a beautiful warrior who was lying in wait. Realizing the failure of his mission, the desperate spy instantly drew his poisoned dagger and fiercely lunged at the unflinching fifth master. But while he hopelessly tried to save the message, the indomitable Cao Kaianhu had already rushed into the uneven battle. With one powerful strike of his deadly weapon, he mercilessly knocked the flying opponent straight onto the hard ground. At that very moment, the graceful beauty found herself on a branch next to their clever strategist. She sincerely admired the otherworldly beauty of the captured bird, which truly shone with pure gold. Even its delicate feathers seemed as if forged from precious metal. Looking at her calm, carefree smile in such a tense situation, the stunned Lujun could not contain his admiration. He felt that this mysterious girl had always been cold and inaccessible, like a mountain glacier, but now she literally shone like a true heavenly angel descended from the heights beyond the clouds. By that time, the stunned spy, who had collapsed helplessly to the ground, finally began to regain consciousness, barely rising on shaky legs. Above him already loomed the grim and merciless Cao Kaianhu, demanding that the prisoner immediately confess how exactly he joined the hated occultists. The audacious spy, without losing composure, instantly retorted sarcastically, insistently demanding that the confident man keep his inappropriate tongue behind his teeth. In response, the imperturbable warrior coldly remarked how much senseless noise came from this miserable man, and philosophically suggested saving all his empty words and rude insults for their meeting in hell. He even politely asked to convey to the demons of the afterlife that the unfortunate one ended up there thanks to the brave warrior named Cao Kaianhu. Despite the threats, the clever spy instantly understood that after the interception of his precious carrier pigeon, he had no choice left. Therefore, he resolutely declared that he could not set off to the underworld now, because he had to personally deliver an urgent report to his mighty lord. Laughing mockingly once again at that desperate fool, he suddenly fled, rushing swiftly towards the Sichuan branch. Enraged Cao Kaianhu, chasing after the audacious fugitive, could not contain his boiling anger. How dare he so brazenly escape, saving his miserable skin. Seeing two small figures rapidly moving away, the worried Dugusi immediately shouted loudly, reminding her devoted uncle not to let this dangerous man escape under any circumstances. Meanwhile, the pensive Liujun cautiously asked how much longer they would waste this precious time on this senseless chase. Obviously, the confused girl could not understand what the clever young man meant, since it was he who suggested intercepting the enemy scout. But instead of explanations, he proposed to look into the contents of the intercepted letter, which was supposed to be sent by the golden bird. Without wasting time, Dugusi carefully began to pull out the thin paper from the tiny container, although she still did not understand whether it made sense to familiarize herself with this report. Probably it just said that they had changed their direction of movement information that was not particularly valuable. However, after reading the secret message, she seemed to freeze in place, and her beautiful face turned pale. It was quite obvious this masterful spy had been watching them much longer than she could have imagined. And this meant that if this detailed letter fell into the hands of the sinister Bai Yunhui, they would all be doomed to a painful death. Therefore, she sincerely admitted that she was deeply impressed by Lujun's insight. If he had acted even slightly differently, their lifeless bodies would already be lying on the cold ground. The prudent young man also understood this well, so he unexpectedly proposed to send the intercepted bird once more, but this time to use its precious services for their own benefit. The stunned beauty instantly realized that the ingenious boy was going to completely change the content of the letter and turn it into a trap for the enemy. Realizing that they had to immediately seize this rare opportunity that had fallen into their hands, the focused Lujun carefully took a clean sheet and confidently sketched a few precise phrases about the possible arrival of the squad between 9 p.m. and 11:00 p.m. Captivated by his strategic thinking, Dugusi instantly deciphered the brilliant plan. He intended to mislead the overconfident Bai Yunhui, making him believe that they would arrive at the Sichuan division only by the hour of the pig. She also intuitively felt that if their arrogant captain fell for this cunning misinformation, it would be an invaluable stroke of luck for them in the upcoming battle. Then they carefully loaded the fake letter into a special barrel and sent the golden bird back with hope. Watching the departing messenger fly away, the thoughtful girl fervently prayed that their carefully crafted message would work flawlessly. However, she still could not fully believe that the mighty Sichuan division had truly been completely destroyed by the fanatical cult of the heavenly demon. This meant that Lujun's cunning plan was to only pretend to move toward the division, and at the decisive moment, suddenly change direction and rush to help the besieged Imei forces. The perceptive young man clearly understood that the occultists were supposed to appear only the next day. But the ominous reality turned out to be much darker. They had already captured the strategic fortress and were relentlessly deploying their impregnable defense. He eagerly wanted to find out if the clever girl suspected their true goal. She was firmly convinced the cultists were planning to launch a surprise attack even before the long-awaited reinforcements from the Union of Ulan arrived and completely occupied the entire Sichuan branch. Pensive Lujun knew well. The arrogant enemies stubbornly believed that a single sudden attack would bring them complete and unconditional victory. Cold-bloodedly and mercilessly, they decided to divide the forces of the noble union of Ulan and methodically defeat them one by one, like helpless lambs. Prudent Dugusi reluctantly agreed that their insidious plan was indeed masterfully devised and had every chance of success. She was tormented and did not know what to do nor how to act in this dangerous situation to save her comrades. Unlike her, the resolute Liu Jun clearly understood that the outcome of the upcoming bloody battle would depend on two key things: how skillfully they could deceive enemy scouts, and with what incredible speed their elite units could move. Only then did the inquisitive Dugusi, the fifth master of the Woolen school, finally dare to ask the question that had been tormenting her. How did this perceptive boy manage to notice the surveillance at all, if even they, the unparalleled masters of ancient martial arts, could not sense the presence of the invisible pursuer? In response, the thoughtful Liujun recalled the ominous words of the dying spy, who with her last breath warned that the all-seeing eyes and sensitive ears of the mighty heavenly demon were hidden everywhere, invisibly watching their every step. Dugusi was stunned and sincerely surprised that the humble porter had so deeply read the dying words of the frightened woman and extracted valuable tactical information from them. However, it seemed quite obvious to him that the one who sent the skilled scout would definitely monitor the results of his mission from afar, hiding from the enemy's eyes. Be that as it may, he could not deny that they truly had exceptional command. Without hesitation, they entrusted fateful decisions to the words of some unknown porter who had joined the squad only yesterday. The insightful Dugusi could easily explain such trust in Lujun's words. There was some incomprehensible, magnetic power. She could not resist it, so she could only acknowledge his correctness. But she had no idea that the same mysterious power, about which Dugusi spoke so enthusiastically, constantly complicated his future. The noble youth always feared the consequences of his prophetic words. And yet the same amazing power brought not only troubles and suffering. After all, Lujun with just his prophetic word could completely overturn any hopeless situation. Everything happening now was no exception. It was precisely thanks to the convincing power of his prophetic words that they received a precious chance to live a little longer in this cruel world. So she sincerely asked the modest hero to believe more in the supernatural power of his gift. The embarrassed porter firmly asked to stop praising his modest skills too much and warned that in case of a devastating failure, it would be twice as painful for him to admit his guilt before those who trusted him. Only after these sincere words did the ambitious youth suddenly realize that he was in a hopeless dead end. An uncontrollable thirst for victory suddenly flared up in his soul. Since he was already irreversibly drawn into this deadly game, he passionately wanted to win at any cost. But he still was not completely sure that he had devised the perfect, flawless plan. There were still too many unpredictable variables in the equation. One of the most important was the true combat power of the legendary Ame clan. The knowledgeable lady confidently stated that they were powerful enough, because after the devout nun took the highest position, the ancient Ame school rapidly gained unprecedented influence among the 9 largest martial arts schools. It became obvious, in such a situation, the best decision would be to involve the legendary Ame school in this lightning war of speeds and maneuvers. But the insightful Dugusi still did not fully understand by what cunning means he intended to carry out this audacious plan. At this critical moment, the clever young man was already rapidly considering which roads led from their school to that fateful battlefield. One road was straight and perfectly smooth, the other was somewhat steep, but with breathtaking views of majestic mountains, although he did not know which route the monks ultimately chose. Dugusi guessed that the experienced travelers had enough time to spare, and this was their first outing in a long time, and the Amayans probably chose the beautiful road winding among the majestic mountains. If so, they needed to shorten the path as much as possible to intercept the unhurried monks before the fatal clash with the enemy. The perceptive warrior woman understood well. To accomplish this extremely difficult task, she needed to move with incredible supernatural speed. Seeing no other way out, she anxiously asked if they had other, less risky options for action. But even this risky plan did not fully satisfy the cautious Lujun. Noticing her obvious resistance, he magnanimously offered to go to the Amais alone so as not to expose others to danger. In the end, after long disputes, it all ended with the proud lady having to carry the embarrassed boy right on her slender back. In that awkward moment, the confused hero could not understand why this forced closeness made him so nervous. Halfway there, the determined Dugusi suggested waiting for the return of her faithful uncle, the fearless Cao Kainhu, to decide together what to do next. But Lujun, although agreeing, knew for sure the stubborn deputy would never return until he caught up with the fugitive. Moreover, the fate of the battle now depended precisely on speed. Grabbing the boy tighter, the warrior woman insistently asked him to hold on with all his might if he fell down. She might not have time to save him. Noticing strong vines among the branches, the clever Dugusi came up with a more reliable fastening. She quickly handed him the green braids and asked him to tie them around their bodies. So in sudden trouble, she would not have to waste precious moments saving her companion. When the knot was firmly tied, the determined girl gained even more speed. Nimbly jumping from one tree to another, she rushed forward along the probable path. Soon a huge mountain rose before them. Although Liujun doubted that the girl could overcome such an obstacle, she asked him to hold on tighter with unbreakable determination. After which she took off from the spot, while the young man with wide-open eyes marveled at how the warrior covered distances of tens of meters. It seemed to him as if it were a waking dream. From the heavenly heights, deities watched them, holding their breath at the incredible skill of the young girl. In battle, she shone with courage and skill, surpassing many experienced warriors. Moreover, she was distinguished by a strong, unwavering will. If she continued to develop in this direction, she would inevitably become unparalleled, and no one would be able to catch up with her. The fair-haired goddess looked on in surprise, not understanding why her companion had come to such a conclusion. The prediction was based on her own feelings, but she was tormented by anxiety that due to many unforeseen circumstances, it might prove to be wrong. At first she believed that the fates of the mistress and Liujun would never intertwine, but now, unfortunately, nothing could be changed. The heavenly patrons were worried the upcoming battle could be deadly for the people. But they decided to just observe. People must find their own way out of this situation after all. It is part of their destiny. Dugusi was only a few steps from the top of the cliff when suddenly her foot slipped. Because of this, they almost fell into the abyss. Regaining her balance and giving a final push, she safely brought them up. Looking back, Liujun immediately understood they needed to move straight ahead. But overcoming such steep slopes was not easy even for an experienced master. The girl persistently asked the young man to hold on as tightly as possible. Just one wrong move and they would fall into the abyss. Liujun had no choice, only to apologize to her. He felt like a burden, endangering her life. However, rushing from the spot, the impatient warrior interrupted his apology. But she was not some weakling for whom this task was insurmountable. At first she landed on a rock ledge, but her feet began to slip. The slopes really turned out to be treacherously slippery. There was nothing left to do but to avoid touching that dangerous surface with all her might. Finally, the top of the slope began to approach closer and closer. And soon, having found themselves at the top, the travelers discovered with horror that there was no road ahead. Liujun rushed to look for a bypass. He felt that there must be some passage here. Dugusi realized this cliff and the absence of a path were exactly the variables the insightful strategist had warned about earlier. And there was no time for reflection. A decision had to be made immediately, because everything depended on cunning and speed. The brave warrior decided to go straight through, rather than waste time searching for a detour. They had only one choice left, to jump down into the raging river. Dugusi clearly felt that with this jump, they were putting their lives at stake. Death seemed much more likely than the chance of rescue. Worried, Liujun tried to convince her that nothing is more precious than life, and suggested looking for a safer descent. But the girl firmly knew if they survived, they would manage to save many innocent people. Even the young man could not deny the truth of this argument. And the brave lady was ready to take the risk and hoped that Liujun would trust her. She also clearly made it understood that in sword fights, she always preferred moving through the air. This significantly increases their chances of survival. Liujun held the girl tighter and declared that from now on his life was in her hands. She solemnly promised to take care of her companion, after which she decisively jumped into the abyss. When they were flying from the steep cliff, both travelers were seized by true horror. Dugusi was lucky at the last moment. When she was already approaching the water surface, she managed to slow her fall with her special powers. After this, the two of them rushed into the turbulent current of the mountain river. At that very moment, Bai Yunhui finally received the message along with the golden bird. But something disturbed the experienced warrior when he read about the hour of the pig. The captain tried to explain that right now was the best time the second division was about to catch up to him. However, it was precisely this that Bai Yunhui saw as the main problem. The time was too perfect to be true. So this message immediately made him wary. And also, the one who wrote it didn't even manage to take proper paper. Yet the commander knew, if the enemies really came at the hour of the pig, hurrying was pointless, only they needed to rush. The captain admired the skills of the heavenly demon sword. By looking at just one word on the letter, he predicted so much. Meanwhile, as he withdrew, the commander ordered the warriors to take battle positions. If they went out to meet the soldiers of the Woolen Alliance, they would face them head-on. If they took another path, they could deliver a surprise attack from behind. The captain understood for their current composition, this was too difficult a task. He thought it better to wait for the second unit. But Bai Yunhui clearly did not want to waste his time on this. His heart was bursting to fight. He immediately ordered his troops to move forward. Then he himself followed the call of his heart. The captain immediately shouted to the rest of the warriors to line up and follow the leader. And so an army of 500 people marched after their commander. Meanwhile, Liujun and Dugusi broke free from the turbulent stream and found themselves on the shore. Only now did the young man understand what the lady meant by the words about moving through the air. The The trick she performed was simply incredible. The boy could not even imagine that she could slow down a fall. The beauty herself asked with interest if he was scared, and was delighted by his courage. Not everyone would dare to jump from such a dizzying height. However, he admitted that he completely trusted Dugusi, entrusting his life to her hands, and therefore did not doubt that everything would end well. Even the lady herself panicked when she realized that the cliff was much higher than she had assumed. She had to pour all her strength into her flying skill. However, they both survived and were unharmed, and Lujin felt an unrepayable debt to the girl. Dugusi asked to lie down a little longer to restore her spent strength. Although the young man understood that if they did not move on, the entire dangerous stunt would be in vain, he had no choice but to agree to a short rest. Recalling the experience, she honestly admitted how terribly scared she had been. Although the girl knew how to hide her feelings, this moment was the most terrifying in her life. She was tormented by the fear of dying without having time to fulfill her plans. At that moment, Lujin realized that before him was not just a strong and brave warrior woman. She had a hidden soft side that sometimes awakened in moments of sincerity. He himself did not understand why such moments of vulnerability affected him so deeply. Unikovi was burning to unravel the true essence of that mysterious girl. He did not even notice how he was captivated by her delicate facial features and lips. Noticing his gaze, Dugusi herself broke the prolonged silence with an unexpected request, "Say something that will give me strength." The only thing Lujin could come up with was to say that Bai Yunhui, whom he once knew, would not be easily deceived. The girl quickly suspected that he was still worried about the message they had sent. The boy knew better than anyone. The intuition of this commander is impressive, and he needs only a fraction of a second to make a decision. Perhaps he had already sensed the treachery, and he might have even led his people out of the Sichuan group to meet them. As if fueled by this anxiety, Dugusi felt a surge of strength and stood up. She reached out her hand, helping Lujin to stand. She was stunned when he suggested she continue on alone. Embarrassed, she began to ask what he meant. Lujin explained he suspects that the Amei monks will go along the river to make a stop. Apparently, this place is the most suitable. Although it was explained to her, Dugusi still could not understand his plan. He revealed his plan to head southeast, where the main forces are concentrated. About 10 li from here lay the Huanglong Gorge, and if the calculations are correct, it is there their troops will encounter the enemy. Dugusi doubted whether Lujin could manage and overcome such a path alone. But he assured, although he does not possess martial arts, he will stand up for himself. There was very little time left, so he urgently asked her to hurry. The faster they reach their goals, the better the outcome of the battle will be. The girl had no choice. She turned around and set off in search of the Amei monks. But Lujin stopped her for a moment and advised her to stay on the very top of the mountain, where the road called Shumen ran. Dugusi objected that this path leads to an abyss. Lujin agreed the path is indeed dangerous for an ordinary person, but not for a martial arts master who knows how to move through the air. If she takes this route, the travel time will be halved. The girl thanked him for the valuable advice and immediately rushed forward, asking the young man to be extremely careful at the last moment. After making sure she had gone far enough, Lujin also moved on. He felt it in every cell, no relaxing, he needed to rush like never before. When late evening came, the army led by Dugu Uli finally stopped upon seeing enemy forces ahead. Earlier, Lujin had imagined that the two armies would meet in the Huanglong Gorge. Dugu Uli kept being amazed. Just as that boy predicted, they encountered the enemy right here. Although he was not in their army, he managed to accurately calculate the speed of movement and determine the meeting place. The commanders respectfully acknowledged that this boy hid a true talent for strategy. Looking at him, no one would have guessed that he previously worked as a simple porter in the transport service. Moreover, it became obvious. This was the very road the Amei people took. The landscapes simply took one's breath away. Dugu Uli only smiled sadly, because he felt that this was exactly the place where it was worth falling a death of the brave. Meanwhile, the slender commander of the cultists could not understand why they encountered enemies right here. They were supposed to head to the Sichuan branch. He even thought that they deliberately blocked their way. His assistants immediately realized the reason was that the Union managed to outsmart them. Fortunately for the cultists, reinforcements of their enemies would not arrive soon. Even so, the commander felt that a tough battle awaited ahead. Although in numbers they were truly outnumbered by the Union several times, the assistant was still confident in victory. Soon they expected the main forces of the cultists to join. The commander confidently knew that they could count on the help of their allies. Their leader was not called the Sword of the Heavenly Demon for nothing. He probably already knew the enemy's plans. The only task of the vanguard detachment was to hold out until reinforcements arrived. When the allies finally came, their main task was not to let the cultists down. But the best thing is to achieve victory even before their appearance. Inspired assistants rushed to carry out the order and promised to defeat the enemy at any cost. Watching the movement of his troops, the commander was only amazed at the unexpected work that had come their way. Meanwhile, Dugu Uli calmly observed how the enemies slowly sneaked up to his positions. He sent the strongest fighters, let them be the first to take the blow. Right behind them, he sent warriors of the Dugu clan as reinforcements. After that, the commander pondered what to do with the people in the rear. There was no sense for him to keep so many warriors behind the main forces. Therefore, he decisively gave the order for all fighters to join the battle. Suddenly, Dugu Uli heard a familiar voice. Luzhan hurried to him, gasping for breath. He fervently begged the commander to stay in place and under no circumstances engage in this battle. The commander demanded an explanation for why the young man was so resolutely opposing the clash. Instead of answering, Luzhan stubbornly insisted on creating a reserve unit. The experienced warrior objected. The deadly confrontation had already begun. They could not just stand aside and watch the bloody battle. But the insightful strategist understood. In this fierce battle, they could be lured into a trap, and then they would be defenseless against the main strike. Dugu Uli instantly realized there was a possibility that the main forces of the cultists would come out of the Sichuan division. In that case, the experienced commander thought it best to crush the enemy's vanguard before reinforcements arrived. Then Luzhan decided to calculate how much time it would take to completely defeat this enemy. The commander calculated it would take at least 2 hours, but at the cost of the lives of more than half of their warriors. The boy instantly understood 2 hours was far too long. If the Heavenly Demon Sword army attacked earlier, they would face a devastating defeat. The inquisitive general persistently demanded to know what decision the young strategist proposed. Luzhan proposed to get out of this dangerous place as quickly as possible and set up an ambush elsewhere. If the main detachment of Bai Yunhui arrived here, they risked being left without the support of the Amei. He sincerely begged Dugu Uli to abandon this doomed battle. The commander's face showed how doubts were tearing his soul apart. Luzhan insisted, the sooner the decision to retreat was made, the greater the chances for the warriors to survive. However, proud Dugu Uli could not act so cowardly. As long as they were part of the glorious Wulin alliance, retreat would mean loss of honor and future. This was the main difference. The valiant warriors of Wulin were not at all like ordinary mercenaries. Having made the decision, he immediately addressed his loyal fighters. He gave the order to the left flank to attack, and to the right quietly like a shadow to take positions for an ambush. The warriors rushed without hesitation to carry out the commander's order. In the midst of a fierce clash, something astonishing happened. The green-skinned enemies began to use powerful magic. As soon as Lin Yunfei saw the mysterious glow, he immediately recognized the legendary moon halo technique. By this sign, he realized before him was one of the infamous twin sorcerers. The brave warrior proudly introduced himself as the commander of the Black Warrior Union Army, Ulin, and warned the enemy will perish by my sword. The opponent in the turtle's shell felt a powerful energy burst from the body of the brave fighter. He only hoped that he would hold out long enough to entertain him. Lin Yunfei promised the clash would be truly unforgettable, especially the finale, when his sharp sword would cut the enemy's throat. After these words, the rivals fiercely rushed into close combat, exchanging devastating blows. At that time, another brave general was also desperately fighting one of the twins. The green-skinned warrior instantly recognized before him the legendary Han Kyugyuan, the very one who once held back the assault on Kunlun. But the warrior only became enraged by these words. Kunlun was not defeated, it was only temporarily weakened by a miserable pack of demonic fanatics. He was tired of the enemy starting empty talk during a serious duel, and he suggested moving on to action. One of the twins took this as a challenge and declared that he desired to deal with the opponent as quickly as possible. In his arrogant imagination, Han Kyugyuan should be grateful for the chance to breathe a little longer. Returning to Luzhan, he told Dugu Uli how he and his daughter, risking their lives, jumped from the mountain to hurry to help. He hoped that Dugu Si's selfless act would resonate in higher circles and help bring reinforcements in time. The commander sincerely thanked the young man and admitted that, thanks to his wisdom, they still had a chance for victory. But he added with regret that he could not accurately predict the future. Only the heavens know on whose side victory will fall, the Wulin Alliance or the cult of the Heavenly Demon. Dugu Uli felt there was no choice. They were forced to continue the fight, just as the young strategist had assumed. Luzhan felt that if they managed to preserve their troops and get out of this dangerous situation, it would become a valuable lesson for the future. Perhaps the Union of Ulin would no longer have to face the cult of demon worship. The warrior agreed. Without a strong alliance and unwavering will, they had no future. But before thinking about the coming times, they needed to survive today. After all, only the living can still dream and make plans. Luzhan prayed for only one thing, that Dugu Si would manage to bring reinforcements. She was their only hope for a successful conclusion to the confrontation. Suddenly both observers became alert. Loud, piercing cries filled with pain came from afar. Then they saw what bloody carnage was unfolding at the place where the ambush was set. This meant that the demon hordes had arrived earlier than expected. Dugu Uli was puzzled. Why did the enemy decide to attack them head-on, rather than strike from the rear? Luzhan insightfully noted this was not just an attack, but a carefully planned operation to crush their troops. The commander realized with horror that the enemy had guessed their tactical maneuver and struck directly at the ambush. The young man silenced the commander. Pointing to the side, there stood the regiment that had bypassed the trap. There he noticed a tall warrior, the one who led the elite squad. Just by looking at him, it became clear he was from the Black Wolves squad, an elite unit of the Sirius Star Army, led by the sword of the heavenly demon himself. Their leader was Cao Zimin, a ruthless warrior, like a messenger of death himself. Seeing him, Dugu Uli anxiously asked the young man to take care of his safety, because now he himself had to enter this uneven battle. Stunned, Luzhan asked, was there really no one among their warriors who could challenge this formidable enemy? As it turned out, there was no fighter of such level in their squad. It was Dugu Uli himself who had to fight Cao Zimin in battle. Then the young strategist decisively took on the rest of the enemies who had come closer. But suddenly, after a long absence, Cao Kainhu appeared and firmly asked the master to stay in place. Seeing Dugu Uli's joyful smile, the warrior apologized for the delay, and rushing into battle, promised to explain later why he was late. Watching how he flashed into the midst of the enemies, Luzhan realized how powerful this man was. Dugu Uli told how he once saved this loyal warrior. Now he looked at him with respect, as if at a king. Originally from the north, Cao Kainhu lost his home because he refused to join the ranks of the demon worship cult. And that meant he had personal scores to settle with them. Perhaps this deep hatred would awaken in him powers beyond his usual capabilities. Soon new cries came to them from a distant part of the battlefield. Dugu Uli instantly realized the heavenly demon's army had figured out their second ambush. He hoped for only one thing, that his warriors would hold out, because the rocky terrain would complicate the enemy's movement. They had to do everything possible to hold back those damned cultists. At this tense moment, Luzhan was most worried about where Bai Yunhui was. He could not find him and assumed that the formidable warrior was hiding somewhere in the dense forest thicket. Or he settled somewhere on a height. Finally, at the top of a tall pine, he spotted a familiar silhouette. With anxiety in his eyes, the boy realized that 11 whole years had passed since their last meeting. At first glance, it was clear during this time, Bai Yunhui had become incomparably stronger. Now he no longer resembled the young man. Luzhan knew he had become a true formidable warrior. Dugu Uli, noticing the figure high above, understood this was probably Bai Yunhui himself. He also saw how the royal star shone brightly above his head, as if the heavens themselves had chosen him the King of Swords. Extremely alert, Luzhan ordered Dugu Uli to retreat immediately. Although the commander did not understand the reasons for such haste, the boy knew well how serious it was. With the arrival of the leader of the main army, even if the Amei monks joined them, the chances of victory became negligible. Dugu Uli clearly felt that their military power was inferior to the enemy's, but faithful to his duty, he could not retreat. Luzhan assumed that the demons already knew about all their powers and resources. It cannot be overlooked that the army of the heavenly demon suffered losses during the attack on the Sichuan branch, but Bai Yunhui remained unshaken. This meant that everything was happening exactly as he had assumed. Now standing on the top of the pine tree, he had already thought through all possible deviations from the planned course. In this situation, the only unpredictable maneuver for the cultists was retreat. The commander Dugu Uli instantly realized this truth. But Dugu Uli once again reminded Luzhan of the unbreakable code of the Wulin warriors. They never retreat without a good reason. In war, only the master whose will is broken and who turns his back to the enemy dies. In their case, the same would happen if they retreated. They would lose not only the battle, but the entire war. The young man sincerely respected this steadfast philosophy of the warriors, but understood that Cao Zimin also realized the bitter truth. Following Luzhan's advice, they would have to break ancient traditions. The inquisitive strategist asked whether there had been cases of retreat in similar situations in the practice of their alliance. It turned out that few people knew about such cases, but the consequences of these decisions were still preserved in the chronicles. The boy threw into the conversation the story of the great triad, the legendary confrontation that turned the course of the war. Looking up at the sky, Luzhan noticed that nature seemed to support their plan. The clouds suddenly began to gather rapidly, promising a quick downpour, and the fresh smell of rain was already in the air. Staring into the darkening sky, the commander realized that a storm would soon break out. Keeping calm, the young man pointed to the saving path to the southeast. Just beyond the forest, there was a narrow mountain trail. If the warriors could safely reach this place, they would survive. The trail was arranged in such a way that it turned out to be so narrow that even Dugu Uli could handle 100 enemies and hold the passage. Luzhan also assumed that the commander's daughter, the brave Dugu Si, was now heading with reinforcements from that side. At that moment, the first heavy drops of rain hit the ground, as if saying that there was no more time for long reflections. They had to hurry. The commander needed a few more moments to finally make the fateful decision. For him, fleeing the battlefield like a common soldier was an unthinkable shame. But Lujin had never let him down with his advice, so Dugu Uli decided to trust the young man. Having made this difficult decision, the commander felt he had no right to lose the initiative and must bear responsibility for his choice. He immediately addressed the warriors who were lying in ambush near Dugu's house. He ordered them to continue the fight and hold back the enemy even at the cost of their own lives. Lujin bitterly realized that this order practically doomed these devoted warriors to death. Dugu Uli also understood this. No matter how painful the decision, sometimes it is necessary to sacrifice many to save the majority. He sincerely apologized to his soldiers and solemnly promised that their selfless sacrifices would never be forgotten. After that, Dugu Uli decisively grabbed Lujin by the hand and pulled him away from danger. The young man persistently begged the commander to leave him in place, fearing to become a burden during the rapid retreat. But the experienced warrior did not even want to listen to such objections. They still needed Lujin's wisdom. Moreover, he was the only one who knew how to reach the saving mountain path. Pulling the confused boy along, the commander asked him not to worry and to fully trust his experience. As soon as they rushed forward, Dugu Uli suddenly showed incredible speed. He flew through the air even faster than his gifted daughter. Under the piercing gaze of Bai Yunhui, they were leaving the battlefield, saving their lives. At that very moment, a nun from the Amei school suddenly appeared on the battlefield. The thin cultist commander instantly noticed her appearance, and without wasting a second, he rushed to meet her. He fervently wanted to give this woman a warm welcome. The nun, glancing at the approaching enemy, instantly recognized the squad commander Banhuan. She mentally sympathized with him. The Wulin Alliance had long since sentenced this traitor to death. Unfortunately, they still had not managed to catch him, so she decided to finish this unfinished business herself. She launched an attack and shouted that the devil prowling the world would meet his death today. But the arrogant enemy only welcomed the woman's determination and did not object when one of the followers rushed to cut off his head. A fierce battle immediately broke out between them. With a powerful blow pushing the demon away, the nun felt a memory surface. Once he had great influence in their ranks but betrayed their trust. At that critical moment, flying through the sky, Dugu Uli noticed his subordinate who was fighting. Without hesitation, he lunged for the blade to help Lin Yunfei finish the duel faster. It was precisely thanks to this timely help that one of the demonic twins received a mortal wound. Looking at the fallen enemy, Dugu Uli bitterly realized that their defeats today happened due to too little preparation time. They were simply caught off guard. Seeing the worried Lin Yunfei, he called the captain to hurry. Suddenly, in the dazzling flash of lightning, the commander looked into the distance and saw a familiar silhouette. He immediately asked Lin Yunfei whether he was imagining things or if it really was the all-benevolent nun. It turned out that the warrior himself had not noticed her presence. He was completely absorbed in the fierce battle. Soon, the second of the demon twins emerged before them. Without wasting a minute, they made a lightning decision first to deal with this dangerous enemy so he would not interfere with their retreat plan. All three commanders at once rushed at the stunned enemy. Lujin, going over the commander's words in his head, suddenly realized if it really was the all-benevolent nun, then before them stood the very head of the Amei school. This meant that Dugu Si had completed the task and was somewhere nearby. At that moment, the second of the twins realized that he was in a hopeless situation. He had no choice but to save himself by fleeing. Cowardly retreating, he swore that next time they would not escape his revenge. After these words, he spent the last crumbs of his strength to accelerate to the limit. The commanders did not hide their contempt for the demon fleeing like a rat from a sinking ship. After that, Han Kyugyuan decided to question the commander to find out what happened and the cause of the failure. When Dugu Wuli informed his close aides about the presence of Bai Yunhui, their faces twisted in horror. He also brought alarming news. Serious star troops had already attacked their ambush, and those holding the defense clearly would not last long. As painful as it sounded, they had to immediately leave the battlefield. There was no time for reflection. Lujin agreed to show them the shortest path to salvation. But the restless Han Kyugyuan would rather rush into a worthy fight with Bai Yunhui himself than retreat. Prudent Dugu Wuli understood that now they could not defeat such a formidable opponent, but he swore that someday the day of his revenge would surely come. If they wanted to save at least one more life in the future, they had to hurry now. Having no other arguments, Han Kuguang ordered the Kunlun sect warriors to retreat. The bravest had to hold back the enemy, and the weaker ones had to follow them. Cao Jimin followed him too. He also recalled the Black Warrior squad. And Dugu Wuli, one of the weakest in his squad. Watching the two who were fighting, he was convinced she was a follower of the Amei school. The situation was so serious that the Amei leader herself arrived first. The shouting nun called out to General Dugu Wuli that she would hold back the demon's attacks, and the commander should take his people far away. Dugu Wuli wished the brave nun good luck and ordered his warriors to regroup, so that in case of pursuit they could launch a counterattack. As the heavenly demon sword army advanced, retreating became increasingly difficult. The commander only hoped that the ambush warriors would hold out long enough for them to retreat to a safe distance. Soon Bai Yunhui himself, illuminated by a lightning flash, noticed that the number of fighters had greatly decreased. The enemies had clearly retreated. He could not understand who dared to give such an order. It seems the person who made such a cold-blooded decision at a critical moment is the same one who exposed their spy and wrote a false arrival time of the squad on the letter. He also noticed that the sky was completely covered by a dark veil of clouds, which hid the royal star. Bai Yunhui felt this as a sign of fate. Finally, it was his turn to enter the battle. Grabbing his legendary blade, he descended upon the enemies like an unstoppable force of nature. The brave warriors who fought valiantly gave their lives, dying within seconds at the hand of the invincible master. Having dealt with the simple targets, Bai Yunhui passionately sought to find the mysterious man who disrupted his plans with his skillful tricks. Meanwhile, Liujun continued to run desperately, not stopping for a moment and expending his strength to the last drop. He could only rely on one thing, that the forest path familiar to him would save them. Suddenly, lightning struck a tree next to him and showered his face with sharp splinters. But even that did not make him slow down. He continued to lead the exhausted warriors. The young man understood that he had to run until he was exhausted and his heart stopped. Not forgetting to look back, he each time made sure that the warriors were following him. Seeing their worried faces, he felt the burden of responsibility. Their lives now depended on his decisions, or inevitable death. Anxious thoughts consumed him, and the painful fear of making a mistake tore his soul apart. He was not even sure if they were running in the right direction. Was his suggestion to retreat really the right one? Perhaps he had made a fatal mistake, and his good intentions would drag them all straight into hell. He bitterly regretted having gotten involved in this dangerous affair at all, but most of all he feared the possibility of doubting at the most critical moment. He painfully pondered why fate had brought him here. Perhaps it played a cruel joke by bringing him together again with the sword of the heavenly demon, Bai Yunhui. And if not, perhaps fate had somehow miraculously linked him with the brave Dugusi. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette of a girl appeared right before his eyes. Luzhen was on cloud 9 with joy. He could hardly believe his eyes. As soon as Dugusi spotted the figure of the young man in the rain streams, her face lit up with a smile, and she greeted, "Noble sir." Strangely enough, in the midst of the desperate situation, an unexpected happiness flared up in him. Never before had he been called by such a respectful title. Just a glance at this fearless girl, rushing towards him through the downpour, made his heart beat with new strength. At that time, the exhausted warriors hurrying behind noticed the squad of Amei monks and rejoiced, beginning to whisper excitedly. The lady finally brought the long-awaited reinforcements. As soon as Luzhen approached the girl, he immediately said that they needed to change tactics and urgently retreat. Dugusi was stunned after all. All this time, she had been desperately trying to bring help so that their army could hold out and win. But despite everything, she sincerely rejoiced. She had finally met Luzhen, and he was alive and unharmed. The young man could only smile, and in that smile was his promise. He knows how to stand up for himself. At that moment, the monks relentlessly advanced to the battlefield, forming the battle formation, Tiger taming the dragon. All the novices were grateful to Dugusi. She led them by a secret path, and now they could deliver a sudden blow to the enemy from the rear. But at that moment, it seemed that for two young people, nothing existed except each other. But Liu Jun was the first to realize all conversations must be postponed. Running away, he reminded himself that the current circumstances required decisive actions. The main squad of the Heavenly Demon Sword had already arrived, and they needed to hurry. Now was not the time for reflection. They had to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. At that moment, Dugusi decisively grabbed the young man's hand and offered to carry him. Although he embarrassedly tried to refuse, she still pulled him along. The embarrassed boy did not even understand whether he was running by himself or being pulled. One thing was clear, the girl's strength was such that his feet barely touched the ground. Finally, after a long, exhausting run, they reached the stairs carved directly into the mountain slope. Liu Jun immediately warned the warriors. As they ascended, the path became narrower and more dangerous. Dugusi decided to go first, and the rest were to follow her. And so these two began to lead the surviving warriors to a safe place. Soon they reached the section where the most dangerous part of the path began. Looking back at the exhausted warriors, Luzhen anxiously noticed that there were too few people. He was torn by unease. Something had happened, and many had failed to retreat. But Dugusi gently asked him not to worry, assuring that the rest would definitely catch up with them. It was now extremely important that the martial arts masters went last, covering the retreat. Luzhen said that those stairs had about 50 steps. If after climbing they cut the ropes, the enemy would not be able to pursue them. Without hesitation, the girl suddenly asked the young man to go on alone. He was surprised she was not going to follow him, but Dugusi firmly decided to wait for her father. Pushing the confused Luzhen toward the stairs, she asked the warriors to hurry. The faster they passed this dangerous place, the easier it would be for their comrades following behind. Then the young man realized he had no more choice. He warned the lady, if she took that path and crossed the small mountain bridge, she would see a narrow gorge between two rocks. Next, she would have to turn right into this gorge. There, she would reach the foot of the mountain, beneath which stretched a wide plain. It was at the beginning of this plain that they had to arrange their army. Mentally sketching an approximate map of the area, and Dugusi agreed to meet there. They looked at each other for a while longer, until Lujin asked the girl to be careful. The lady only smiled slyly, wondering how a person without martial arts could worry so much about an invincible warrior. When the soldiers began crossing the ancient bridge, they noticed that its structure was extremely fragile and might not withstand their weight. Dugusi instantly assessed the danger and ordered the soldiers, whenever possible, to move through the air, relying on their skill. Watching them go, she could only hope that everyone would arrive safe and sound. As soon as Lujin disappeared around the corner, the girl heard loud cries of soldiers shouting his name. As it turned out, when the young man was walking on the bridge, the rotten planks suddenly gave way beneath him, and he fell straight into the deep gorge. He was incredibly lucky. One of the vigilant soldiers swiftly grabbed his hand. Only at that moment did the stunned Lujin realize how close he had come to death. When the warrior pulled the young man to a safe place, the rest burst into applause and joyful shouts with relief. Then they gently examined Lujin to make sure there were no serious injuries. The experienced fighters fervently urged the boy to be extremely careful. The heavy rain had made the mountain path deadly slippery, and if not for Fen Yun's timely help, he would have already turned into a shapeless mass at the bottom of the gorge. When Dugusi was convinced that Lujin was fine, she sighed with relief. After that, she asked the soldiers to watch the young man more carefully, otherwise he could definitely fall and get hurt on the road. The warriors happily assured that they would definitely take care of him, and if necessary, carry him in their arms. Dugusi was surprised by her own reaction. Why was she so troubled by the thought that she might never see this strange boy again? She realized only one thing. In such a short time, she had already grown attached to him. Meanwhile, the embarrassed Lujin literally settled into the arms of one of the mighty soldiers. The warriors calmed him down, asking him not to worry under their reliable protection. He definitely would not fall anywhere now. At that moment, the young man clearly understood. Without mastery of martial arts, one could not manage here. So he had to learn it for his own safety. Moreover, he did not want to be a burden and constantly rely on the help of others. But the experienced warriors thought differently. They believed that Liu Jun was much luckier than the others. He had a gift that surpassed all martial arts, his outstanding mind, thanks to which they all managed to survive. Not everyone could boast such a sharp mind. Martial arts can be learned, but the brain is given only once and no one can change that. So many people would like to be as clever as Liu Jun. Yet the boy understood that in this dangerous world, intelligence alone would not get you far. Dugusi remained waiting, worried about the fate of the soldiers who had left and about her father. She could not believe that just yesterday they had accidentally crossed paths with Liu Jun in a simple tavern and drank together. It seemed to her as if many years had passed since then. So much happened in one day. Now she understood their meeting was not a coincidence but fate itself. Suddenly the girl heard familiar footsteps nearby. Turning around, she exclaimed joyfully upon seeing her uncle safe and sound. She was wildly happy about his return, but she was surprised and worried that he came alone. Cao Kainhu quickly calmed his anxious niece, explaining that the other warriors would arrive soon. He hurried forward to personally make sure that the young lady was all right. Dugusi instantly and anxiously asked about her father, whether he and the others managed to escape. Fortunately, there was no need to worry. Dugu Wuli was fine, as were Lin Yunfei and Master Han Kyugyuan. But during the fierce battle and rapid retreat, they suffered heavy losses. Cao Kainhu himself was nearly killed by a bloody demon, the commander of the elite unit, Black Wolves. The girl could not believe it. The enemy turned out to be so powerful that he almost defeated her skillful uncle. In fact, the enemy was so strong that even an experienced warrior was sure he would lose until the very last moment. He could not even imagine what terrible power this demon possessed. If it were not for the timely reinforcement from the Amei school, Cao Kainhu would already be watching the end of the battle from the heavenly heights. He could confidently say that besides the heavenly demon sword itself by Yunhui, there were plenty of other frightening warriors among the enemy ranks. As it turned out, the Amei monks were still desperately fighting the enemy. They took the main blow, resorting to the legendary tactic Tiger Tames the Dragon. For this, they split into two groups of 48 people each, with the most benevolent nun standing right in the center. Through the impenetrable darkness and the wall of rain, it was impossible to see the details, but it was truly a magnificent battle. The defenders took impregnable positions to resist the cursed demons. Dugusi knew well the number of the school and understood. They had just over 200 warriors, so they could only form 4 full groups for this complex strategy. In fact, the enemy was now opposed by a little more than 100 brave warriors, led by the most benevolent nun. The rest had already left the battlefield to join the main forces. Dugusi anxiously thought about the fate of those valiant defenders who still remained. Despite the nun's promises, she and her followers would never leave the battlefield. The head of the Amei school would sooner die than turn her back on the enemy. These selfless people were ready to give their lives to stop the demon onslaught. Dugusi supported this position. They truly should have fought to the last. But the experienced Cao Kainhu knew the bitter truth. In such a case, they would have been completely defeated by the enemy's superior forces. They would not have been able to win this uneven battle. The young warrior woman could not believe it. Victory turned out to be so unattainable. Although the enemies had enormous strength, the fighters of the Wulin Alliance never simply surrendered. Cao Kainhu admitted that, until recently, he sincerely believed their forces would be enough to defeat the cult, and only now realized how overconfident he had been. Moreover, the demons already knew what resources they had at their disposal, so the alliance turned out to be the only ones who underestimated the enemy. Under such circumstances, retreat was the only correct decision. Fortunately, Dugu Uli heeded Lujun's advice. Perhaps many would condemn the commander for such an ambiguous act, but it was this that saved hundreds of lives, and it is hard to imagine at what cost the Lord had to make such a decision. The intuition of the young Lujun was astonishing. He managed to convince the fearless warrior to change her principles. Suddenly, the girl heard approaching footsteps and in a moment saw her father. She was overwhelmed with unspeakable happiness when she noticed the surviving captains and several rescued fighters beside him. At this time, the battlefield was strewn with the bodies of fallen warriors. Looking at the scale of losses, Bai Yunhui realized they had lost far more people than initially assumed. By that moment, the second squad was almost completely destroyed. In total, only about 30 people survived. It was truly better news. However, the Sword of the Heavenly Demon predicted from the very beginning that the main strike would fall on the second squad. The assistant tried to console the master by saying that the enemy had suffered much heavier losses. On the Amei side, about 100 people fell, and even their respected leader, while the Dugu clan lost over 300 fighters. The enemy forces truly exceeded all expectations, and the power of their elite squad forced Dugu Wuli himself to flee. Bai Yunhui knew this was not their last encounter. The surviving enemies clearly had hidden reserves. They almost completely destroyed the second squad of cultists. Therefore, they would definitely rush to multiply their success, just as Bai Yunhui himself had planned. And in this battle, there were still moments hidden that he still could not comprehend, as if something had gone not according to plan. He suspected that the head of the Dugu clan, loyal to the Ulan Union, would never have decided to retreat on his own, so someone else was behind this unexpected maneuver. At that moment, the assistant reported, among the prisoners of the Dugu clan, there was one surviving warrior. He suggested interrogating him. Perhaps they would manage to find out something valuable. When the prisoner was brought in, Bai Yunhui immediately began to interrogate him. He directly asked whether new members had appeared in the ranks of the Ulan Union, and suggested the man carefully consider his answer. After all, his life depended on his words. The prisoner immediately firmly stated that he knew nothing about it. After that, he began to deny that there were new people in their ranks. But the insightful Bai Yunhui instantly noticed contradictions and continued the interrogation. Who is this newcomer? The desperate warrior roared that even if he knew something, he would never reveal such information. Looking at him with a cold gaze, Bai Yunhui did not hide his disappointment. He had extended a lifeline to the soldier, but he did not grasp it. At this, the interrogation ended. He gave his men the order to kill the prisoner. The assistant suggested torturing the man to extract information from him. But Bai Yunhui saw no sense in this. He had already given the warrior a chance and was no longer going to waste his time on him. The prisoner, sentenced to death, felt only bitterness that Bai Yunhui had so easily extracted important information. This convinced him. Before him was not just the sword of the heavenly demon, but the very embodiment of the devil. Bai Yunhui himself sat and thought about the mysterious newcomer who quietly hindered their plans. He knew one thing for sure: the stranger would not get away with it. The assistant guessed that the captain intended to entrust the pursuit of the fugitives to the Black Wolves squad led by Cao Jimin, and thought that perhaps it would be better if they themselves took on this responsible task. But Bai Yunhui grimly reminded that the Black Wolves squad had about 400 people left, and half of them were wounded. 200 combat-ready warriors should be enough to deal with the fleeing enemy. Perhaps they would even manage to completely destroy him. But still, the assistant warned one must be on alert, for the enemy might do something unpredictable again. In that case, they must disrupt their plans at any cost. At first, the commander unfolded the map and carefully studied every piece of the terrain. When he saw it, he immediately realized the members of the Union were not just running. They skillfully changed positions to reduce losses, moving into open terrain. Since they outnumbered the Black Wolves squad, this terrain gave them a clear strategic advantage. He also understood that during that chaotic retreat, the number of wounded in their ranks had probably increased significantly. He desperately wanted to unravel the plan of their strategist. Was he trying to divide the cultists' forces to destroy them in parts? The assistant cautiously noted that whoever this mysterious man was, he was clearly becoming a serious problem for them. Bai Yunhui understood that this insightful strategist was methodically destroying his perfectly thought-out plan. At first, he deceived them, then slipped out of the trap. And now everything he had touched had gone to ruin. But contrary to expectations, Bai Yunhui did not look upset at all. On the contrary, he was interested to observe how everything would develop further. He could not help but admit, the person commanding the enemy forces was truly impressive. Now, whatever happened, he swore to reach him and kill him with his own hands. At the very moment Bai Yunhui uttered the oath, Liu Jun suddenly woke up from a short sleep. A strange tremor ran through his whole body, and a gloomy premonition appeared. It seemed to him that his old acquaintance might have already started hunting him. Meanwhile, the Black Wolves squad discovered that the warriors of the Ulin Alliance had cut all the suspension bridges so that the pursuers could not follow them. The only way to cross the mountain was to climb it, and this would minimize the chase time. Hao Jimin's assistants desperately tried to argue against such a risky decision of their commander. But he, ignoring any arguments, immediately gave the order to storm the steep slope. The close aides tried to explain that even if they did not climb the cliff but went around, their speed would be almost the same. But the impatient Cao Jimin feared that in that case, they might lose the enemy's trail. He himself stepped forward, forcing his subordinates to follow his example. And now the entire detachment, 200 people, set off on a dangerous ascent up the mountain. At the same time, the surviving soldiers of Ulin helped their wounded comrades. And the monks continued their meditation, gathering strength before the inevitable battle. Everyone felt one thing: there would be a fight here to the death. They no longer had the right to retreat. Lezhen tried to explain that they still had options for further retreat. But Dugu Uli would no longer agree to this. Now was their time to give the enemy a decisive rebuff and avenge their fallen brothers. It was precisely for this counterattack that they had retreated to reduce human losses. During the chaotic retreat, the commander caught sight of the Sirius Star troops fighting with the Amei monks out of the corner of his eye. Together with Lezhen, they had one conclusion: most likely, the Black Wolves detachment, known as the Spear of the Battlefield, would follow them. In a short time, these elite warriors can break through the enemy's vanguard or rush into pursuit, and then mercilessly destroy it. Right now, their main advantage was that the enemy was divided. Dugu Uli guessed Lujun expected exactly such a development of events. Although the young man could not say this with absolute certainty, the chance that the enemy would decide exactly so was very high. Commander clearly understood. It was necessary to defeat the Black Wolves squad before it could join the main forces of Star Sirius. Looking at their current situation, he could not get rid of doubts whether this plan would succeed. Although they were more numerous, they clearly lacked combat strength. Among their warriors were many wounded, and this weighed heavily on the combat capability of the squad. At the same time, the fighting spirit noticeably fell, especially after the fighters felt the enemy's strength firsthand. But Lujun knew they would have to fight one-on-one with each enemy squad. When fear disappears, victory is born. The one who has nothing to lose wins. Hearing these words, Dugu Uli was surprised how easily this young man, unlike an ordinary person, maintained his composure. When people find themselves in mortal danger, most panic and fight with their last strength. Few in a critical situation can remain as calm as Liu Jun. Dugu Uli was increasingly convinced this guy was clearly marked by the seal of the heavens. He was strikingly different from ordinary mortals. The commander vowed not to let such a prodigy go and to help him rise to a higher level at any cost. As ancient wisdom says, fate helps the strong and mercilessly torments the weak. If a person does not dare to boldly look danger in the eye, they will become one whom fate plunges into the abyss of despair. The commander knew Liu Jun could become one of the rare few who not only obey fate, but control it with their own will. Finally, the Black Wolves squad reached the wide plain. Exhausted after a hard march, the fighters rejoiced they had still managed to catch up with their fleeing enemies. Even the commander himself praised them for their devoted work during this long night. The vigilant assistants noticed that the enemy had already lined up in battle formation, and from their arrangement, it was clear they were ready for battle. It became obvious that with their deliberate retreat, they were intentionally luring the pursuers onto this open plain. Perhaps the surviving soldiers of the Union decided that in such a wide space, they would gain some tactical advantage. The overconfident fighters of the Black Wolves considered them fools, confident that they underestimated the legendary abilities of the elite squad. However, the insightful leader saw a different picture. Among the opponents stood out a man who skillfully controlled the entire process, and anything could be expected from this mysterious strategist. At that moment, the warriors of Ulin lined up in flawless phalanxes, deploying their entire force from novices to experienced masters. It was a kind of psychological trap, from which no one could escape. Aliveth's squad employed the ancient strategy of burning bridges, cutting off their own people from any path of retreat. It seemed the main blow would fall on the vanguard. They would hold the front line at the cost of their lives. rows placed at equal intervals formed a dense defensive wall to maximally protect the front ranks. Those standing behind were ready to instantly take the places of fallen comrades. This meant they had arranged their battle formations to immediately respond to the attacker's breakthrough force. The upcoming battle was to become a classic confrontation of spear and shield. Black wolves would go on the attack, and the Union would defend desperately. And the charismatic Cao Zimin decisively reminded his subordinates of the squad's iron rule: the life of one black wolf must be avenged tenfold. Such was the unbreakable fighting spirit of their elite unit and the unwavering will of their commander. He was confident that no enemy rank would hold their assault for long. They would strike through it like lightning. With these inspiring words, he ordered to show the enemy all their combat power, since they were so foolish that they cut off their own retreat paths. At that moment, the insightful Cao Cainhu noticed with surprise that they had set up camp without the usual water barrier at their rear. Instead of a river, heavily wounded warriors stood before them as an obstacle. They physically blocked possible retreat routes. Looking at the maimed people, Dugusi bitterly realized that they were flawlessly fulfilling their sad role. Many could barely stand on their feet. That was exactly why they were made into a living barrier. And so Lujin even earned the respect of the skeptical Cao Cainhu, who had initially doubted his plan. But after the unit took combat positions, it was as if everyone was encouraged in spirit. It was understandable, after all. The wounded were the people they had sworn to protect to the last drop of blood. At this tense moment, the girl glanced at the nearest peak and saw her father there. Besides him, 2 experienced commanders and their young military strategist stood there. Finally, everyone noticed the Black Wolves unit that had come for their souls and did not wait long. The experienced commander knew this was just what the defenders needed. A sudden attack was exactly what they required now. Even Lin Yunfei did not hide his satisfaction that they had arrived on time. He feared that the enemy, seeing their well-thought-out formation, might retreat and wait for reinforcements from the Sirius Star Squad. But Lu Zhen, with unwavering confidence, knew this union of forces would not happen. He heard that in this war, the cult of demon worship had led the so-called Union of the Four Heavens, and together with Banhu and Wulin, rushed to the Central Plains Wulin Zhangyuan. His information proved accurate. The cult of demon worship and Banhu and Wulin were officially allies, but the key figure here was the cult of demon worship, the Union of the Black Heavens, and their numerous followers. That is why the cult took the start of the military campaign very seriously. The elite corps of Bai Yunhui was given an unequivocal order to storm the Sichuan branch of the Wulin Union, known for its valor. This was done to demonstrate the cult's power not so much to the enemies as to its own allies. He successfully executed the plan to capture the strategic branch, but in the next clash with the Union's reinforcements, 2 squads led by elders suffered a devastating defeat. Because of this, their reputation was seriously tarnished, and the significance of capturing the Sichuan branch faded. There was a threat that even the most devoted fanatics might begin to doubt the greatness of the cult under whose rule they lived. Moreover, the cold-blooded leaders of the demonic cult usually turned their so-called allies into scapegoats to avoid any responsibility for failures. Dugu Uli instantly understood Lu Zhen's assumption. The scapegoat would inevitably be the Black Wolves squad. The young man fervently argued that if the leadership placed all the responsibility solely on the commander Bai Yunhui, then the slightest mistake would weigh heavily on the entire demon cult. By this logic, no one else was suitable. All sins had to fall on Cao Jimin from the Black Wolves squad, and probably he himself understood this perfectly. In such a situation, his squad would desperately strive to avoid any mark of shame. If during the decisive battle they united with the Sirius Star Squad, then ultimately all the laurels of victory would go only to Bai Yunhui. Gradually became clear. The cult deliberately tried to destroy the Union using the Black Wolves squad, and this elite squad clearly sought only unconditional victory. Lu Zhen regretfully admitted that their chance of success was indeed very high. However, he firmly believed that strength was not the only component of war. They did not need to fall into despair in advance and dig their own grave. They had to believe in their abilities as strongly as their formidable opponent believed in them. Now the biggest problem was not so much the Black Wolves squad, as time they urgently needed to defeat the enemy before the main forces of the Sirius Star Squad arrived. In this battle, the most important factor was precisely time. Dugu Uli understood well, time cannot be changed, so he had to rely on the courage of his warriors. At first, Lu Zhen decided to find out how strong the leader of the Black Wolves was, and if there was at least someone among them who could resist him. Dugu Uli left no doubt no one could handle such a dangerous enemy alone. At least 2 experienced masters were needed to give him a worthy resistance. Lin Yunfei, who casually saw the duel between Cao Cainhu and this formidable enemy, confirmed it. His uncle possessed similar combat skills, but the difference in strength with Cao Zimin was very noticeable. Then Lu Zhen proposed an unconventional tactic to wear down this invincible fighter. 3 should attack him in turns, replacing each other every 20-30 seconds. The young man fervently begged Dugu Uli not to go into battle personally, but to take full command of the operation. At that moment, everyone present realized that such an unexpected plan significantly increased their chances of victory. It was extremely important that during the fight with the leader of the Black Wolves, no one tried to finish him off as quickly as possible. Their main task was to hold him back, while the other warriors fought the rank-and-file enemies. But if even one of them was seriously injured, the whole plan could fall apart, so they had to focus on making sure that in this battle, the first and last opponents of Cao Zimin were exactly the three of them. After thinking a little, the experienced fighters smiled resolutely and promised to do everything possible and strictly follow Lu Jun's plan. Cao Qianhu did not hide his joy. Finally, he had the chance to avenge the previous defeat. After that, the fearless warriors set out to meet their fate, ready to rush into battle with the invincible leader of the Black Wolves. At that moment, the caring Dugu Uli offered his daughter to take on the protection of Lu Jun. However, the young man embarrassedly explained that the honorable position of protector was already taken. After that, he pointed to his new friend Feng Yun. Anticipating that Dugu Uli would want to assign a guard to him, Lu Jun had already asked his comrade about it in advance. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Dugu Uli frowned. He had never met this young man. Then Feng Yun decided to introduce himself. He was a traveler who fought on foreign land, a kind of mercenary. He was so sincerely accepted in the squad that he decided to stay with them and help fight against the common enemy. Dugu Uli had no choice but to explain to the young man how important Lu Jun was to them and hoped that he would seriously take on the responsible task assigned to him. Feng Yun gave only one promise: Lu Jun would not die before him under any circumstances. The cautious commander decided to play it safe and strengthen the guard. So he asked his daughter to also join the strategist's defense. The embarrassed girl promised her father that nothing would happen to Lu Jun under their reliable watch. The young strategist himself thought that 2 guards were clearly too many. But Dugusi patiently explained to him that he had indeed become too important a person. Lu Jun could only resign himself to the thought that he and Feng Yun would continue to stand guard by his side. Before heading into battle, the commander reminded the young man once again to carefully watch the course of the fight. All the warriors relied on his insight and wisdom. Finally, the irreconcilable enemies clashed in a deadly confrontation. The Black Wolves squad met the Ulan detachments. The soldiers received a clear order to defend their positions at any cost, even at the cost of their own lives. The fearless Lin Yunfei rushed into the thick of the battle and warned fiercely that he would kill anyone who stood in his way. Breaking through to his main victim, he managed to take the lives of ordinary opponents. Even Lord Dugu Uli rushed into battle with ordinary subordinates, striving to reduce the number of casualties among his warriors. At this fateful moment, the experienced Cao Qianhu crossed blades with his main target. After the first powerful exchange of blows, he again felt how strong his invincible opponent was. The arrogant Cao Jimin only mocked him, confident that his opponent was about to die. Despite the difficult situation, the loyal uncle was ready to do everything in his power to at least delay his ruthless enemy. Cao Jimin coldly assessed the unexpected attack, and even admitted it was not bad, but clearly not enough for victory. He delivered a devastating blow and severely damaged Cao Qianhu's chest. The wounded warrior fell heavily to one knee, gasping for breath, and admitted that the leader of the Black Wolf squad truly had devilish strength. At this decisive moment, the confident opponent had already rushed at him to deliver a fatal blow, not understanding how Cao Qianhu even dared to challenge him with such, in his opinion, a worthless level of martial skill. But he did not manage to finish the attack. Lin Yunfei appeared just in time and skillfully intercepted the enemy's blade with his sword. He decisively called himself the next opponent of Cao Ziming. After that, they began fiercely exchanging lightning-fast strikes. Meanwhile, Cao Qianhu was trying with his last strength to recover his breath, mentally swearing that his personal confrontation with the leader of the Black Wolves was not over yet. Outside the epicenter of the clash, Lu Jun and his loyal defenders were closely watching the course of the battle. The young man clearly felt that Dugu Si was gripped by anxiety. And no wonder in such a tense clash, even the most experienced warriors found it hard to maintain composure. She was impatiently shifting from foot to foot, clearly eager to join those fighting on the battlefield. Feng Yun fully caught her impulse and resolutely declared that he could perfectly handle Lu Jun's defense himself. However, the sensible girl reminded that protecting the young strategist was too responsible a task, and even 2 people were barely enough for it. After that, she turned her keen attention to Lu Jun himself, marveling at his unwavering calm in such a critical situation. He looked as if everything happening around him could not scare him at all. However, behind the outward calm hid deep concern. The young man admitted that he constantly blamed himself for having gotten involved in this war at all. He was left with a helpless mother and a sick sister, and no one could help them, only he could. And yet he dared to take such a reckless action. Although he deeply regretted his decision, nothing could be changed anymore. He plunged headlong into this madness. Now there was only one way out to definitely win this dangerous game. At first, Lu Jun naively thought that victory would come easily to them. But judging by the course of events, he was cruelly mistaken. It was unbearably hard for him to admit his mistake. But what tormented him the most was the reaction of his companions to this bitter confession. To distract them a little, he decided to share a grim memory of how he first found himself at war at the age of 12. The shocked listeners could not believe that a child could survive such a nightmare at all. Everything that imprinted on the memory of young Liujian that war, although not as large-scale as the current confrontation with the cult, still left an indelible mark on his soul. He would never forget the horrific sight, rotten corpses everywhere, a true feast for vultures. Helpless groans of the dying with severed limbs and heart-wrenching screams from unbearable pain remained forever in his memory. Ordinary soldiers on the battlefield were nothing more than cannon fodder. They were mercilessly discarded as soon as they became useless, and the higher ranks cold-bloodedly used these unfortunate ones, honing their combat skills and testing military strategies. He swore never to allow such treatment of people, even if it cost him defeat. In those terrible days, he shouted at the generals again and again, not understanding why they resorted to such ruthless tactics. He cursed them with all his heart and would continue to curse them. They were true monsters who never stooped to listen to a person of lower rank. When he grew up, Liujian firmly decided never to put victory above human life. He vowed to do everything to reduce losses among warriors, and from then on began to deeply study combat strategies. Over the past days, he bitterly realized in the Ulan Union, the true art of warfare was not highly valued, and proper military formations even less so. Dugusi confirmed his observation and added that in their culture, the decisive role was always played only by the difference in experience of personal duels, and martial arts were considered the sole foundation of a Ulan warrior. Liujian knew how naive it was to rely solely on one's own skill. He was convinced that the renowned masters of Ulan did not even try to experiment with different strategies. Placing their own combat skills above all that was why at first it seemed to him that they would easily win this war. He was confident that even if the Black Wolves squad was stronger, they would manage to win. The main thing was to choose the right strategy. Dugu Uli listened to his words and without hesitation did everything the young strategist advised. Following the commander, his orders were picked up by Han Kyugyuan, master of the Kunlun school, and Lin Yunfei, commander of the Black Warrior Army. Dugusi felt the reason for such trust was obvious. Liujian had already proven that he could be relied upon. Moreover, to be honest, they simply had no choice, so everyone had to follow his advice. She reminded that their enemy was the cult of demon worship, and just the mention of it made every warrior tremble. In this hardship, they desperately needed a person they could rely on, and that person turned out to be Liujian, a simple worker who yesterday knew nothing about martial arts. Perhaps his words touched Dugu Uli only because they came from a person without special military knowledge. But Dugu Si was sure it was not about that at all. Her wise father truly valued the exceptional abilities of the young strategist. Feng Yun fully agreed with her, noting that Liujian was an amazingly insightful man whom people intuitively trusted. To confirm his words, he gave an example from himself. The Dugu clan was always ready to take travelers from different parts of the world under its wing. Otherwise he, Feng Yun, would never have dared to join. Then Liujian recalled those mysterious words about fate that Dugu Uli had told him. He wondered whether the honorable gentleman really considered him a person capable of controlling fate itself. He had no idea that his modest talents would be valued so highly. Suddenly they heard the rumble of battle approaching. The young man realized that he needed to carefully reconsider the tactics once more. If they left everything as it was, the battle would drag on for a long time, and by then the Sirius Star Squad would inevitably arrive. Then they would definitely have no chance of victory. Dugusi recalled her father's words. In such a situation, the heavens would surely help them. But even in that case, they would have to give their all and do absolutely everything in their power. Even if defeat seemed inevitable. Then Liujian decisively asked to be taken to a certain place near the battlefield. He wanted to carefully observe everything happening once more from a more convenient position. Summoning courage, Dugusi agreed to go with him. And the warlike Feng Yun rubbed his hands. Joyfully, his fists literally itched to fight the enemy. They knew that sitting idly by would change nothing. Sooner or later, the enemy would reach them anyway. And there was very little time left. Something had to be done immediately. Liujian stepped forward decisively, and his loyal guards followed. They agreed on a clear division of roles. Dugusi would clear the way ahead, and Feng Yun would reliably cover from the rear. While the fearless defenders broke through enemy ranks, Liujian watched intently at what was happening. He desperately searched for a way to snatch victory in this seemingly hopeless war. Finally, the trio approached the place of the duel between Cao Qianhu and Cao Ziming. Perceptive Dugusi instantly understood that the young man wanted to personally test the combat power of the formidable leader of the Black Wolves. She guessed correctly. The outcome of the entire battle depended on how quickly they could defeat the invincible enemy commander. At that dramatic moment, the uncle was again seriously wounded with a cutting injury to the abdomen. Noticing this, Han Kyuguang, without hesitation, immediately rushed into battle to replace the wounded comrade. It was clear that the leader of the wolves was irritated. The opponents kept changing one after another, as if playing some incomprehensible game with him. But there was no choice left, so he rushed fiercely to fight the new enemy. From the very first powerful attack, the man felt with anxiety how mighty this unparalleled warrior turned out to be. But they absolutely could not afford to lose. There were 3 of them against 1, and all of them were recognized masters of their craft. Carefully watching the course of the battle, Luzhen himself saw that defeating Cao Ziming would be extremely difficult. The leader of the Black Wolves could not be mistaken for anyone else just from his sinister appearance. Many got goosebumps. The strategy of exhaustion seemed reasonable, but it seemed that nothing could stop this man. Luzhen was convinced every warrior, even the most powerful, has weak spots, and if they managed to find the vulnerability of the enemy leader himself, they could radically change the course of the entire battle. Dugusi shook her head suspiciously. Before her was a true master of his craft, and it seemed almost impossible to find his weak spot. At that moment, Luzhen unexpectedly asked Feng Yun if he had ever played Go these Chinese checkers. It turned out that the young warrior was so absorbed in martial arts training that he had not a minute left for developing logical thinking. Then Luzhen explained his thought during a game with an experienced Go master. Sometimes amazing situations occur when a single sudden, atypical move by an inexperienced player radically changes the outcome of the match. His companions instantly understood he was going to make exactly such an unexpected move in their current confrontation. At that tense moment, Han Kuguan received a serious shoulder injury, so he was immediately replaced by Lin Yunfei. The arrogant Cao Jimin was confident that such a tactic would never lead to his defeat. He even became curious how long would the 3 of them hold out against him alone. The tired fighters found it incredible that, fighting one after another against 3 enemies, the tireless warrior showed no sign of fatigue at all. The situation was becoming more and more desperate, but they had no other choice only to continue this uneven struggle. If they failed to overcome this enemy, they simply would have no future. Everyone feverishly thought about possible paths to victory, and the first to notice the critical vulnerability was Luzhen himself. This important detail concerned the fighting distance during the duel. The captains kept losing it. The vigilant strategist noticed that Cao Jimin held a Dao sword designed for close combat. This weapon is made for close range, fighting its strikes cut with incredible force. Unlike the Dao, the giant's sword is a double-edged straight blade that can be wielded much faster and more maneuverably. But the problem was not in this. The clever Liu Jun noticed that the warriors were not striking in a straight line, but in the opposite direction. This made them much more maneuverable. Hearing such a remark, the defender was fascinated by how a person who did not know martial arts could recognize this subtlety so quickly. Liu Jun continued to ponder what would happen if they deliberately increased the distance by a step. But everyone understood. Although theoretically one can maintain a single distance during a fight, in reality this would prove extremely difficult, especially against such a powerful enemy. Observing the clash, the young man noticed another pattern. Usually the distance between opponents decreases, even if one of them retreats. Dugusi logically assumed, when retreating, the distance should increase. But the matter was that the lightning-fast Cao Zimin reacted instantly and shortened this gap. The girl felt that in such a case, there was no chance to defeat this unparalleled warrior. But Liu Jun unexpectedly proposed an unconventional solution. Instead of retreating, go straight at Cao Zimin. At first, everyone thought that with this crazy tactic, the fight would only become more complicated. Moreover, when facing a formidable opponent, even experienced captains involuntarily began to lose distance. But Luzhen noticed a chance to apply the opposite tactic. With such a development of events, the confident Cao Jimin would begin to believe that he was in a winning position. But the problem could lie not only in the position, but also in the very tactic of conducting the battle. The main advantage of the enemy was that he put all his strength into each strike, leaving not a drop of energy for defense. There was no technique that simultaneously combined a devastating attack and reliable defense. It so happened that the warrior was so obsessed with offensive tactics that he completely neglected his defense. Intrigued, Feng Yun decided to test this theory himself. He rushed forward to divert Cao Jimin's attention from the others. After the very first attack, the young warrior felt that the enemy truly possessed superhuman strength, as if he had sold his soul to the devil himself. Cao Qianhu became agitated upon seeing the mistress, and instantly rushed to her to find out what had happened. He said that he had received several wounds, but fortunately, they turned out to be shallow. But he was worried that young Feng Yun was taking part in the fight. Would he be all right? Confident Dugusi noticed that the young man turned out to be much stronger than she had thought, and without a doubt would handle the task assigned to him. Cao Qianhu himself admitted that he had long been observing this unusual boy. He could not believe that such mastery could be achieved at such a young age. The fact that Feng Yun became a mercenary at such an early age made him an even more intriguing figure. The experienced warrior hoped that everything would end well, and he would get a chance to get to know this talented youth better. The reckless bravery with which Feng Yun fought against the formidable enemy so enraged Cao Ziming that he decided to get rid of the pesky boy. When he managed to push back the young warrior, the rested Han Qiuguang immediately rushed into battle, replacing Feng Yun. Distracting attention and completing his task, the young warrior returned to Luzhen. After a direct fight with the enemy, he confidently stated that he did not feel any extraordinary skill in Cao Ziming. Although Cao Qianhu could not understand how that boy could judge the level of a fighter who constantly pushed him back, Feng Yun explained the essence of his observation. The pushing back did not happen because of any special technique, but only due to pure physical strength that burst out at the moment of attack. The man began to understand what the insightful young man was hinting at. The whole problem lay in the distance between them and the enemy. This important conclusion was already suggested by Luzhen, the older brother of Feng Yun. Cao Qianhu was increasingly amazed. How many more wise thoughts were hidden in the mind of this unusual strategist? Feng Yun realized, even if the key problem had already been identified, solving it would still be difficult. Cao Ziming's reaction speed was truly phenomenal. Then Luzhen made an unexpected proposal. Cao Qianhu should not increase the battle distance, but on the contrary, shorten it as much as possible. The experienced warrior understood. When it is impossible to fight the enemy at the usual distance, the best thing is to radically shorten that distance. At first he was stunned by such an unconventional approach, but quickly understood the genius of this plan. Without hesitation, he instantly broke his long sword to make it shorter. He perfectly understood that such a tactic did not guarantee 100% victory, but it was definitely worth a try. Wasting no time, he rushed into battle to replace his exhausted comrade. Watching how the battle unfolded, Duguxi trembled with hope, wondering if they would really manage to defeat the one who seemed invincible. Although Feng Yun did not dare to give an exact forecast, he admitted that their chances of victory had clearly increased. The interested young man asked Luzhen, "How were you able to so quickly decipher the enemy's tactics without even having basic knowledge of military affairs?" The modest strategist explained his success simply by carefully observing what was happening. Both Feng Yun and Duguxi considered this a truly incredible achievement, or Luzhen's strategic talent really went beyond the ordinary. Perhaps he himself had not yet fully realized what enormous potential he possessed. Having made sure that the battle was going as it should, Luzhen decided to move on to the next step of his plan. Now Feng Yun faced a difficult task to convey new strategic instructions to the troops. Meanwhile, Master Cao Qianhu had to continue restraining the leader of the Black Wolves, and Master Han Qiuguan and Commander Lin Yunfei had to join the main forces of the clan as soon as possible. From this moment on, they would have to resort to the legendary crane tactica formation, where the flanks advance forward and seem to spread the wings of a crane. This would allow them to keep the enemy at a distance by arranging the warriors in a special way. The battlefield would turn into a real swamp from which it would be impossible to escape alive. Feng Yun instantly sensed the genius of the planned tactic, but could not imagine how to convey this order to the fighters. He clearly could not walk across the battlefield and explain the subtleties of the new strategy to everyone. So he decided to give a conditional signal to order everyone to line up in the second battle position. He would have to shout with the full strength of his lungs. Fortunately, in his youth he had specially honed his lion's roar. After all, on the open plain, his voice had to carry up to 2 kilometers. He only warned his companions to cover their overly sensitive ears in advance. Gathering all his inner energy, Feng Yun decisively set about performing the responsible task. He loudly announced the order of the military advisor. Everyone immediately line up in the second battle position. Hearing the mention of some military advisor, even the unshakable Cao Zimin involuntarily distracted from the fight. Taking advantage of this moment, the angry Cao Qianhu suddenly struck, reproaching the enemy for the unforgivable audacity to be distracted during a deadly duel. Duguxi could not hide her admiration for Feng Yun's talents, which she had not even suspected before. But Luzhen anxiously felt that the boy had clearly overdone it by calling him a military advisor. The young man perfectly understood how complicated everything was. Ordinary warriors would not listen to orders from someone without official status. To give orders, one had to have the appropriate military rank. Even without participating in the battle, Luzhen risked appearing as an ordinary rank-and-file soldier. But the main danger was that now the enemies could deliberately hunt the mysterious advisor. At this critical moment, Cao Jimin tried to find out who gave this order and was clever enough to reorganize the troops right during the battle, and soon noticed 3 people standing near the epicenter of the fight. But the vigilant Cao Qianhu instantly thwarted his plan by attacking again from an unexpected side. Meanwhile, the Union troops began to rapidly regroup. Watching the battlefield, Duguxi was pleased to notice that everything was going as well as possible. Earlier, she could not even imagine that she would one day see the legendary crane wing tactic in action. Now it could be confidently said that they had created a real deadly trap for the enemy. But Liu Jun was not pleased at all. He was still worried, because Feng Yun carelessly mentioned his name. Moreover, a person with scant knowledge of martial arts had no chance at all to claim the title of military advisor of the famous Wulin Union. Hearing these doubts, the outraged Dugusi sharply interrupted his self-deprecating thoughts. She decisively said that the lack of martial arts skills did not make him any less valuable, and as long as they were together, no one would dare to lay a finger on their talented strategist. And also, the girl added, it was worth remembering Feng Yun's impressive skills. He had already proven his courage in a brief skirmish with the formidable Cao Jimin. At that moment, the fierce battle between Cao Qianhu and the leader of the Black Wolves continued without a moment's respite. However, Cao Jimin could not deny that since their first clash, he had been disappointed by his opponent's combat skills. And suddenly he noticed something had radically changed in the opponent's behavior. The perceptive warrior instantly guessed that behind the sudden change in tactics was surely that mysterious boy called the military expert. Because of this, he sharply swung his deadly blade, forcing Cao Qianhu to retreat several meters. A new plan matured in his mind: first finish off the mysterious youth, then return and deal with Cao Qianhu himself. His intuition whispered to him that everything happening now was the work of this unknown strategist. But the fearless Cao Qianhu only laughed at his opponent, saying he was just looking for a convenient excuse to avoid inevitable defeat. He accused Cao Jimin of trying to assert himself at the expense of a weakling who did not even understand martial arts. The battle-hardened leader of the Black Wolves did not fall for this obvious provocation, considering his opponent a fool who would not understand that words sometimes hurt no less than a sword. After that, he unexpectedly threw his weapon, spinning it in the air so that Cao Qianhu was thrown back several dozen meters. The man instantly realized that the distance between them had sharply decreased, and he already anticipated what destructive attack would follow next. The leader of the wolves, who approached, delivered a devastating blow to his ribs. After that, he caught the opponent midair and unleashed several powerful strikes to the chin and chest. Without waiting for the wounded warrior to recover, Cao Jimin swiftly rushed toward Liujun. He knew it was better to get rid of this dangerous strategist in advance, before he took even deeper root. At that decisive moment, Dugusi and Feng Yun simultaneously rushed to defend their protege. Feng Yun was the first to encounter the attacker. He managed to block the first strike. But Cao Jimin easily bounced off this unnecessary enemy and dashed forward toward Liujun, who was being protected by Dugusi. Slipping behind her back and suddenly attacking the defenseless youth, he triumphantly exclaimed that today he would die by his invincible sword. The vigilant Dugusi managed to push Liujun away in time and took his place, thereby challenging the enemy's confident declaration. But the impatient man quickly lost interest in the girl and promised that he would definitely fight her later. After that, he again rushed toward the main target and said that now Liujun was his only important target. At that moment, Feng Yun, as if appearing out of nowhere before his friend, boldly asked Cao Jimin to pay some attention to him first. Diving into an uneven battle, the young warrior resolutely shouted, "I will not allow my older brother to be insulted." The brave lady instantly joined the clash, swearing that their ward would live long and happily. She begged Liujun to fully trust them, assuring that they would definitely save him. In the heat of this chaotic confrontation, Han Qiuguang rushed into the fight and immediately ordered Feng Yun to retreat. Taking his place, the experienced master sharply commanded the young man to immediately take the military advisor and hide in a safe place. At that very second, Dugusi firmly grabbed Liujun's hand, and the three of them rushed away from the dangerous place. Having retreated to a safe distance, they first decided to visit Cao Qianhu to see how the wounded uncle was feeling. The girl, overwhelmed with anxiety, noticed that his wounds were quite serious. However, despite their severity, the experienced warrior was confident he would manage to survive with them. In essence, such wounds were quite expected. The enemy significantly outmatched him in strength. Cao Qianhu would hardly have been able to win alone, but the vigilant Feng Yun noticed that, despite the significant difference in strength, the uncle still managed to thoroughly batter the formidable warrior. Now it was clear that Cao Jimin was no longer fighting with the same unshakable confidence as before. At that moment, Han Qiuguang literally bombarded him with various strikes, from which the enemy could only dodge. After another attack, Master Han spun in the air, delivering a series of sharp, piercing blows. It was the famous technique, Grade 8, or Kunlun style, a unique fighting method where the body freely spins in the air like a dragon playing among the clouds. Watching their thrilling duel, everyone immediately understood the master had finally managed to fight at the distance they were supposed to maintain from the very beginning. Suddenly, Liujun felt the approach of something terrible. Within seconds, his face turned pale and gloomy, like a stormy sky. He said with a trembling voice that he had hoped for the Sirius Star Army to arrive later. Only after these words did Dugusi realize the ominous truth. It seemed the heavenly water sword itself was already approaching the battlefield. The girl thought with frustration that if these elite warriors had arrived even a couple of hours later, their chances of victory would have been much higher. She tensely began to look around, trying to determine the approximate direction of the enemy's approach. But perceptive Lujun had already sensed its appearance and confidently pointed in the right direction. There burst an unusual airflow that distorted its natural movement. Many were stunned at how quickly the strategist was able to determine, by barely noticeable signs, exactly where the approaching warrior was located. The young man bitterly realized that in this situation, practically nothing could help them anymore. Soon Fen Yun himself felt the furious speed at which the enemy warriors were rushing. Few could boast such incredible skills in moving through the air. This could mean only one thing: the sword of the heavenly demon itself was approaching them. There was no longer any doubt, and everyone feverishly began discussing how to act next. Liu Jun was confident. Due to Bai Yunhui's overconfidence, he would definitely appear before the main part of his army. The brave Cao Kainhu instantly proposed going on reconnaissance, believing he could at least somewhat hold back the dangerous enemy. But the prudent Liu Jun asked the man to wait with this risky step. The most important thing for them now was to deal with the remnants of the Black Wolves detachment as quickly as possible. Even if they could not completely destroy the enemy, they needed to at least significantly reduce its numbers. Everyone instantly understood the strategist's logic. The appearance of the sword of the heavenly demon promised them nothing good. The time has come. The third stage of their plan begins. So Liu Jun ordered everyone to immediately take their respective combat positions. After that, Cao Kainhu rushed swiftly into the epicenter of the battle, giving commanders the order to take the necessary formation. First, he hurried to his friend Han Kyugyuan and warned him the duel's resolution must be hastened. Everyone urgently had to regroup at the third combat position. It was precisely because of this that he extended a helping hand in the clash with Cao Zimin. But the noble Han Kyugyuan insisted that his comrade leave this fight to him, and instead he helped other warriors move to the third stage of their strategy. The enraged Cao Zimin, clearly offended by being treated like a minor obstacle, calmly conversed right behind his back. In fury, he rushed to attack Han Kyugyuan, who was momentarily distracted. But he noticed the threat in time and instantly counterattacked, showering the enemy with piercing strikes and not allowing him to get within a convenient distance. However, the experienced leader of the wolves only became even more furious at this unexpected maneuver. He sharply thrust his blade forward, aiming at the enemy's vulnerable spot. As a result, the sharp blade pierced under the man's armor so deeply that blood gushed from Han Kyugyuan's mouth. Despite the mortal wound, the resilient warrior still tightly gripped his blade and resolutely declared that he would send his enemy to meet the Lord of Demons himself. With these words, he delivered a devastating blow and seriously wounded Cao Ziming in the eyes, face, and even the neck. After this exchange of deadly strikes, both exhausted opponents fell heavily to the ground. In this merciless clash, both sides suffered heavy losses. But the vigilant Feng Yun instantly noticed Master Han Kyugyuan was still showing signs of life. This meant he had won this epic duel. Looking at the fallen enemy, the wounded Han Kyugyuan recalled his fallen comrades, whose souls, according to his belief, were crying out for revenge. He was convinced that the time had come to make the enemy pay with his life for desecrating the spirit of the Kunlun sect. However, at the very moment when the long-awaited revenge was about to happen, Feng Yun rushed up to him, begging the master to stop. Relying on the words of the military advisor, he said that this person could be useful to them in the future. Han Kyuguang hesitated and looked at Lujun with distrust. "I am looking for confirmation of this unexpected order." The young strategist said that a much more dangerous enemy would arrive here very soon. Bai Yunju would need only a moment to cross the mountains that separated them. From these ominous words, a barely perceptible tremor ran through the wounded warrior's body, partly from weakness, partly from fear of the approaching threat. He leaned heavily on his bloodied blade to stay on his feet. At this critical moment, the resolute Feng Yun rushed to the fallen enemy and pressed certain points on his body with precise movements. Thus he temporarily cut off the blood circulation so that the man could not move, even if he regained consciousness. Carefully lifting the prisoner in his arms, he looked expectantly at Lujun. Without wasting precious time, the young strategist proposed to immediately return to the initial position, and all four rushed to the main forces of their army. By this time, all commanders had already received orders to launch a decisive offensive according to the Golden Shard tactic. A ruthless attack where troops charge the enemy like a battering ram, seize his positions, and relentlessly attack until completely destroying him. Watching the bloody battle unfolding, the warriors clearly understood there was nowhere left to retreat. They had to crush the enemies to the end, because for a true warrior, there was no higher honor than to fall a hero in battle. Moreover, they had to finish the fight as quickly as possible before enemy reinforcements arrived. Therefore, everyone was fervently determined, striving, no matter what, to show the enemy the full power of their fighting spirit. In this tense moment, the wounded Han Kyugyuan continued deep meditation, trying to cope with severe wounds. Meanwhile, Liu Zong with his loyal guards thoughtfully pondered how strong Bai Yunhui really was in battle. Was he truly so invincible that he could single-handedly handle 1,000 men? These troubling questions tormented not only the mind of the young strategist, they plagued the thoughts of all fighters involved in the fierce battle. But only the wise Dugusi thought they were overpraising the enemy, enveloping him in an aura of invincibility. At that moment, her heart was gripped by one thought: would he come alone, or would he bring reinforcements after all? The insightful Liu Zong repeated his guess: the sword of the heavenly demon would undoubtedly appear before the main forces. His unwavering confidence allowed him to control any situation. But do not forget, his elite troops will inevitably follow their leader, albeit with some delay. Considering all this, the Allies found themselves in an extremely dire situation, and the chance that they would be completely destroyed was steadily increasing. Therefore, the concerned strategist decided to find out about the condition of Master Han Kyugyuan. His combat power would be extremely timely now. The wound turned out to be much deeper than they initially thought. To avoid dying from critical bleeding, the experienced warrior had to enter a special meditative state. But as the insightful Feng Yun noticed, the most serious problem was not the physical wound in the chest at all. A deep emotional trauma caused much more suffering than the blade strike. Commander of the Black Wolves squad, like a ruthless skinner, cut into the very soul of the enemy, for even at the peak of exhaustion he, without hesitation, put all his remaining energy into a deadly attack. It became increasingly clear: in this situation, they would have to fight without him, this mighty warrior. At that tense moment, the sensitive Feng Yun suddenly felt someone's sinister presence. Terror gripped him. Bai Yunhui had stealthily crept onto the battlefield while they were distracted by discussing tactics. The boy immediately pointed to the place from which a powerful, almost tangible energy was emanating. Looking closely, the stunned Lujin saw soldiers falling lifelessly to the ground one after another. After an unknown enemy killed several people, they finally managed to make out the threatening silhouette of a tall man. Now, as if warming up before the real performance, he was ready to begin his bloody act. At first, Lujin was overwhelmed by indescribable horror upon seeing this sinister man. But recalling their first meeting many years ago and that strange farewell, he felt fate itself had brought them together so they would meet face to face in a decisive confrontation. Like a true demon, Bai Yunhui methodically dealt with the brave warriors dozens per minute. Only now did everyone finally realize this man was beyond their strength. They simply could not cope with his supernatural power. Suddenly forcing the troops to respectfully part, their fearless leader Lin Yunfei appeared. At this fateful moment, as if anticipating the final clash between these irreconcilable opponents, the sky thundered with a real storm. Torrential rain and deafening thunderclaps fell upon everything around. Nodding reservedly, Lin Yunfei greeted the sword of the heavenly demon according to the old warrior custom. But the arrogant Bai Yunhui demanded that the man finally properly introduce himself. Proudly pronouncing his full name, the warrior introduced himself as the commander of the Black Warrior Army of the Ulin Alliance. And looking at the indifferent face of the opponent, he advised him to better remember these words. But the unflinching Bai Yunhui said that he first wanted to see what this fighter was capable of in a real fight. And only then would he decide whether he was truly worthy of having his name preserved in the memory of descendants. Such blatant audacity could not but enrage the proud Lin Yunfei. Unable to contain his anger, he rushed into attack, and the fighters clashed in a fierce duel. Bai Yunhui watched with interest which techniques his opponent used in a desperate attempt to stop him. After the very first lightning strike, the experienced warrior froze at the incredible speed of his enemy. Seeing the frightened expression on Lin Yunfei's face, the self-satisfied Bai Yunhui laughed out loud and declared that he had not even shown a tenth of his true abilities. After that, he launched a swift offensive, but Lin Yunfei managed to dodge the deadly attack at the last moment. But the perceptive Bai Yunhui did not allow himself to be caught off guard and instantly employed his signature technique, tested in countless battles. The power and speed of this move seemed simply incredible. And looking at the carefree expression on Bai Yunhui's face, it became obvious that this was only a small part of his true capabilities. Immersed in thoughts about his hopeless situation, Lin Yunfei did not notice one of the sudden attacks, and the devastating strike of the heavenly demon sword knocked him far back. Only then did the proud warrior finally realize that defeat was inevitable. He had no chance to defeat such a mighty enemy. Bai Yunhui turned out to be much stronger than even the most incredible rumors about his supernatural abilities. The humiliated man could only admit that his enemy's martial arts were strikingly different even from the skill of Cao Jimin, the fierce commander of the Black Wolves squad. At the most critical moment, Bai Yunhui casually asked where his faithful right hand was. Bowing his head, Lin Yunfei reluctantly reported that he had been defeated and might no longer show signs of life, being held captive by the enemy. To everyone's surprise, this sad news did not leave even a shadow of sorrow on the impassive Bai Yunhui's face. But he desperately wanted to know which of the fighters dared to attack his trusted commander. It was clear he believed that the capture of Cao Jimin was also the plan of that same mysterious man, the one who so skillfully unraveled his carefully thought-out traps. But now that was no longer the most important thing, because he had already decided what Lin Yunfei's fate would be. Since Cao Jimin was his faithful right hand, he had every right to take one of the best masters of the Woolen Union as a deserved reward. Feeling such a humiliating proposal, the proud warrior flared up with furious rage. For him, it was better to fall a brave death on the battlefield than to end up in the hands of such a scoundrel. But Bai Yunhui coldly asked him not to disgrace himself with loud words that did not suit his combat skills at all. After that, he closed the distance between them in just a moment. To the surprise of everyone watching the duel, he did not attack the opponent with a blade. Instead, he reached out his hands as if he wanted to grab the prey. His fingers closed around Lin Yunfei's neck as if he wanted to suck out all his life force. Ruthlessly squeezing the grip, he brought the man to the point where he rapidly began to lose consciousness from lack of air. Watching Lin Yunfei desperately resist with his last strength, Bai Yunhui noted with icy curiosity that willpower was the only virtue of this warrior. As soon as the unfortunate man lost the ability to resist, special acupuncture points were immediately applied to his body, blocking any movement. After that, Bai Yunhui, like a sack of potatoes, without any ceremony threw him over his shoulder. By that time, other members of the elite unit, Sirius Star, had already arrived. As soon as their leader briefly ordered to finish off the survivors, they immediately rushed to carry out the order. It was as clear as day. All the warriors of this legendary unit fervently desired to kill every member of the Woolen Union to the last man. In response, the fearless Captain Dugu Uli gave his loyal fighters the order to hold on until their last breath. Following the example of their commander, even the weakest warriors rushed into battle with desperate determination. However, this did not intimidate the ruthless warriors of the Sirius Star. At all, they were burning with the desire to show the whole world the power of their demon worship school. Methodically, one by one, they began to cold-bloodedly annihilate the brave defenders. However, Dugu Uli, who fought alongside the rank-and-file soldiers, proved not to be such an easy prey, took dozens of enemy soldiers with him. Watching this merciless slaughter from the side, Lujun and his defenders could not just stand aside as indifferent spectators. The noble Dugu Si clearly understood the serious threat posed by the arrival of the Sirius Star Squad. With a heavy heart, she apologized to the one she cared for, confessing that she would not be able to keep this promise and was no longer able to simply protect him. She felt that her time had come to throw herself into this uneven battle. Prudent Fen Yun tried to dissuade the girl, explaining that they would not be able to stop an entire horde of elite warriors. Soon, they would all be mercilessly exterminated. He did not understand why the lady voluntarily decided to face inevitable death, since their main task was to protect Lujun. For Fen Yun, there would be no greater honor than to die fulfilling this sacred duty. The proud Dugusi could not simply stand aside and indifferently watch as her comrades died one by one. In that tense moment, they suddenly saw exhausted fighters approaching them. The wounded warriors begged the lady to fulfill her direct duty to the Union and assured her that they themselves would take care of the approaching enemies. After all, they were all still alive, only thanks to the wisdom of Lujun. And now it was their time to repay the young strategist for the invaluable help. Therefore, while life still pulsed in their hearts, they could not allow the enemy to approach their priceless advisor. It was unbearably bitter for Lujun to watch these brave people ready without hesitation to give their lives for him. Everything that was happening pushed him into a dead, and there was no visible way out, and an attempt to escape seemed too risky. The pursuers would almost certainly catch him. The perceptive Fen Yun was absolutely sure that the noble Lujun had not even thought about fleeing. But in this he was deeply mistaken. The young strategist was indeed considering the possibility of leaving the battlefield, even though it meant a great risk of being captured. He would have dared to take this desperate step if Bai Yunhui had brought only about 50 people with him. But now the elite unit Sirius Star numbered about 200 experienced fighters, and the chances of dying were terribly high. The paradox is that Lujun thought completely differently. He was confident. Their chances of survival had significantly increased. The vigilant Dugu Si immediately noticed that his confident words completely contradicted common sense. However, the mysterious strategist decided not to give unnecessary explanations and promised that very soon everything would become clear by itself. He only added that their chances were increasing precisely because their main opponent was Bai Yunhui himself. Even the simple soldiers, hearing this strange statement, did not dare to doubt. They decided that their humble minds were not meant to comprehend the depth of this paradoxical logic. But the inquisitive Dugu Si eagerly sought to get to the truth. After all, not long ago Lujun himself insisted that the appearance of the heavenly demon sword meant their inevitable end, and they had to destroy as many enemies as possible before its arrival. Now, when Bai Yunhui himself came against them with an army that greatly outnumbered them, one could only grimly admit their chances of survival were almost zero. But the patient strategist asked to stop the futile questions and calmly assured only time would show on whose side victory would be. The skeptical Feng Yun immediately intervened in the conversation, grimly noting that, in his opinion, the outcome of the battle was decided from the very beginning. Their lively discussion was suddenly interrupted by Han Qiuguang, who regained consciousness. Seeing that the master had regained consciousness, everyone immediately rushed to him and anxiously asked about the condition of his wounds. However, the resilient warrior only smiled bitterly, brushing off questions about his body, and sadly complained about wounds in his soul. He reported that at least 5 of his comrades were now hanging on the threshold of another world. He insisted that he be explained as soon as possible what had happened during his unconsciousness. The prudent Lujin knew well, now was not the time for long explanations. They urgently needed to break away from the battle before the situation worsened completely. The experienced commander did not fully understand what the young strategist had planned, but he agreed to help. He gave the comrades the order to retreat. Lujin gave exactly the same command to Feng Yun. With the help of his powerful spiritual energy, the young man instantly informed every one of the military advisors' decision to retreat in an organized manner. After brief consideration, Han Kuguang also decided to follow Lujin's advice, rushing into the very thick of the battle to repel fierce enemy attacks and at the same time transmit the order to retreat. When the troops finally managed to withdraw to a safe distance, the pouring rain ceased, as if nature itself had declared a temporary truce. 2 warring armies, not daring to approach each other, froze in tense anticipation, guessing what moves the opponent would make. Lujin sighed with relief. At least they managed to retreat from such a formidable enemy and avoid catastrophic losses. It seemed like a miracle, because usually the most damage is inflicted during a retreat. Such a favorable outcome was not accidental. As soon as the young strategist's command sounded, all the soldiers instantly obeyed, trusting him unconditionally. But the insightful commander was troubled by one incomprehensible moment. Why did the enemy not pursue them during the retreat? This mysterious question was unexpectedly answered by an experienced warrior, suggesting that the reason lay in the personality of their military advisor, and according to him, Lujin had every chance to become a true master of strategic thinking. The confused Han Kuguan did not understand what was meant. That guy could not even handle the simplest weapon. However, the wise commander, like no one else, knew even an advisor can achieve unparalleled mastery not in martial arts, but in understanding human psychology. Such a master knows how to instill in the opponent a deceptive sense of superiority, to deliver a devastating blow at the most unexpected moment. Even the simplest gesture of such a strategist is given great significance by experienced opponents. Gradually, Uncle Cao Kain, who also began to understand the essence of this, thought the young advisor had already skillfully led opponents by the nose more than once, so now everyone expected some cunning trap from him. It is quite possible the enemies suspected that the retreat was only bait, luring them into a deadly trap. And yet the perceptive commander felt that this was not the end of the confrontation. At that moment, Bai Yunhui did not stop striving to find out who exactly on the enemy's side was giving such unexpected orders. As the hero of this legendary warrior remembered, his intuition never failed, and his actions were lightning decisive. At this moment, the commander desperately wanted to find out how Lujin met this formidable man. The young man had no choice but to admit that they were truly connected by shared memories from the distant past. But there was no time for details. The decisive moment had come to start negotiations. Lujin asked Feng Yun to follow him, taking the captive Cao Jimin with them. The strong youth immediately, without any effort, lifted the wounded man and threw him over his shoulder. The fearless Dugu Si also decided to join them to provide additional protection. Watching this small group bravely walk straight into the enemy camp, everyone knew ahead was a real decisive clash. But many sincerely doubted, could this unarmed boy end the bloody battle with words alone? It was obvious in this desperate plan they could only hope for the mercy of fate. Yet deep down, everyone believed that Lujin definitely knew what he was doing. Moreover, there was one more hope. Hardly even Bai Yunhui himself would dare to kill a man whose closest comrade was held hostage. As soon as Bai Yunhui noticed the approach of 3 determined people, he instantly understood the situation and, without wasting a second, turned to his assistant with an order to prepare their own prisoner. Standing face to face with his old acquaintance, Lujin was tormented, wondering how these dangerous negotiations would end, and most importantly, whether Bai Yunhui would recognize him after so many years. The first question sharply posed by the formidable sword of the heavenly demon was a direct clarification. Was the person before him really the same military advisor of the enemy? At this fateful moment, Lujin bitterly realized that his old acquaintance clearly did not recognize him. This discovery noticeably alarmed the experienced warrior. He was quite sure he had never met this young man before. Lujin was not at all surprised by such a reaction. Although outwardly he had hardly changed since those old times, he had long ceased to be the strange boy once met by the future sword of the heavenly demon. So he had no choice but to politely ask Bai Yunhui to forget those words. He explained that he was not at all obliged to remember all the people he had once met on his path. The perceptive Dugu Si noticed some bitterness in his words, as if the fact that Bai Yunhui did not recognize his old acquaintance suddenly caused him pain in his soul. The worried girl sincerely wanted to find out what had really happened between these two such different people. Meanwhile, Lejun, taking a step forward, decided to officially introduce himself. He said that until recently he had been escorting trade convoys in a transport company, but was dismissed due to some fault, and after this misfortune intended to return home, but quite by accident found himself drawn into this bloody war. This simple story about a modest caravan escort clearly made Bai Yunhui wary. However, Lejun's participation in the battle could indeed have been a mere coincidence. In the end, he decided that such an explanation was quite plausible, though somewhat unusual. So he believed the young man's words and decided to give him at least some chance. Lejun, embarrassed, did not understand at all what kind of chance from the formidable sword of the heavenly demon was meant. However, he thoughtfully noted that their new meeting happened either by accident or by fate itself. Without waiting for an answer, Bai Yunhui got to the point and immediately said that for Lejun now there was a unique chancito get off this unlucky boat. He directly asked if the young strategist was ready to switch to their side. After all, by joining the cult of demon worship, he could soar to unreachable heights and get everything he desired. Such a brazen offer of open betrayal shocked Lejun's companions. But the young man with a casual appearance noticed that the interlocutor seemed not to have fully heard him and politely reminded him that he was just an ordinary person who once guarded trade caravans. Yet such modest self-identification did not at all embarrass the insightful commander. On the contrary, he stated that he precisely needed such extraordinary people. Bai Yunhui compared Liujun to a precious stone. With skillful cutting, it can shine brighter than the brightest star in the sky. However, he immediately added another important thought. If this rare precious stone did not fall to him, he would not allow it to be in anyone else's hands and would mercilessly shatter it. The insightful Feng Yun instantly understood what this meant. If he refused the offer, Liujun would be mercilessly destroyed. Therefore, the wary warrior persistently urged the young strategist to carefully consider such a generous offer. He had only until sunset, no more. To prove the seriousness of his intentions, he coldly added that the sword of the heavenly demon was famous for carrying out its threats with lightning speed. These insolent threats from such an arrogant man deeply outraged the brave Dugusi. Meanwhile, the pensive Liujun clearly realized the hopeless situation he had fallen into. Ignoring his hesitation, Bai Yunhui continued to paint alluring prospects, reminding that by joining the cult, the young man would be able to fully reveal his extraordinary abilities, and the only alternative to this brilliant future was the possibility of watering the grass with his own blood. While Liujun stood with a serious face, his devoted protectors instantly rushed forward, forming a living shield before their master. The self-confident commander merely smiled condescendingly, considering their actions a futile gesture of fools doomed to perish. At this critical moment, Liujun realized with icy clarity that much more than just his own life or death depended on his choice. But the experienced Bai Yunhui felt that the decision had to be extremely simple, even simpler than he initially assumed. The choice was cruel: to die for the sake of preserving an illusory sense of duty, or to survive at the cost of becoming a traitor. He was certain such a decision should not cause any difficulties. But the proud Dugusi was overwhelmed by indescribable rage at such cynical words. She angrily reminded the arrogant man of lofty concepts, honor, and sacred duty. After all, she and Liujun had been together from the very beginning to the very end, starting from that shared night. As soon as she uttered these reckless words, the embarrassed girl realized with horror that what she said could be interpreted completely wrongly. Bai Yunhui only sneered mockingly, implying that Liujun had obtained his high rank not due to strategic talent, but through the bed of an influential patroness. Unfortunately, the confused young man did not even give the embarrassed girl a chance to somehow justify herself because of her carelessly spoken words. Despite the awkward situation, Liujun calmly explained to Bai Yunhui that serious moral obligations and enormous responsibility for the people behind him had already fallen on him. Having heard this simple story, the formidable commander surprisingly instantly believed it and again tried to turn the young man to his side. However, Lejun did not stop. Even severely wounded warriors, barely standing on their feet, were ready to fight and give their lives because of him. His sense of duty stemmed from their boundless trust, a trust he simply could not betray under any circumstances. After these sincere words, he decisively said that he had already made his final choice. Bai Yunhui was genuinely stunned that the boy was so stubbornly digging his own grave, refusing to accept the only, in his opinion, correct decision. Despite all arguments, Lejun finally replied, "I stay with my loyal comrades until the very end." Not letting him finish, an enraged Bai Yunhui swiftly charged into attack with his sword raised. Fortunately, the vigilant Dugusi caught the deadly move in time and managed to deflect the blow somewhat. As soon as the man threw her aside, the brave Feng Yun instantly rushed to her place. Meanwhile, the girl herself barely held on and stopped at the last moment to avoid crashing into the nearest obstacle. Having received internal injuries from the powerful strike, she realized with horror how strong this warrior was, so strong that imagining such power was almost impossible. But even when the enemy's advantage was obvious, the fearless Feng Yun still stood on his feet, stubbornly holding back the onslaught of the invincible opponent. At this decisive moment, Uncle Cao Qianhu and Han Qiguang, who had just recovered, instantly rushed to help the young defenders. But the perceptive commander-in-chief, Dugu Uli, stopped them with a decisive gesture, understanding that they should not interfere in this duel. Cao Qianhu, overwhelmed with indignation, found it unthinkable that they were forced to just stand and watch their comrades die before their eyes. He knew for sure something had to be done urgently, otherwise it would be too late. But the steadfast Dugu Uli sternly reminded him of the advisor's clear instructions to do nothing, no matter what they saw or heard. He was convinced the best thing they could do in this situation was simply to trust the wisdom of Lujun and patiently wait for the outcome. Under the devastating pressure of the powerful enemy, Feng Yun began to gradually yield positions. Seeing this, Lujun asked Bai Yunhui with amazing calm whether he was really destined to die today. Even more enraged by that audacious remark, the commander-in-chief repeated his categorical words: if Lujun does not fall to him, then he will fall to no one. But the young strategist knew for sure that even if he were killed, the war would not end there. And the confident Bai Yunhui thought differently. He intended to completely destroy all his opponents before sunset. Then Lujun, as if leading a casual conversation, calmly admitted that he himself did not fully understand why he decided to join these unfamiliar people. Without even noticing it, he became an integral part of their cohesive team, and now they sincerely appreciate him and highly value everything he does for the common cause. The cynical Bai Yunhui saw nothing special in this attachment. He noticed that in extreme situations, such as war, people would always desperately need a hero to save them. And even if this so-called hero one day did something resembling a miracle, later his followers would blindly trust every one of his actions. And just the same, the hero added, the followers of the demon worship cult unconditionally trusted Bai Yunhui himself because he was one of their recognized heroes. It seemed this was the only thing that united them, despite the fact that they were completely different. But only their methods of waging war remained completely opposite. Even knowing that his body was weak, the brave Liujun was ready without any fear to fight back against his old acquaintance. He did not tremble. He believed that his natural cleverness would be enough to stop the enemy's deadly blade. The young man decided not to delay the inevitable confrontation any longer, knowing that sooner or later they were destined to meet face to face. And at this fateful moment, Bai Yunhui finally understood who the man standing before him really was. He noticed with surprise how much time had passed since they first met. This confident young strategist was the same little boy who was the first of all to be amazed by his supernatural abilities. The child, unarmed but completely fearless, was walking across the hellish battlefield strewn with corpses. On that distant day, the warrior became angry at the audacious boy, but at the same time he was struck that the child had ended up in the middle of a terrible massacre. Only now did he realize how much that boy resembled the current Lujun, also recklessly wandering the battlefield without a weapon. Instead of playing with a ball like all normal children his age, that unusual boy was trying to find a way to victory for their shattered army. And so, just as then, so now, Bai Yunhui involuntarily believed his words. No one else would believe such an absurd claim that one could win after a shameful retreat, but surprisingly, Bai Yunhui did exactly that. Lujun understood this at the very moment when, after his words, the legendary warrior listened to his advice without a shadow of doubt. He also recalled how, leaving that ancient battlefield, young Bai Yunhui loudly declared that if he survived this bloody massacre, he would definitely become a ruler. And now, finally convinced that before him truly stood his old acquaintance, Bai Yunhui smiled sincerely for the first time and greeted the young man by the name he had only just learned. Lujun calmly explained that much had changed in his life since then. For many people, he had become the only hope, and if that hope were taken away, their despair would inevitably turn into destructive rage. They would fight to the last, until swords fell from numb hands. In that case, he warned, the battle would truly take on a destructive scale and last at least a day. By that time, the captured Sichuan division will be mercilessly repelled by the combined forces of the Dansang and Qingshan schools, allied with Wulin, and the cult warriors remaining there will be completely destroyed. Perceptive Bai Yunhui instantly noticed a clear inconsistency as far as he knew. The Dansang and Qingshan schools had never been part of the Wulin alliance. However, the unflappable Liujun only remarked with surprise that such an informed person was completely unaware of the latest political changes. According to him, these schools were now the second detachment, reinforcing the Wulin Union. As soon as Mr. Dugu Uli learned about the capture of the Sichuan division, he immediately felt an urge to go there at once. But the wise Liujun dissuaded him from this hasty step and suggested sending a secret message to the allies. According to the young man's calculations, reinforcements were supposed to arrive there by the end of the day. If Bai Yunhui and his army got there earlier, he would manage to prevent the disaster. The main strategic mistake of the Heavenly Demon Sword was that he left too few defenders in the Sichuan division. Only now did the insightful Dugu Si finally understand Liujun's true motivation, why he was really ready to surrender if Bai Yunhui brought only 50 people with him. From Liu Jun's stories, she understood that the legendary warrior truly valued the lives of his loyal subordinates, and they would never retreat and would fight to the last breath. Now everyone present waited with bated breath to see what decision the unpredictable Bai Yunhui would make. Would he go to save the lives of his people, or stay here to destroy Liu Jun once and for all? The intrigue suddenly unraveled. At first, Bai Yunhui pushed Feng Yun far aside with one powerful strike. After that, accelerating at full speed, he rushed straight at the defenseless Liu Jun. Stunned, Duguxi realized with horror that she had reacted too late and would not manage to cover her ward in time. At that fateful moment, Bai Yunhui swung his legendary sword and delivered a slicing blow along the entire body of the young man. At that moment, everyone without exception who was watching froze in silent horror, waiting to see blood gush out. To everyone's surprise, there was not even the slightest wound on Liu Jun's body. Calmly standing opposite the stunned boy, Bai Yunhui made it clear that his generous offer was still valid. He was counting on Liu Jun to make the right choice at their next meeting. But he warned the young man, "Remember well, next time there will be no leniency." As soon as these words left his lips, he sharply ordered his warriors to leave the prisoner, take the wounded Cao Ziming, and retreat immediately. Confused, Dugu Uli watched what was happening with undisguised surprise and could not understand how Liu Jun had managed to achieve such a result. The fearless strategist himself remained in place, calmly observing how the troops of the Sirius Star were indeed retreating, going away. The thoughtful Bai Yunhui, retreating from the battlefield, felt that this meeting with an old acquaintance was clearly not the last. He even impatiently imagined the moment when fate would bring them together again. Looking at the empty battlefield, Dugu Wuli still could not believe that the enemy had truly abandoned their plans. At that moment, the loyal uncle ran up to check the condition of the prisoner Lin Yunfei, and with relief found that he would definitely survive once he regained consciousness. Then, filled with gratitude, Dugu Wuli decided to inquire how the young hero, who had given so much emotional strength to accomplish this, was feeling. But he did not even manage to fully utter his question when the exhausted Liu Jun suddenly began to lose consciousness. The caring Duguxi gently calmed the people, assuring them that the boy would be fine, he just needed a short rest. It was clear that he was completely exhausted several days, without normal sleep, and constant tension had drained all his strength. At that very second, the practical girl decisively suggested to her father to immediately send a secret message to the allies. The confused man at first did not understand what it was about. So the lady patiently explained that it was necessary to warn the masters of the Dankang and Qingchen schools, whom they supposedly sent to the Sichuan branch. Circumstances changed abruptly, and the sword of the heavenly demon was now heading precisely there. Dugu Uli, completely perplexed, still could not grasp the essence of what was happening, and assumed that perhaps such a message had earlier been sent by Lezhen himself. And only at that moment did the embarrassed Dugu Si realize, with surprise, that this whole story was just a cunning lie, invented by a resourceful strategist. The father confirmed her suspicion. Only the Amei school had joined their army, and no messages had been sent to other factions. The hero understood that Bai Yunhui had finally chosen the path of a true hero, sacrificing his ambitions to save his loyal warriors. Although Bai Yunhui formally did not win this battle, he nevertheless became a true hero because instead of personal triumph, he chose to save the lives of his loyal warriors. Only a true hero bravely leaves the easy path and chooses the difficult one. Such a person lives in poverty all their life, but is always followed by loyal followers. Today, the sword of the heavenly demon chose precisely this difficult road. In this situation, he was absolutely indifferent whether Lezhen's words were true or a masterful deception. The main thing was that he did not hesitate to rush to help his people upon learning that they were in mortal danger. Today's events could have forever tarnished the reputation of the invincible sword of the heavenly demon, but he, at the cost of his own glory and valor, acted truly nobly, placing the rescue of human lives above all else. But the insightful Dugu Uli understood. Bai Yunhui was not the only one who today chose the path of a true hero. The young Liu Jun also set out on the same thorny path. The commander sincerely believed that as soon as this gifted youth fully realized his outstanding abilities, the world would inevitably write a new history by his hand. The story shifts to the Beidao faction, the main center of the Woolen Union. In the mighty Black Heaven Union, the demon worship cult unleashed open war, tension unknown before reigned within the Woolen Union itself. As if responding to this unrest, troubling news began to flock to the main center of the Union from all corners of the world. All incoming reports went directly to the chief military advisor, Zhuge Tianyu. Alongside the chief sword master of the Woolen Union, Tian Beiyu, Zhuge Tianyu was one of those who held the helm of the entire Great Alliance. Moreover, the influential Zhuge clan, led by his elder brother, was one of the 8 great clans. The Union largely owed its prosperity to this outstanding advisor, who accomplished many great deeds during his lifetime. Thus, leaders often sought his invaluable help and rightly called him a brilliant military strategist. But now he was extremely focused, carefully studying information about a previously unknown young man named Liu Jun. The last few reports were only about this mysterious youth, and the content of these messages was extremely interesting. An experienced strategist could not even imagine that some unknown boy without special education could surpass such a recognized genius as himself. He even became curious could he, if he were in Lejun's place, just as brilliantly expose the cunning spy disguised as the Naname. And even if he did expose her, would he have enough skill to outwit the legendary Bai Yunhui himself? The more the experienced man thought about it, the more honestly he admitted to himself, he definitely could not act as effectively in a similar situation. Despite such a young age, the intuition of this boy seemed to be better than his own. So the experienced strategist became increasingly curious. Who really is this mysterious Lejun? Suddenly, looking down from his high window, Zhuge Tian noticed his old friend training in the courtyard. His noble head was adorned with gray hair and a neat beard, and his body still easily performed complex maneuvers in the air. Seeing the advisor watching him, the old sword master sincerely admitted that he was just about to call his friend to admire the shine of his blade in the moonlight. Zhuge Tian was genuinely surprised. Despite such a respectable age, his comrade still loved training with the sword so much. But Tian Beiyu himself did not consider that these exercises brought him any special pleasure. Most likely, it was a long-standing habit he believed that if he abandoned this matter, his faithful sword would inevitably rust from inactivity. The diplomatic Zhuge Tian mentally noted that his friend's legendary blade had long been covered with invisible rust because the master had not used it for its intended purpose in real battles. Tian Beiyu was surprised by such straightforwardness from his usually reserved friend, but decided not to argue. Zhuge Tian always stood out for his remarkable insight, although sometimes he was a real troublemaker who was not afraid to speak unpleasant truths. To avoid a potentially conflictive topic, the cunning Zhuge Tian suddenly suggested to the man to visit Sichuan, which had become the epicenter of recent events. Tian Beiyu admitted that he himself was not against such a journey because the cult of demon worship had brazenly invaded the central part of the country. And the chief master of the Wulin Union was watching all this from a faraway land. Hearing this irony, the prudent chief advisor could not help but remark they were literally in the very center of the Wulin Union, not in some remote periphery. But the experienced warrior meant something completely different. He passionately dreamed of becoming the master, sincerely respected by the rising generation of martial arts. Although the skeptical Zhuge Tian did not believe that his ambitious friend would succeed in gaining the desired recognition. Modern youth was no longer the same perhaps even if the legendary founder of their school himself led the army. He would hardly gain the full respect of today's audacious youth. No matter what, even if they now make an official visit to the troubled region, it will only be a diplomatic gesture of goodwill and is unlikely to seriously change their status in society. Tian Beiyu's words might have sounded selfish, but he was not ashamed to admit that he partly sought to soothe his wounded pride. The wise Zhuge Tian did not condemn the feelings of his old comrade and understood them well. However, effectively managing such a heterogeneous Wulin Union is not easy at all. It included the most influential families, 9 largest martial arts schools, 8 great clans, and several separate monk families. But despite all the difficulties, Tian Beiyu had not yet lost his legendary skills enough for these divided groups to stop respecting him as a recognized leader. Having expressed this reassuring thought, he decided to silently say goodbye and go about his business. But the persistent Zhuge Tian asked his friend to make one important decision before leaving and suggested they talk frankly. He was burning to know what his wise comrade thought about the talented Liujun, who had suddenly appeared on the political arena. Tian Beiyu instantly realized that it was about the very same mysterious strategist whose exploits were on everyone's lips. As far as Zhuge Tian knew, this young man had worked for some time at a transport enterprise, escorting trade caravans. The gray-haired master was only surprised that his clever friend had already managed to learn everything possible about this unknown youth. But he rightly noted, this is only superficial knowledge, they still had to find out much more. First of all, where did Liujun get such outstanding strategic abilities? These innate talents truly impressed with depth and originality. Even a recognized military advisor would hardly have come up with some of his brilliant solutions. Tian Beiyu even felt that his old friend began to be a little jealous of this young talent. It would be nice if suddenly someone extraordinary appeared who would awaken in the advisor, hardened by routine, that refreshing feeling and give him the opportunity to invigorate himself and, so to speak, show old tricks. It seems the intuition did not fail the master Zhuge. Tian really felt some jealousy towards the young prodigy. He could honestly admit to himself, although this realization was unpleasant and even painful for his pride. However, the vigilant advisor developed a troubling suspicion that Liujun might be a secret supporter of the enemy cult. This unexpected suspicion immediately alarmed Tian Beiyu, although he knew that for now these were only unfounded guesses. He decided to ask his acquaintance again, who was aware of how he came to such a troubling conclusion. In a conspiratorial tone, Zhuge Tian shared the suspicion that all the events could be part of a cunning plan by the cult fanatics. If Liu Jun really is their secret agent, then he has already successfully penetrated the very heart of their defense system. Tian Beiyu suddenly realized, even if this theory is true, it is not such bad news, because in that case the mysterious young man is unlikely to cause anything more destructive in the near future than he has already done. Cautious Yuge Tian found it strange that, among other things, in Liu Jun's story there had accumulated far too many suspicious coincidences that somehow played into his hands. At first, as if by accident, he came across the influential Dugusi in a cozy tavern, and the very next day he exposed a skilled nun spy. It was hard to believe in this incredible series of coincidences, unless one assumed that some secret plan was behind it all. But it was Yuge Tian who earlier recalled that the boy had honestly worked for several years as a simple porter at an ordinary transport enterprise. Tian Beiyuan felt that although this biographical detail was simple, Liu Jun clearly had some special connection with the sword of the heavenly demon. Moreover, there were interesting rumors. They had known each other for a long time. There was some special atmosphere between them, as if something secretly united them. However, it was still completely unclear what exactly. But despite all suspicions, Tian Beiyun could not close his eyes to the obvious fact. This boy saved a lot of lives of the Union warriors, and no matter how you look at it, if Liu Jun really fought on their side, this cannot be denied or belittled. In any case, experienced strategists understood one thing: sooner or later, the name of this mysterious youth would be on everyone's lips. Brilliant strategist, the most cunning mind, victor of the sword of the heavenly demon, a young genius, as if appearing out of nowhere, who saved hundreds of lives of the members of the Woolen Union with his brilliant mind. Such a man would inevitably attract admiring people, and his words would carry enormous weight in the eyes of the public. Using his growing authority, will he be able to build an impeccable reputation and one day gain so much power as to destroy his patrons? This was exactly what the wise Tian Beiyun feared. He did not hide behind words and directly asked Zhuge Tian what decision would be best in this situation. While the cunning advisor was tormented by doubts about whether it was worth giving this talented boy an official position as a military advisor in the Beishengyu chamber, the perceptive warrior quickly guessed the true intention of his friend to keep a potentially dangerous young man nearby in order to constantly watch over him. This cunning tactic was indeed part of the sly plan of the experienced intriguer. He preferred to keep possible opponents within sight. At the same time, far from political intrigues, the loyal Uncle Cao Kainu calmly drove a comfortable carriage drawn by lively horses. Inside the carriage, as if nothing had happened, the young Lady Dugusi sat calmly together with Liuzhong and Feng Yun. At some point, when the carriage bounced over another bump, the dozing Feng Yun suddenly woke up from a short nap. At first, he even thought that they had already arrived at their destination. But Feng Yun was mistaken. Ahead of them still lay quite a long way. To finally shake off his drowsiness, the young man decided to ask the lady why she had returned to her usual appearance. He could not understand at all why the noble young lady pretended to be a boy when it was already clear to everyone that she was a girl. However, the refined Lady Dugusi clearly felt, even if the perceptive Feng Yun had seen through her from the very beginning, this did not mean at all that others saw her as a girl, and even in the guise of a young man, she was still attracting attention. Although, as the vigilant Feng Yun noticed, that charming face did not look like a boy at all. He believed that there were always enough fools in China, so they would easily fall for her disguise. Obviously, not knowing the whole story, Feng Yun did not understand why at that moment the mysterious Liu Jun reacted so strangely. The curious young man decided to chat a little with the hero. He just wanted to ask about a few things, namely about why the strategist chose him as his companion. The reason was one: Feng Yun possessed incredible strength. It was strange that the insightful Liu Jun figured this out so easily, since he had not yet seen the young man in battle. However, the observant strategist understood everything at the very moment the boy managed to grab him on the bridge. It was stunning, because at that moment, Feng Yun was not even using his strength to the fullest. But the vigilant Liu Jun noticed that the young companion possessed incredible strength, about which they still had much to learn. Feng Yun was surprised that the skinny boy saw some special power in him. He thought that Liu Jun might be a prophet, but he could not understand how a person who knew nothing about martial arts could judge this. Yet even without combat skills, the insightful young man saw potential in him. Liu Jun had not been taught this, but in his short, though eventful life, he had seen a lot. Then the inquisitive Feng Yun decided to find out why the talented strategist had not studied martial arts. But he was completely absorbed in work, earning a living for himself and his loved ones. Once Lezhong tried to learn, but it turned out to be nothing like writing, and it stole a lot of precious time. And indeed it was true, to master the art and become a master, one had to focus solely on training. And even modest Lezhong found it not very interesting, especially with his slender body. But Feng Yun would not say that his companion was too thin. He believed that the young man had a normal build, although a bit of muscle certainly wouldn't hurt him. It was obvious that such comments somewhat irritated the reserved strategist. Although the boy did not see any fault in himself, he was telling the truth. Even the lady barely restrained her laughter, watching their small quarrel. One way or another, the hero gave up, deciding that martial arts was not his craft. But his opinion changed. Everything that has happened to him recently has overturned his perception of the world. He must learn this and take upon himself all the burdens of training. And it is precisely because of this that Liu Jun turned to Feng Yun with a request to help him in training. The events moved to the Sichuan settlement. No matter how long the legendary Bai Yunshui waited for that moment, he never awaited the promised attack. Next to the famous warrior stood Quan Talon, deputy commander of the Sirius Star Squad. As they had already found out, the enemies were going to move towards them, but for some unknown reason, they did not. Then the gloomy Bai Yunshui began to wonder even more whether he had acted correctly. The loyal Quan Talon was convinced. His master thought first and foremost about his people. If they had really been attacked without him, they definitely would not have coped. Yet it could not be denied, they were simply deceived. And the assistant was most tormented by one thing: how that young strategist found out that the noble man values the lives of his subordinates above all else. The commander understood. It was not difficult. A person is easy to deceive, especially if they want it themselves. Loyal Quan Talon did not understand why his master seemed to want to be deceived then, so he decided not to touch this delicate topic, and at least rejoiced that there were no losses on their side. Moreover, his right hand was saved. Nothing threatened the subordinates, and the demonic sword did not have to kill the one it did not want to. However, these events marked the first brilliant victories and the capture of the Sichuan branch of the Woolen Union. What worried the vigilant Quan Talon the most was that the cult founder, who arrived in the occupied territory, would again start making claims. And obviously, the proud Bai Yunhui found this insanely funny. As always, his devoted assistant, on the contrary, was infuriated that the greedy founder came to everything ready-made, without lifting a finger. But now everything was a little different. About 2,000 people were brought here, and among them was the elder Shui Sichai. Just one wrong move towards them, and they would all be demoted. But the wise Quan Talon, like no one else, clearly felt they were not interested in this at all. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by the close aides of the commander of the Black Wolves squad. They immediately fell to their knees before the formidable lord and fervently begged their leader for help. Clearly worried, Bai Yunshui thought that the commander of the Black Wolves squad had gotten worse, but his wounds were not fatal. But the ruthless cult leader was going to punish him cruelly, 300 lashes with a whip. Even a healthy person would barely have enough strength to endure such a brutal punishment. Therefore, his loyal subordinates were worried that their wounded leader would not survive with such injuries. Hearing this news, the noble man flared up with righteous anger. At the same time, the insightful Quan Talon was confident that the resilient Cao Jimin would definitely survive even after these tortures. But those close to the wounded warrior persistently tried to convince them that this decision was unwise. But Quan Talon clearly felt this was a trap to test their captain's reaction. They were just waiting for him to come to the aid of the head of the Black Wolves squad. Proud Bai Yunshui did not want to let down their hopes and therefore set out on the road. But the prudent Quan Talon repeated one last time that the battle-hardened Cao Jimin was not a coward and would endure this torment. Obviously, the worried warriors begged the brave captain not to allow this, because they believed that the wounded man would inevitably die from such suffering. Bai Yunshui calmly passed by the concerned assistant and quietly asked him to remember his words if he ever switched places with Cao Jimin. At first completely confused, Quan Talon did not even understand what the captain was hinting at. But then he tried to deny what was said, pretending that Bai Yunshui had misunderstood him. At that moment, kneeling, the mutilated Cao Jimin begged the cult founder to simply kill him. However, the arrogant founder, the evil spirit of the Jade Dragon named Lin Lucian, reminded that because of Cao Jimin's defeat, the school's prestige had fallen. And the death penalty would be too severe a punishment for him. Discipline in their school was strict, but not to that extent. The wounded warrior reminded that he had fought for his school all his life and believed he deserved to die from a single blow. If he had switched places with the founder, the punishment by whip would have humiliated him just the same. Obviously, the arrogant Lin Lucian considered such words nonsense and decided that the warrior was too insolent after all. Even in such a situation, he tried to object. So 300 lashes were not enough. He increased them to 500 and immediately ordered the warriors to proceed with carrying out his command. Immediately after that, they began to bring out a special cross, and looking at this, the authoritative Lin Lucian felt that all this time Cao Jimin together with the sword of the heavenly demon had been plotting something against him. But this time one of them fell into his grasp, and he had to make the proud warrior crawl like a worm. However, when it already seemed that the punishment of Cao Ziming was inevitable, his fearless leader suddenly burst onto the scene of the public whipping. Immediately having descended to the ground, he with one devastating sword strike cut the cross on which his loyal comrade was to be crucified as punishment. At such audacity, Lin Lucian became furious, lost his temper, and began demanding explanations. The unperturbed commander only laughed and said that he had decided to remove the useless junk that was blocking his way. It is no wonder that in this tense situation such a bold joke simply drove the hot-tempered founder of the cult mad. He immediately exploded with indignation. How dare this insolent man behave like that in the presence of 5 respected elders? He believed that by this unacceptable act Bai Yunhui had offended not only him, the founder, but also the respected leaders. However, the fearless warrior calmly reminded that although Lin Lucian was the founder, he was not his direct superior. There was neither authority nor subordination between them, but the power-hungry founder still tried to impose this hierarchy. Perhaps he had forgotten, but the proud Bai Yunhui led the vanguard and did not understand why he should obey the self-absorbed founder if he had no authority for it. And it was obvious, even the disgraced Lin Lucian could not deny before him truly stood the legitimate commander-in-chief. But the arrogant Lin Lucian demanded that, in such a situation, the fearless man take responsibility for this defeat. Previously, that arrogant founder treated him with some special politeness and decided to punish only the commander of the Black Wolves squad. The noble warrior tried to argue with him, but obviously, the proud Bai Yunhui was most angered by the fact that what happened was called a defeat. But the powerful Lin Lucian simply could not explain it otherwise. The second squad was completely destroyed. Moreover, the person whom the legendary sword of the heavenly demon fiercely protected had to answer for failing to properly complete his mission. If the commander of the Sirius squad had not rushed to save him, the loyal Cao Jimin would already have been captured by the enemy, and he could even have been killed. Despite this, the indulgent founder supposedly showed mercy to all of them, but the rebellious Bai Yunhui had enough audacity to argue with him. In that case, he was ready to take full responsibility and accept punishment instead of the leader of the Black Wolves squad. But the stern warrior coldly reminded him one should not joke like that with him. And in general, he did not understand at all why the arrogant Lin Lucian had the right to hold him accountable. And he repeated that he was performing the duties of the commander-in-chief of the vanguard squad. They had different authorities. But the young founder only thought that the rebellious Bai Yunhui was behaving inappropriately, without even understanding the essence of the problem. He and all the respected elders present here guarded order and ensured that all squads adhered to it. In other words, they were the ones who decided whom to reward and whom to punish. Perhaps the audacious commander of the vanguard was so intoxicated by their mercy that he completely forgot these simple truths. But despite all the venom in the words of the arrogant Lin Ludian, the steadfast Bai Yunhui still considered him wildly naive. And at that moment, one of the respected elders spoke with one who believed that the cult founder was right. The higher ranks decided to hold the head of the Black Wolves squad accountable. The destruction of the second squad, the senseless pursuit, and the threat to annihilate the Black Wolves squad undoubtedly deserved condemnation, so the stern elder of the demonic cult resolutely declared that the decision was not subject to appeal. But the unyielding captain still believed that the treacherous elders were simply trying to completely shift the blame onto the man who had fought for this school all his life. Despite the inevitable sacrifices, he was confident they had won this battle. They had indeed managed to capture the Sichuan branch, which was considered impregnable. So he firmly believed that merits should be determined by victories, and the devoted Cao Jimin had done a great deal for his school. But despite such logical explanations, the hot-tempered founder lost his temper, considering Bai Yunhui too arrogant. He accused him, saying that he wanted to show disrespect to the elder's decision. But the steadfast warrior sharply ordered the man not to interfere in his conversation with the elders and not to test his patience. Because although the founder was of noble lineage, even Bai Yunhui's patience had its limits. Then, without letting the angry boy speak, he immediately interrupted him and boldly suggested giving him 15 days. During this time, he will conquer the entire Ulan Union. The steadfast warrior sharply reminded that there were 3 main factions in the Union: Amei, Qingchen, Dianzan, as well as the great clans. Bai Yunhui also reminded that during the battle they killed half of the people from the Amei school, so there would be no problems with their faction. Moreover, the Dianzan faction is the most remote from the Union, although they are not few in number. So apparently it will take about half a month to destroy the Union. During this time, he will destroy the influential clans and factions, even before reinforcements from the Dianzan faction arrive. Obviously, the shocked founder considered his words complete, unrealistic nonsense. Even his comrades thought it was impossible, too overwhelming a task. After a short pause, the angry Lin Lucian jumped to his feet, trying to make the confident general come to his senses. It seemed he had no idea how much needed to be done to achieve his goal. Most likely, the proud warrior did not even suspect what a poisonous arsenal these families possessed. There were no antidotes for those deadly substances. And if even one drop gets on a person's body, they will face a long and agonizing death. Instead of commenting on anything, the resolute commander sharply pushed the annoying boy away from himself. After that, looking at the elders, he gave them an iron promise. If within half a month he fails to conquer the influential clans, he will accept any punishment from the higher leadership. Despite these bold words, the wise elders remained calm and only wanted to hear a clear confirmation that he would not retract his words. But the fearless man simply exclaimed, I am already known as the Sword of the Heavenly Demon." He put his life on the line and gave them a special oath. The events again take place in the same cart in which Lujun and his friends were traveling to the Dugu family. When he asked Fenyun to teach him martial arts, the young man was confused. He wanted to be a companion, not a teacher. Obviously, the curious Lujun was interested in knowing the reason for the refusal. However, the embarrassed companion had as many as 5 arguments. The first reason was that Lujun was already too old to learn martial arts. It was obvious this deeply offended the sensitive boy, and this was only the beginning of the list. Secondly, because of his age, he would learn too slowly. Even if he trained for years only in the skill of moving through the air, he still would not be able to handle even the simplest. Thirdly, teaching him combat skills is sheer madness, and mastering movement in the air was already too late. Straightforward Fenyun could assure, even if he trained for 10 years, he would not be able to rise above the 3rd lowest rank. Fourthly, now the insightful strategist does not have enough time for training. He often has to work with his mind, not his body. Observant Lujun clearly saw that all these reasons were closely intertwined with each other. He was supposedly too old, so it was already too late to learn this art. However, the 5th reason why Fenyun avoided it turned out to be completely different from all the others. In fact, it was the main one. He simply did not want to take on this matter. And he himself did not really like martial arts that much. So he did not understand how he could teach people what he himself did not like. It was obvious. Curious Lujun was eager to find out the real reason for the young man's dislike. Delicate Dugusi could not understand. Why then did he continue to hone his skills if he did not like it? But when the embarrassed boy fell silent, everyone understood that he did not want to reveal this personal secret. Therefore, the wise lady calmly explained that he did not have to talk about this delicate topic. The tactful Lujun changed the subject and honestly admitted that he was upset to be refused because of such absurd excuses. The confused Fenyun still did not understand why the strategist needed to learn martial arts at all. The wise Lujun explained that it would be simply good if, in critical moments, he could also use physical strength. However, the skeptical defender saw no sense in this because he, together with the beautiful Dugusi, always stood by his comrade. However, the foresighted Lujun understood this cannot last forever. Moreover, right now he was still causing them too much trouble. The curious lady was eager to find out at what exact moment this thought flashed in Lujun's mind. It turned out he deeply pondered this topic when he remembered that moment with the wounded warriors. Those people barely stood on their feet, but were ready to give their lives to protect him. Since then, the determined Lujun understood. He absolutely must learn to stand up for himself. The perceptive girl herself understood. In that critical situation, he was truly lucky to come out unscathed. But it is not a fact that next time he will be so fortunate. So the prudent Lujun was right. Martial arts skills are never superfluous, and now this matter was more relevant than ever. Having heard all the arguments of the newly minted student, the thoughtful Fenyun pondered for a long time how he could help him. And then he laughed because he realized that the curious boy really did not care what to learn. But before the training began, the strict mentor decided to check if the young master was truly ready to do everything he was told. As soon as Lujun solemnly swore that he would obey any order, the cunning Fenyun immediately suggested honing speed. After that, he shouted and asked the faithful uncle to stop the cart. Immediately after that, the strict mentor sharply ordered the stunned Lujun to jump out of the carriage, and from then on run after the cart itself. Now the events unfold in the settlement of the Tang clan alliance. In general, the influential Tang clan is like a hereditary settlement that has existed for several centuries. The scale of this ancient settlement was impressive, and it was clear that many locals were well versed in poisons. Of course, not all of them were recognized masters, but among them from time to time true rare talents appeared. Lin Yunfei pondered thoughtfully. In the vast union, many people with the same surname might not even know each other. Perhaps that was why they were not too eager to engage in close cooperation. Immersed in these thoughts, the experienced warrior felt that such uncertainty prevailed not only in the clan union. Although the respected Tang clan had joined the Wulin Union, the famous schools Danking and Qingcheng and the powerful factions Huashan and Beidao still kept separate from each other. And so far the official leaders of the Wulin Union had shown no particular activity in the matter of their unification. Even Dugu Wuli was not given an immediate answer when he desperately asked for help in fighting a common enemy. By a miracle they were lucky. The brave cunning of the young strategist confused not only their clumsy allies, but also determined enemies. They say the truth is only the ghost of the greatness of their united forces forced the heavenly demon sword itself to reconsider its aggressive plans. Half an hour had already passed, and they were still patiently waiting for this important meeting. Lin Yunfei was a little surprised. Why was the wait so long, since the head of the Dugu clan himself, one of the 8 most influential families of the Union, had arrived as a guest? Although the host had a high status, such disrespect to honorable guests seemed to him an obvious excess. And Dugu Uli was not even offended. he understood that the respected clan head who had accepted them was already 93 years old in his long life. But the straightforward Lin Yunfei was silently indignant. This meeting was intended as serious negotiations between two influential leaders, where the distribution of resources and military aid issues were to be decided. He thought that in such a situation, a little basic politeness and punctuality would not hurt. At this tense moment, a young maid unexpectedly entered the spacious room. With a deep bow, she sincerely apologized for the delay, and with a trembling voice informed that the head of their respected clan asked to convey his deepest apologies. He was forced to be delayed for another 15 minutes due to unforeseen circumstances. Barely restraining his irritation, the dissatisfied commander coldly reminded that they had clearly agreed on the meeting time. The embarrassed girl quietly explained that the delay was because another important guest was to join them, and the respected head wanted to discuss everything in his presence, so she humbly asked for their understanding and patience. The two old friends were seized by uncontrollable curiosity. Who was this mysterious guest? However, the simple maid could not give them this information. She was only conveying the words of her master. While waiting, these two had nothing left to do but guess who this newly appeared character might be. Finally, after a long wait, the gray-haired clan head Tang solemnly entered the spacious hall himself. He was also a recognized master in creating and using exquisite poisons. It was the family craft of his ancient lineage. The guests respectfully bowed before the esteemed elder. The host smiled warmly, then apologized once again for his unforgivable lateness. As it turned out, he had somewhat forgotten the time, while enthusiastically talking with an incredibly talented child. And immediately after him, a graceful girl entered the room. Two guests immediately recognized her as the famous military advisor. She, a beauty herself, modestly apologized for not knowing about their visit, then officially introduced herself, honorary military advisor of the Ulan Union, known as the Ice Phoenix, Mujin Lin. She was also one of the rising stars of the prestigious association, 5 Dragons and 3 Phoenixes, perfectly mastering both skilled martial arts and sharp analytical mind. Finally, when all the honored guests had gathered, the hospitable head of the Tan clan suggested everyone get comfortable and move on to serious conversation. At first, he politely inquired about the important reason such esteemed guests had honored his humble abode with their visit. But before moving to the main topic, the diplomat Dugu Uli decided to sincerely thank the wise host for agreeing to join the Ulan Union in such difficult times. He warmly emphasized that it was precisely by securing such powerful support that they managed to avoid a real catastrophe. Yet the modest elder sincerely believed that his merits here were insignificant, saying it was the work of one amazing genius who, having left his homeland, outwitted the strongest enemy with incredible cunning. Dugu Uli and Lin Yunfei were clearly surprised when they heard how the respected host spoke about Liaojun. The insightful Mujin Lin quickly realized that they had not yet heard the latest news. In the aristocratic circles, their unusual military advisor was already hailed as nothing less than the genius of Ulan, and was also called the self-taught hero, and a simple laborer who did not know martial arts, but thanks to natural wit managed to stand against the very sword of the heavenly demon. Rumors about his incredible feat spread across the entire country like lightning. Moreover, the title of simple labor genius for the advisor was officially approved by the High Council. They did not consider that it would somehow harm the prestige of the noble Ulan Union. But if ordinary people learned about some details of the advisor's past activities, it could somewhat overshadow the halo of his heroic deeds. Therefore, the prudent learned council wisely decided not to emphasize his humble craft in the past. After all, now people needed a bright, inspiring hero more than ever to soften the bitterness of losing the impregnable Sichuan branch. Pragmatic Lin Yunfei still could not understand why, for the prestige of the Ulan Union, they would arrange this grand spectacle with a simple porter in the leading role. But the hospitable head of the Tang house clearly did not like this deviation from the main topic of conversation, and he suggested returning to the first question of their visit. Hearing this, the serious Dugu Uli quietly and confidently took a folded letter from his inner pocket and respectfully handed it to the head of the house. At first, the old master wanted the guest to explain himself what was in this document, but then he decided to figure it all out himself without asking unnecessary questions. However, when he carefully read the contents of the letter, he literally lost his temper. This was completely uncharacteristic of a person of his status and age. The first agitated question he threw out was who is really the author of this audacious message. Dugu Uli calmly explained that the letter was written by none other than the same self-taught hero Ulan they had just been talking about. The growing anger of the old master was visible. Dugu Uli and Lin Yunfei could not hide their surprise. They did not expect such a sudden reaction. Barely restraining his anger, the offended man exclaimed that it seemed Mr. Dugu did not understand at all what this outrageous letter was about. However, the calm Dugu Uli assured him that he fully understood the content of what was written. This statement only added fuel to the fire. The head of the Tang clan bitterly thought that his respected guest had probably lost his mind. Moreover, he could not comprehend how some stupid boy could have saved the entire Union from the invasion of the bloodthirsty cult. Hearing such a contemptuous remark, the loyal Lin Yunfei instantly defended the young hero's honor and sharply noted that the respected host was clearly exaggerating in his emotional judgments. But the unyielding elder believed that it was the proud guest who was overstepping. How dare this miner named Liu Jun give orders to an old, battle-hardened wolf like him? He decisively demanded explanation. Was he to understand such an unheard-of insult? The diplomatic Dugu Uli tried to smooth the sharp edges, begging the host to understand that these were only friendly advice, not orders. However, the stubborn elder only grew angrier, suddenly noticing that Dugu Uli no longer resembled the sensible man he had been before. Maintaining outward calm, the wise guest patiently explained that his unusual military advisor had a rather peculiar approach to strategy. So he simply thought through all possible options in advance and decided to warn them about the danger. However, the stubborn master of poisons could not understand why they were so persistently trying to convince him that the sword of the heavenly demon would suddenly attack one of their schools. Even if the cult staged a provocation again, this was clearly not enough for a full-scale attack, and he added arrogantly they were fully capable of repelling any enemies. The passionate elder even suggested that perhaps the arrogant Dugu Uli deliberately neglected the opinion of his ancient clan. But the patient guest gently assured that this was not the case at all. They had come only to deliver specific proposals from their insightful military advisor. Lejun proposed to strengthen the borders before the official annexation of the Qingcheng faction, concentrate the main forces along the most vulnerable frontiers, and most importantly, not to respond to obvious provocations of the cunning enemy who sought to drag them into a disadvantageous battle. Lin Yunfei sincerely believed that this was not an impossible task at all. Moreover, even the reserved Dugu Uli dared to remind the willful master that, considering the unconventional thinking of their young advisor who had saved them from destruction more than once, it was worth listening to his words. He also said that the same letter was sent directly to the Qingcheng faction after all. The hero had proven more than once that he could be trusted. And even if the respected master did not like it, he still respectfully asked him not to rush into hasty decisions that could have fatal consequences for the entire alliance. While these tense negotiations were ongoing, night darkness had already fallen over the land. The enduring Lejun was still tirelessly chasing the carriage despite the long journey. Looking at him from the window, the surprised Dugusi could not help but notice that the young man was handling the task much better than she had expected. She was sure that he wouldn't make it even 3 kilometers. Even the skeptical Fen Yun was impressed despite his fragile build. The boy showed excellent endurance, which meant that his basic physical training was fine. Actually, such endurance was not surprising at all after all. He had previously worked as a porter. To regularly carry heavy loads, one needed not only strong muscles, but also truly enviable stamina. But the inquisitive Dugusi still doubted whether Fen Yun would really agree to take Liu Jun for serious martial arts training. At first, the clever young man expected that the novice would quickly get tired and refuse to continue training, but he did not even expect that the young strategist would turn out to be much better than assumed. The lady anxiously tried to explain to Fen Yun that, ultimately, if Liu Jun mastered at least a few basic self-defense techniques, it would significantly increase his chances of survival in the current dangerous political situation. However, the realistic Fen Yun was not sure that he could train Liu Jun enough for him to at least be able to protect himself in a real fight. Now he had no choice but to teach him the basic survival skill, the art of quickly fleeing from a possible enemy. Therefore, he decided to train the novice so harshly and exhaustingly that he would soon refuse this ambitious undertaking himself. Late in the evening, Dugu Uli and Lin Yunfei left the hospitable Tang family home on swift horses. Watching the riders who were moving away, the thoughtful Mr. Tang asked Mujin Lin her opinion about these unusual guests and their fantastic proposals. The strategist could say only one thing. She firmly felt that they were both in a fog of mind. The more this mysterious Liu Jun supposedly saved them from a series of hopeless situations, the stronger the blind faith in his supernatural abilities took root in their clouded minds. The wise clan leader felt that the eloquent girl was right about many things. Indeed, only a complete madman could believe the predictions of an inexperienced boy who had neither proper education nor military experience. The insightful Mu Junlin quietly whispered that she had heard about similar recruitment methods used by members of the insidious cult. She did not rule out that the mysterious Liu Jun might turn out to be their carefully planted spy. After all, this was the most rational explanation for this whole strange story. Nodding, the master noted that the chief advisor of the Union had probably come to the same grim conclusion, and this did not bode well for the future of this mysterious hero. But the clan leader was not entirely sure about this assumption, and Lady Mu Junlin herself also had doubts. It was quite possible that everything that was happening was part of a well-planned tactic that was already beginning to bear its poisonous fruits, yet it was extremely difficult to judge the situation from the outside. The wise clan leader Tan knew Dugu Uli had never been simple-minded from childhood. He was distinguished by restraint and prudence. Mu Junlin tactfully reminded that even Lord Tan at one point thought that his esteemed guest had probably lost his mind. The reason was that he simply could not imagine that such illogical behavior could come from such a balanced person. After a few more thoughts, the resolute Mu Junlin decided, no matter what others guessed, she would have to personally meet this mysterious Lujun. The insightful elder instantly realized that this unusual young man had interested the young advisor, and he turned out to be completely right. First of all, the beauty wanted to see everything for herself, not relying on anyone's conjectures. The wise master generously allowed her to act according to the call of her noble heart, but on one important condition: she must immediately eliminate Lujun if it turned out that he was indeed a secret member of the enemy cult. But the cunning girl had completely different plans. She intended to turn the possible enemy strategy against him, using his probable enemy spy to her advantage. She planned to turn him into a double agent working for the Union. The experienced poison master was not at all surprised by such a sophisticated decision, recognizing it as truly clever. The very fact of this situation with that imposter, genius, quietly fueled his rage, but the proposed solution seemed elegant. To calm the elder, the tactful girl asked him not to worry about this and promised that she would personally take on resolving this delicate matter. She gently reminded him that now he needed to focus only on the more important affairs of the Union itself, because after the expected resignation of the current head Ulan, he would have to take this responsible position. She, together with the chief advisor Zhuge Tianyu, would definitely solve the problem with the mysterious Lujun very soon, preventing any undesirable consequences for the entire alliance. Although the respected head of the Tang house outwardly decided to trust this charming girl, in his heart he well understood that any unexpected turns could be expected from her. Probably she did not even suspect that he knew about her secret negotiations with the Union's military advisor, and that they cynically used the vacant position of head Ulan only as a convenient pretext to enter their powerful alliance. In any case, the prudent master understood. If one believes this confident dilettante, the sword of heavenly water itself will indeed try to attack their territory very soon. In that case, he will personally feel on his own skin why people all over the world tuck their tails in fear at the mere mention of his formidable clan. And the hero himself, around whose name such heated discussions took place in the highest circles, meanwhile continued his exhausting run after the carriage. The caring Dugusi watched with growing anxiety, seeing that he was very tired and seemed about to collapse from exhaustion at any moment. Fen Yun was impressed and could not hide his surprise. This boy clearly had much broader abilities than it seemed at first glance. No one would have believed that a strategist without any physical training could run such a long distance and not slow down. Worried, Dugusi even asked Fen Yun to stop this merciless training. It had long been dark outside, almost nothing was visible, and Lujun could easily stumble and get seriously injured. But the determined teacher did not have time to do anything. Barely had he begun to respond to the lady's request when the exhausted Lujun already fell to the ground, and the frightened girl screamed loudly, begging the uncle to stop the carriage immediately. After that, everyone rushed out of the carriage to find out what had happened to their valuable strategist. At that moment, Lujun was completely exhausted. He could barely find the words to admit that he felt more dead than alive. His heart was pounding like mad as if he was standing on the edge of life and death. But the stern Fen Yun stood his ground and sharply reminded the student that he had not given the order to stop. He irritably reproached the one who had arbitrarily interrupted the training without his permission. Breathing heavily, exhausted Lujun explained that he had to stop not because of fatigue, but because the road ahead suddenly ended. Only then, turning around, his companions noticed with surprise that the path really ended right there. It turned out that to get to Lujun's home, they had to take another route that led through a dense forest. The reason he fell was simple: they had already reached the destination. Both mentors looked surprised. He kept running, although he himself knew it was long past time to stop. Suddenly, a military commander emerged from the darkness and asked how much longer they had to go to the home of their young strategist. Lujun replied that the road would take about half an hour on foot, just half an hour, which was not difficult at all. But the uncle was primarily worried. Unfortunately, the carriage would not be able to pass through the forest path. To everyone's surprise, Lujun announced that he intended to go further alone. His house stood in a remote, sparsely populated village, practically cut off from the rest of the world, where the inhabitants mostly engaged in agriculture and hunting. Everyone present clearly understood. The appearance of such unusual guests could cause quite a stir in the quiet village. In addition, they were not just travelers, but influential representatives of the mighty Union of Ulan. And Lujun himself did not want to disturb the quiet, peaceful life of ordinary peasants with his problems. He said that a few kilometers from here there was another, slightly larger, village with a cozy inn where his companions could spend the night, and tomorrow morning they would meet again at the same place. But apparently none of those present was eager to implement this plan. The serious Fen Yun coldly reminded them that they were still his official companions and were obliged to follow him to the very end of the journey. Hearing this, the embarrassed Luzhan admitted that his sister would be terribly embarrassed if he brought strangers home. He was ashamed to show strangers the home of his relatives. Therefore, if the warrior still set out with him, a deep guilt before his sister would weigh on his chest. Moreover, he added, even if the cult decided to track him down, they probably had no information about this remote place, so there was nothing to worry about. Then the cunning Fenyun unexpectedly suggested that Luzhan practice some combat techniques, and the young man was so confused that for a moment he did not know what to answer. Fenyun explained, Luzhan needed to master basic techniques that could save his life in a critical moment. If he really wanted to get rid of his companion, he should first learn at least one effective self-defense technique. Although no one knew how quickly the novice would be able to apply these skills in practice, they initially decided to seclude themselves in the nearest forest, where there was a fairly flat place for training. Fenyun asked the rest of his comrades to rest after the long journey, and in a moment both disappeared into the night darkness. While others wondered why Fenyun suddenly took to teaching that stubborn novice, Luzhan was convinced his mentor was completely right. It is better to immediately grasp combat techniques as soon as the opportunity arises than to later regret lost time. Watching those who were moving away, the thoughtful uncle could not help but admit that this young warrior was clearly not ordinary. Dugusi also did not object. A little nap seemed like a good idea, especially since they could not follow them and see how the training was going. In Woolen, it was strictly forbidden to spy on others' training without their consent. So the tired lady, politely saying goodbye, settled in an empty carriage and decided to take a short nap. Meanwhile, the vigilant Cao Kaiyan who remained on guard danger could lurk in any corner of the dark forest. Somewhere at the same time, Luzhan was already standing face to face with his stern teacher. He felt that he was about to learn his first combat technique in life. It was clear how doubts were raging in his soul. Would he be able to master at least the basic movements? Unnoticed, the night came to an end, and the first rays of the morning sun began to break through the dense foliage. Dugusi woke up and was frankly surprised. Two men had been training all night. Climbing into the carriage with the patiently waiting Cao Kaiyan, she asked shouldn't they set off to look for their comrades. And she was also insanely eager to find out how complex the technique had to be if it took a whole night to practice. However, the experienced warrior understood that the matter was not at all about the complexity of the move. It was hardly difficult to master the basic technique in such a time. So they both began to guess what could have taken the mentor and the student so much time. At that very second, as if answering their silent questions, the disheveled Fenyun suddenly appeared. But the rest of the comrades looked confused. He came alone, without his student. As it turned out, Liujun decided to immediately set off for his native village. Returning back would be too troublesome and illogical. Although this decision seemed quite reasonable, Cao Kaiyan and Dugusi were embarrassed that Liujun didn't even say goodbye to them at the end. But the attentive girl noticed how sleepy and exhausted Fenyun was and understood the past night had clearly been hard for him. As it turned out, the young mentor even managed to doze off a little during the night sessions. Honestly, because of this, he still wasn't sure if his student had truly mastered the technique shown to him. But overall, the novice turned out to be much more diligent than expected. He practiced the movements all night long, even when the teacher fell asleep from exhaustion. Fenyun decided to rest a bit and asked to be woken up when they reached the nearest village. But the caring Dugusi was still worried. Could they really allow Lujun to set off without accompaniment? Her heart was uneasy because of this forced separation. Meanwhile, Lujun himself was calmly making his way through the dense bamboo grove toward his hometown. Several long months had passed since he last saw his sick mother and younger sister. He feared that during this time, their condition might have significantly worsened. Resolutely stepping forward, he was already making plans for the near future to take his family to an experienced doctor who would give them an effective tonic, and to buy everyone new sets of clothes. He needed to stock up on quality meat to maintain strength, and buy his sister a nice hair accessory. After all, she was exactly at the age when a girl especially wants to look beautiful. However, approaching closer to the village, a stunned Lujun froze. He saw a tree on which many people were hanging. Enraged, the young man desperately wanted to know who dared to commit such an atrocity. Suddenly, behind his back, he saw a familiar man. Confused, Lujun could not understand what the escorting van was doing here. The worried companion quickly explained how the head of the transport company had orchestrated all this. So the confused Lujun eagerly wanted to understand why he had to do something so cruel at all. As it turned out, behind all this was the man's fierce envy of Lujun. After he was expelled from the shopping center, the ambitious chief himself set out on the escort mission. After the death of the second escort chief, most experienced leaders resigned, so he had no choice but to join the mission himself. Finally, he managed to restore relations with the notorious Green Forest gangs, and burning with determination, he began to pave a new escort path. Perhaps it was Lujun's indirect influence that helped him in this. But the talented hero himself was like a thorn in the eye to the envious chief, because he always flawlessly did everything the former company head demanded of him. In any case, the escort mission he confidently led did not go smoothly the first fortress they encountered. He could not say anything worthwhile. In the end, the entire escorted cargo was ruthlessly plundered, and this was to be expected. The inept leader did not have the talents of the gifted hero. And more importantly, now that the mighty Murim alliance and the demonic cult have plunged into full war, the bandits of the Green Forest are no longer what they used to be. They were not interested in any connections. They simply took everything they wanted from anyone they came across. The whole trouble was that this time the cargo they were escorting turned out to be too expensive. As soon as the unfortunate chief has to pay a huge compensation, the company might finally close down. After all the goods were taken from the victimized leader, he returned completely devastated. Incredible rumors about Lujin began to reach his ears. They said he had become a military advisor to the alliance and had made the demonic cult a public laughingstock. Every time he heard such stories, it drove him crazy, and that was why he behaved so terribly with all those innocent people. Remembering that Lujin's family lived here, he instantly gathered several loyal warriors and stormed into the village without hesitation. He fiercely insisted that such a miserable predator could not possibly become a military advisor. Because Lujin had said earlier that he was going to return to his family, the insane chief wanted to see everything with his own eyes. Even Wan's loyal companion did not want to come here. But fearing that the obsessed chief might do something crazy, the brave man came to stop him if the situation escalated. But he could not do anything. And in the end, the mad leader and the warriors he brought all rose up against the unfortunate inhabitants. When they gathered to hang Lujin's mother and sister, several brave villagers rushed to stop them. In the end, every villager who intervened ended up hanged on that ominous tree. And the pale companion thought they were still lucky they were not killed. All these people were simply unconscious. Stunned, Lujin could not believe someone paid such a terrible price for trying to help his mother and sister. But suddenly the companion was stunned with surprise. He could not understand why the hero had come here at all. The confused man believed that the talented young man had indeed become a military advisor to the alliance, and even feared that the rumors he had heard were true. However, the hero, lost in thought, said nothing, because now it was more important to find out where his beloved mother and sister were. Turned out they were at home, fortunately, still safe, so the worried hero did not need to worry so much. Lujin immediately prepared to leave for home, warmly thanking Van for everything he had told him. But the frightened companion begged Lujin to flee. If he returned home, his mother and sister could be in even greater danger. If he does not appear before them, this insane tyranny may end in a few days, and the fierce leader will simply leave. However, the insightful Lujin reminded that, according to the man himself, his mind has completely gone, which means that such an unbalanced person in a fit of anger is unlikely to pity anyone and will mercilessly kill people. So the determined young man had to put an end to this after all. Lujin was the only one capable of stopping him. That man was so obsessively chasing him that the hero decided to go straight to him. At that time, near the dilapidated house sat the arrogant company head. Lujin's mother humbly washed his feet, and his sister was massaging his back. Enjoying what was happening, he pompously recalled the ancient wisdom that a person who has forgotten the kindness of others is worse than a beast. That is why, he thought, it is incredibly important for every person to be able to say thank you. After that, the arrogant fool began shouting at the unfortunate women to put more effort into the massage because it did not refresh him at all. But at that very moment, the determined hero appeared at the doorstep of the house. And obviously, both exhausted women instantly turned around in fear, not believing their eyes. The arrogant company boss himself smiled maliciously, rejoicing that he had finally found him here. After that, he began to assert himself, insisting that he was definitely right about him. Such a worthless man as he could not become a military advisor. That means all this was just brazen rumors. The reserved hero, despite his poisonous words, quietly and confidently explained to the worried mother that he had returned. However, the frightened woman whispered that out of gratitude to the head of the escort for giving her son a job, she had only done him a small favor. The compassionate young man, having thanked the exhausted woman, gently asked her to stop, and he asked his sister the same. But as soon as the frightened girl tried to pull her hands away, the ruthless leader firmly grabbed her wrists. After this, he shouted irritably that he had not given them the order to stop. And in general, he supposedly gave their family a lot of money, so they couldn't just leave if all this time they survived only thanks to his kindness. Repaying him was the least they could do. It was clear that Liu iron patience was gradually melting, so he harshly demanded that the unbelted man stop immediately. At that very second, when he boldly called him by name, the enraged soldiers were outragedly believed that such a petty nobody had no right to utter the name of the great leader. But the cold-blooded hero explained that his mother served voluntarily out of gratitude and as a favor to him. It is precisely because of this that they could all still get out of here alive. The proud young man wanted to believe that his mother truly did everything voluntarily. In that case, it would all end. The arrogant leader would take his subordinates and leave. If not, he would not let them go. Obviously, this audacity drove the scoundrel out of himself. He decided that Liaojun had completely lost his mind. After all, he was the one who was not going to let him go. After that, he arrogantly ordered the boy to kneel before him and humiliatingly beg for mercy. At that very moment, the nearest thug struck the young hero on the legs, forcing him to drop to his knees. Obviously, the hero's mother and sister were terribly frightened for him. However, the brave Liaojun, squeezing out a weak smile, asked them not to worry and to go into the house. And he, in turn, would deal with these scoundrels himself. But the enraged leader became even more furious because of such bold words from the person he hated so much. After that, he fiercely snatched a spear from one of his assistants, thinking that punishing the audacious hero was the only way to deal with his madness. He began to beat him cruelly, confident that the poor guy would soon break and would no longer be so insolent. At some point, unable to withstand the devastating blow, the blood-covered hero fell face down to the ground. And the malicious chief became even angrier, ordering him to hold back. These miserable puppies still have a long way to go. Seeing this terrible sight, the frightened woman grabbed her sobbing daughter and insistently demanded that they go into the house. Her brave son is one of those people whom it is better to listen to and do as he says. If he ordered them to go into the house, they must trust his wise word. But the sensitive sister could not hold back bitter tears, watching her beloved brother suffer from this cruel punishment. But the wise mother knew that now they could not help him, so they had to do as Liaojun said, so that their presence would not pressure him. Even after the frightened women left, the brutal beating did not stop. The insane escort leader could not understand why his father relied so much on such a worthless servant, because of whom even the successor turned out to be a failure. In his raging madness, the cruel leader reminded how the previously trusting Liaojun swore that he would help them. But now the wounded Liaojun could only scream in pain and endure this miserable humiliation. After these humiliating words, ordering the tormentor to stop, the brave hero slowly began to rise from his knees. He decisively challenged the confident man to a one-on-one fight, because if he was really so sure of himself, the fairest thing would be to arrange a duel. The surrounding warriors, looking at the bloodied Liaojun, thought that after such a brutal beating, he had completely lost his mind. The arrogant escort chief was angered by the unprecedented insolence of this audacious man, but the fearless Liaojun sarcastically remarked that until this moment the chief had looked too confident. But now, when he doubted, it seemed as if all he did was run around with a bunch of lackeys and tyrannically rule over the weak. Moreover, he had already heard that the miserable leader's cargo was stolen, causing his men to cowardly flee to the mountains, and he could call them nothing but cowards. Such truthful words struck the thick-skinned chief, so the brutal beating did not end there. But the insightful hero knew one thing: this worthless man was at least 100 times weaker than him. That is why the coward had no intention of facing him in an honest, one-on-one fight. But at that moment, having calmed down a bit, the cunning fat man noticed a chance the foolish hero had literally just helped him find a way to legally kill him, so he insidiously decided to fulfill his reckless wish. With a sly smile, he asked what they would use in the fight: a refined sword or a sharp blade. But the agile Liaojun noticed that such deadly weapons kill too quickly, and if it ended so soon, it would not be fun, so he suggested using something else. The cunning leader felt that today would be their last meeting, so he generously allowed the hero to choose the weapon himself. The clever Liaojun decided to choose what was already in the self-satisfied man's hands. In principle, this completely suited the twisted taste of the escort chief, because with this sturdy stick, he could beat his hated enemy for a long time until he died. So he immediately ordered his loyal warriors to promptly make the same stick. Soon they quickly broke the spear, and handing it to the doomed Liaojun, began to mockingly laugh at the arrogant freak, who would soon be bleeding because of his excessive pride. But the cold-blooded hero did not rush to conclusions and ironically threw at them, "See for yourselves who among you will end up bleeding." It was obvious that the cruel soldiers could not understand how this pitiful boy dared to be so insolent, even in the face of inevitable death. But at that very second, the impatient escort leader authoritatively ordered his minions to get out of his way. The focused hero calmly aimed his peculiar weapon at the self-satisfied enemy, thinking that he would soon need to use the recently learned deadly skill. He had to succeed at any cost, otherwise he would die here. Somewhere around this time, the caring uncle Cao Kainu caught game and skillfully roasted it for his hungry companions. Then he asked the attentive Feng Yun to extinguish the fire so that a destructive forest fire would not start after their departure. And finally, when the appetizing game had cooled a bit, the long-awaited time for their hearty breakfast came. The considerate uncle gallantly handed one rosy chicken leg to the exquisite Dugusi and the other to the young Feng Yun. And since the massive Cao Kaianhu was the biggest of all, he decided to take the remains of the carcass for himself. The cheerful Feng Yun laughed good-naturedly, understanding that uncle would have to catch a few more birds to fully satisfy his heroic appetite. But the modest Cao Kaianhu only objected after all. Despite his formidable appearance, he was not a big fan of eating at all. But this could easily be disputed by the vigilant Dugusi. She had seen more than once how the gluttonous uncle devoured a whole plate of beef stew in one sitting, which was approximately equal to 5 kilograms of just juicy pork. But the clever uncle quickly reminded that he hadn't eaten for a whole 3 days, and because of that was terribly hungry. But obviously, the perceptive Dugusi did not believe this ridiculous excuse. She knew for sure that the thrifty Cao Kaianhu was definitely hiding some secret food supplies. After a light quarrel, unable to resist curiosity, Dugusi decided to ask the reserved Feng Yun whether he was going to tell them what exactly their master had taught him. But the modest warrior considered that the learned techniques were nothing special. It was just a technique, the bloodless heart puncture. Obviously, the sensitive Dugusi immediately recognized that the name sounded simply stunning. The patient Feng Yun explained that it was a martial art that did not require long deliberation. One had to be able to precisely strike a vital point to instantly destroy the opponent. To simplify, he just taught Lujin how to jab with a weapon, but to do it in such a way that he knew how to choose the target, then focus and hit exactly it. But the surprised mistress was clearly puzzled that all this time Lujin had been engaged only in this basic skill. But the experienced warrior asked the girl not to be so surprised. Concentration, persistence, and endurance are insanely important in martial arts. But the sensible beauty understood well. Even if the persistent Lujin had been training all this time, without inner energy, it would be difficult for him to apply this complex technique. It turned out that this was not such a big problem, just a matter of time spent on persistent training. Moreover, everyone in the company was keenly interested in what exactly their clever friend was doing now. Perhaps he was already calmly communicating with his beloved family, or maybe not. At that very moment, the unfortunate boy was still bravely taking countless devastating blows. The cruel leader mocked him with contempt and could not understand how this insolent and miserable man dared to challenge him to a one-on-one fight. His frightened relatives could only cover their ears and cry bitterly, trying not to hear the deafening blows. After delivering an especially painful blow, the self-satisfied head of the escort thought with glee that the exhausted boy would soon fall to his knees and begin to beg for mercy, although he himself had asked for the duel. But the rebellious hero was not going to give up. Instead, gathering his last strength, he bravely tried to stand up. And although the embarrassed leader was surprised by such endurance, he only urged the exhausted boy to get up. Now that he was standing on his feet again, he could mercilessly beat him again. The main thing was that the audacious opponent did not die too quickly. At this time, the wounded Lujin was focused on trying to find some vital point of the enemy. However, the fatal point that threatened life was in such a position that hitting it was extremely difficult. Moreover, his merciless opponent was constantly in rapid motion. Even despite this, hitting the vital point of an opponent who has mastered the martial art is something his modest talent is not enough for now. The most vulnerable spot where he could inflict the greatest damage was the area near the neck, one of the softest places where he could deliver a devastating blow. And at some decisive moment, the attentive Lujin really saw that the confident enemy was exposed, and he swiftly directed his weapon straight there. However, the cunning leader instantly deciphered his desperate intention and could not believe what he was about to do. But now it was his time to attack. And so his powerful strike to the neck hit the most vulnerable spot, causing the unfortunate hero to gasp for breath, and his entire wounded neck was drenched in scarlet blood. Looking at the half-dead enemy, the merciless pot-bellied fat man only mockingly jeered, boasting that he had been incredibly gentle with him. Even now, if he had not restrained himself, the stubborn Lujin would have died instantly. But the sadist did not want this cruel pleasure to end too quickly, so he demanded that the resilient hero endure his blows until he himself got tired of hitting him. He aimed at the head of the exhausted enemy, but changed his mind and continued methodically beating his torso, deciding that after a fatal blow to the head, the enemy might lose consciousness or die too quickly. When the exhausted hero made another desperate attempt to attack, it failed and only further enraged the furious man. He, swinging for another blow, arrogantly said that such a miserable man could never defeat him and would hardly even be able to inflict the slightest harm in this uneven fight. And the triumphant leader could not understand how some worthless porter dared to look at him with such contempt. He madly hated his audacious gaze and continued to mock him. The stubborn Lujin still held on like a hardy weed that could not be gotten rid of. Obviously, the arrogant fat man could not bear the thought that he, having wealth and power, must feel inferior before such a worthless man. In the future, if their ill-fated confrontation does not end, he will have to live with the disgusting feeling of defeat for the rest of his miserable life. Instead, the determined leader planned to force Lujin to submit to him, even if it meant killing the rebellious hero. And so, gathering his last strength, the wounded hero rushed into attack, and at that decisive moment, he really managed to catch the unprotected neck of the self-satisfied enemy. The hot-tempered leader became furious, but deep down admitted one thing: the heroic Lujin had finally managed to achieve some success. Although the irritated tormentor considered it the last foolish attempt, because even if the audacious youth resisted, he must never cross certain boundaries, otherwise the ruthless leader would lose control over himself. So he dealt the exhausted Lujin a couple of devastating blows to the head, thinking that after them he would surely die. After the first 10 blows, the exhausted hero already fell to his knees, but the enraged escort chief did not stop there. Stubborn Liu Jun also did not intend to give up. He sincerely believed that he still had a chance for one last decisive strike. He is still breathing, so he will definitely get a chance. However, the next desperate attack passed a millimeter from the face of the smirking enemy. The arrogant leader was only outraged that the stubborn boy still had enough strength to resist, although the tyrant himself was no longer enjoying this protracted fight. From above, Liu Jun's worried comrades watched this brutal battle. Dugusi, clearly upset, could not understand why the brave boy simply could not surrender and why he was so deeply immersed in this hopeless duel. Even the experienced uncle became curious to find out, was this brave hero always so reckless? Fen Yun, who became an accidental witness to this unexpected scene, immediately understood Liu Jun's actions were not simple stubbornness, but true, unwavering determination. The young man stubbornly refused to strike the points he himself had chosen, as if following some inner logic. But the experienced warrior knew that this plan was unlikely to work. There was too great a gap in skills and training between them. Worried Dugusi immediately wanted to intervene. She realized that very soon the situation could become critical for the inexperienced fighter. But the prudent Fen Yun suggested giving Liu Jun a little more time and just watching how events would unfold. Even the conservative Cao Qianhu was initially against such a risky decision. The boy had already taken too many hits, and if they lost time, it might not be possible to save him from serious injuries. But after thinking a little, even the cautious uncle changed his mind. Somehow he also began to feel that now was not the time to intervene. He intuitively felt that this was not just a duel, it was Liu Jun's first real fight with a weapon in hand, like a transition into the warrior's adult life. And at that fateful moment, the stunned spectators saw something incredible. The inexperienced strategist managed to land a precise blow right in the groin of the opponent. Everyone froze as if rooted to the spot, not believing their eyes. No one expected that the newcomer, using such a cunning tactic, could achieve success. It was obvious. From the very beginning, Liu Jun deliberately changed his aim to weaken the enemy's defense. He constantly aimed at the neck area to deliver a sudden strike to a completely different vulnerable spot at the decisive moment. Feeling unbearable pain, the escort leader let out an incoherent scream, then fell to the ground, pressing his hands to the wound. All his guards immediately rushed to the fallen commander, not understanding how this unremarkable youth dared to do something like that to their formidable leader. They fiercely swore that this insolent fellow would surely die for his audacity, but Liu Jun's loyal friends formed a wall before them and did not let them take a single step toward the exhausted strategist. And the young man himself sincerely rejoiced when he saw his reliable comrades. And only then did he realize that he could finally catch his breath a little. During the exhausting duel, he exhausted all his strength and almost immediately lost consciousness. Casting a glance at the aggressive crowd, the vigilant Cao Qianhu instantly understood that before them was not a military escort at all, but rather an ordinary band of robbers terrorizing the surrounding villages. So he decided that it was time to teach these insolent ones a lesson and intended to do so without delay. Resolutely snatching a spear from one of the frozen warriors, the experienced master dealt with all the enemies step by step, leaving them no chance. At that time, the caring Dugusi cautiously approached the unconscious Liu Jun, trying to bring him to his senses. When the worried mother and sister of the young man ran out of the house at the noise, Cao Qianhu calmly assured them that the boy would be completely fine. At first, they only needed to stabilize his condition and treat the wounds. Carefully carried Liu Jun into the house, and the women immediately began cleaning and treating all his numerous abrasions and bruises. Looking at the wounded body of the young strategist, the stunned Dugusi realized how remarkable this modest young man was. She was firmly convinced victory in such an uneven duel was simply impossible. But Liu Jun was able to defeat the experienced fighter only thanks to his unbreakable perseverance, stubbornness, and determination. His success did not at all lie in the fact that the opponent was a third-rate martial arts master. With that iron determination living in Liu Jun, the chance of victory was real. Even in a duel with a much more experienced fighter, he could eventually win. The frightened sister anxiously leaned over her brother's unconscious body, desperately hoping that he would be all right and would not leave this world so soon. But the confident Dugusi could say only one thing. Liu Jun simply fainted from relief upon seeing that reinforcements had arrived in time to help. Even the caring mother explained to her daughter that although Liu Jun seemed fragile on the outside, inside he was incredibly strong, and no matter how deep his wounds were, he would never leave this world before them. The experienced Cao Qianhu, looking at everything with his trained eye, declared without hesitation Liu Jun was stronger in spirit than many renowned warriors. Although his injuries seemed serious, they were not life-threatening, so there was no reason to worry. However, the objective Feng Yun clearly saw this victory of his student was largely due to the opponent's overconfidence. He clearly underestimated his opponent and lost vigilance at the most critical moment, so the inexperienced fighter managed to pull off his bloodless heart puncture. Experienced warriors knew that the heart was not the only vulnerable point of a person, and Lujin turned out to be much more precise in his actions than one could expect from a novice. The insightful Cao Qianhu cheerfully remarked that although the defeated leader would not die from the received wound, he would definitely not avoid losing some reproductive functions. Such frank conversations noticeably embarrassed the conservative Dugusi, and she politely but firmly asked the men to discuss such delicate topics without the presence of unmarried girls. Embarrassed Cao Qianhu immediately sincerely apologized for his unintentional rudeness and for allowing himself such words in the presence of a lady. Dugusi decided to find out where they could turn for an experienced doctor, but it turned out that there was no suitable person nearby. They would have to go to the nearest large village for qualified help. So the caring girl approached Feng Yun and asked for help because she saw, although Lujin's injuries did not directly threaten his life, they looked quite serious. If given the wrong medicine, a dangerous infection could develop, which would greatly complicate recovery. However, the resolute Feng Yun decided to first deal with the bandits who were still lying in the yard of the house, and suggested hanging them on the nearest tree, just as the villagers used to hang residents of the village. The idea seemed so tempting that even the usually prudent Cao Qianhu could not resist and joined this improvised justice. As a result, within a few minutes, all the captors were securely hung around the large tree, and this became a visual lesson for other potential bandits. The story takes us to the distant Sichuan province, to the famous Sword Aroma's estate. Half a day's journey from the main clan spread this picturesque manor, famous for its particularly exquisite tea. However, recently the Sword Aroma's estate did not smell of fragrant tea, but a thick cloud of anxiety and tense anticipation hovered. In a picturesque gazebo, immersed in blooming plants, sat 3 guests. Among them was the outwardly reserved disciple of the Hua Mountain sect Hwa Jian, and also the second young master of the influential Hebei family named Peng Utshun. The warrior was sincerely glad that they had finally managed to get a long-awaited respite from the hardships of war. He could not believe his luck in the midst of bloody battles. They could drink such aromatic tea among the most beautiful fragrant flowers. Although the reserved Hwa Jian did not argue that the flowers around were truly beautiful, the tea, according to her refined taste, was not aromatic at all. On the contrary, it was too bitter. Hearing that disapproval, the philosophically minded Peng Utshun only smiled indulgently and said that the tea seemed bitter to her only because she had not yet fully experienced the true bitterness of life. He reminded that this was a special estate, a place where many strangers become friends only thanks to the unifying power of the tea ceremony. Although the pensive Hwa Jian did not openly deny these poetic comparisons, the tea in her cup still remained terribly bitter. In their noble company, there was also the mysteriously silent Mujin Lin. Obviously, the curious Hwa Jian was torn by curiosity. What had happened to the usually talkative advisor? Since early morning, she had an unusually gloomy, detached look, as if something deeply upset her, and everyone wanted to find out the real reason for this melancholy. The insightful Peng Utshun noticed that today in the Sword Aroma estate, not only representatives of the Dugu clan had settled, but also members of the Kunlun sect, a mysterious combat unit, and even a group of enigmatic monks. But among this motley crowd, there was precisely not the person whom the beauty Mujin Lin seemed to want to see above all else. The analytical mind of the warrior instantly correlated the facts. It could only be about the very same legendary, self-taught strategist, about whom the entire Union had been talking recently. According to rumors, he temporarily left due to personal matters, but his absence has already lasted several days, and the anxiety only grows. And as everyone knew, the Phoenix Sword itself, Dugusi, also set out on this journey with him. Given these facts, everyone immediately realized this mysterious man was of colossal importance to the Union after all. The heir of the Dugu clan personally protected him. But the prudent Mujin Lin perfectly understood that the real reason for such an escort was completely different. The girl was simply given an order, and she, as always, executed it unquestioningly. The strategist was surprised. Detailed rumors about this enigmatic man had already reached Peng Utshun. As it turned out in recent days, conversations among the aristocracy had not ceased. Everyone was talking about the mysterious, genius commoner, and of course, about the legendary sword of the heavenly demon. Assuming that Mujin Lin might be interested in these fresh news, the sociable warrior inquired what she would like to hear first of all. At first, the cautious girl chose a more neutral topic. She wanted to test the waters. Peng Utshun gave her a hot rumor. According to the latest data, the mysterious self-taught man was not going to come to the Aroma's estate, but instead was heading straight to the main residence of the Dugu clan. Mujin Lin, surprised, could not understand the logic of such a strange decision. Why go there if all the key figures of the clan, including the patriarch himself, were right now here at the estate? Although the talkative interlocutor did not know the exact reason for this act, he informed her that the source of this rumor was one of the younger members of the Dugu clan itself. In Peng Utshun's opinion, people were convinced. The young strategist, upon learning that Mujin Lin herself was at the estate, deliberately tried to avoid meeting her. Perhaps he was frightened by the thought that he would have to face a real professional military advisor of the alliance who could expose his amateurism. Finally, it was time to talk about the most intriguing rumors surrounding the legendary sword of the heavenly demon. However, the confident warrior had no doubt. The girl had definitely already heard about this sensational news. Indeed, if it was about the sword of the heavenly demon officially challenging the head of the Kincheng sect to a duel, then she was already aware of this scandal. But considering that such a rumor had already begun to spread widely among ordinary people, it could be assumed that the demonic cult actively promoted its dissemination for its own purposes. Intrigued, Mujin Lin asked her interlocutor to tell all the details he knew about this story. According to the rumors circulating, the sword of the heavenly demon officially challenged the powerful Kincheng sect leader to a one-on-one duel. The conditions of the duel were truly incredible. If Bai Yunhui lost, he would put his head under the sword, and the warriors of the demonic cult would immediately retreat from Sichuan. If he won, the defeated sect would have to close its doors for the next 10 years and refuse to participate in all political and military conflicts. When the straightforward HWA Joan heard these ridiculous conditions, she could not contain her indignation and called the initiator of such a challenge a real madman. The insightful Mujin Lin instantly understood. It could be confidently asserted they themselves had spread this frightening rumor. The sword of the heavenly demon was merely the commander of the vanguard in this war, and he simply did not have the authority to order a retreat when he held their lands. The cunning Peng Ucheng tried to find out what the real subtext was behind the rumor they did not want to openly spread. In the end, he came to the conclusion. The ominous message hinted at one thing: if the sect refused their audacious demand, it would simply be destroyed. They would be mercilessly attacked as soon as they refused, and eventually the mighty Qingqin sect would turn into lifeless ashes. Clearly impulsive HWA Gaion considered this pure madness and boundless arrogance. But at the same time, this audacity even somewhat impressed her. A young martial arts master asked for a duel with the head of a large section, and if they refused, he would destroy them. So it was quite obvious, there could simply be no crazier or more arrogant person in the world than the sword of the heavenly demon. But the most prudent Mu Yonglin perfectly understood that all this was just part of a masterful psychological war. One could boldly say only one thing: the rumors about the demonic cult turned out to be a mere bluff. Now the entire Qingqin sect numbered over 2,000 experienced disciples. Even if the demonic cult mobilized all its forces from the Sichuan branch, it clearly would not be enough to defeat such a mighty sect. For a successful siege, several times more forces are needed than for effective defense. Yet the audacious aggressor declared that he would completely annihilate them if the sect rejected his insolent request. It was clear the prudent Peng Yuzhong also considered this pure nonsense. Leaving themselves unprotected when they had already started attacking everyone in Qingqin would be the height of foolishness. And although the demon cult has now captured Sichuan, from the outside it is visible they themselves have fallen into a trap. They could not just abandon him, so the army of the Hongtan clan and the Qingqin sect have already merged into a powerful alliance, and although it will take some time, the influential Diankin sect was also supposed to join them. Until the decisive war to reclaim Sichuan begins, they can only sit there and anxiously wait for reinforcements. In the magnificent estate aroma of the sword, prominent martial arts masters from the elite mystic squad of the Dugu clan, the renowned Kunlun sect, as well as the Qingqin sect, and a powerful clan located 25 kilometers away, temporarily gathered. The demonic cult surely knew that even approaching this strategic location slightly would inevitably cause all those formidable warriors to attack them, so they would hardly dare to do anything. The insightful Peng Ucheng understood that their cunning provocation aimed to make the enemies believe they were much more powerful than they actually were. In this way, spreading a pervasive feeling of oppressive anxiety and fear would be a much more logical explanation. But the impulsive HWA Gaion did not understand their complicated strategy at all. It seemed to her that the self-taught scholar from Murim had warned about something similar, that the sword of the heavenly demon would appear at the Sichuan branch and boldly attack everyone in Qingqin, as well as the clan, before the Diankin sect could join the main forces. She was desperately eager to find out what the legendary Ice Phoenix would say about this. In fact, this was exactly why all the current mysterious events looked quite suspicious. If he really acted based on the powerful sword of heavenly water, then everything fell into place. Therefore, the determined girl had to find out at any cost who this mysterious man was. Returning to our hero, his devoted sister was still sitting nearby, anxiously thinking about her brother's difficult situation. At that very moment, she saw his loyal companion running in, carrying buckets of fresh water. The caring girl immediately asked him to take some food and have a snack. But the modest young man explained embarrassedly that they had just eaten heartily, and he was not hungry at all. The sensitive little sister thought that the guest must have gotten hungry after such a long journey to the village, especially carrying those heavy buckets of water. Then the clever Feng Yun understood. Most likely, all these abundant dishes were brought by the grateful villagers. The modest sister asked that nothing more be brought, but it seemed they would continue to bring food as long as their brave rescuers remained here. Honest Feng Yun felt very embarrassed that people held him in such high regard after all. He was just a devoted guardian of his master Lujin. And there was nothing to deny, it was they who saved the village from a cruel massacre. Moreover, 3 long days had already passed, and the hero still had not awakened, not even today. It was insanely strange, and even the experienced doctor thought so. His injuries were not serious enough for him to still be unconscious at this time. He said that when the attentive doctor examined his wounds, there was nothing critical on the hero's body, only a couple of serious cuts. Perhaps it was simply that he could not wake up because his exhausted body required complete recovery. Sometimes this happened when someone used too much physical strength and mental ability. The wise doctor assumed that the brave boy was terribly mentally exhausted, and after the exhausting battle, which was hard to endure even for a seasoned warrior, his body demanded complete rest. However, the insightful Dugusi understood the reason was not only in this last battle. He had led many people all this time and participated in battles that seemed impossible, living under enormous pressure. She was sad to realize that all this time, the heroic youth appeared calm on the outside, but inside he probably found it very hard to bear this burden. Eventually, the experienced doctor understood that they could not help the exhausted hero. Now, they could only hope that he would wake up on his own when his body was ready. When he finally regains consciousness, they will need to clearly set priorities and definitely feed him a large amount of nutritious food so that he can recover his exhausted strength faster. Somewhere around the same time, the caring sister was still wondering when her beloved brother would regain consciousness. She hoped that he would wake up any moment, eat a hearty meat soup with appetite, and recover quickly. At that moment, the attentive Dugusi and Fenyun did not take their eyes off how the star of the supreme ruler blazed with an especially crimson, mystical glow. The curious youth was surprised that the lady was not at all interested in who owned the powerful star of the supreme ruler. However, the thoughtful girl pondered, although everyone knows about this celestial phenomenon, in reality few are truly interested in its meaning. Fenyun had only one thought: what if its true owner is a completely unexpected person? Or maybe, instead of a recognized martial arts master who perfectly masters ancient techniques, it turns out to be someone very simple, say, the modest Lujin. However, the skeptical Du Si found it hard to imagine. Even the restrained and prudent Fenyun could not deny a physically weak boy was unlikely to become the ruler of the legendary star of the supreme ruler. But was there a rule that only one whose inner energy is overflowing can become the chosen one? For example, the mighty sword of the heavenly demon could very well become a worthy supreme star ruler. The thoughtful lady agreed with this reasoning, but could not imagine that the quiet Lujin was the great supreme ruler. And yet she thought the world can be turned upside down not only by tyrannical power sometimes. To shake the established order, one sharp mind is enough. The inquisitive Du Si was curious about what the thoughtful Fenyun really thought about all this. She thought perhaps he himself secretly wanted to become the ruler of the legendary star of the supreme ruler. However, the modest young man felt that this mystical star had nothing to do with him. The star of the supreme ruler shone in the sky long before his birth. But the erudite lady had heard that its powerful energy could be received not only by children born in the year of its appearance. She knew the chosen one could be anyone born 3 years before or after its ominous appearance. Therefore, this prophecy could also concern the young Fenyun. Suddenly, a mysterious young man decided to ask whether the lady herself could become the owner of that enigmatic star after all. No one said it was only for men. And then the pensive girl remembered how people in families without sons said exactly the same things, and because of this, all their unrealistic hopes fell upon her fragile shoulders. Then they were silent for a while longer, admiring the mysterious star, until the pensive girl broke the cozy silence. She was wildly curious why the mysterious Fenyun so carefully concealed his outstanding abilities and behaved like an ordinary guest of her powerful clan. The modest young man tried to justify himself, assuring that he was hiding nothing. He was simply promised lodging and hearty food if he showed at least a little skill in martial arts. But the insightful lady immediately understood. This mysterious young man could do much more than he had shown before. Therefore, she passionately desired to learn at least something about his secret sect or powerful teacher. But unfortunately, the reserved boy only vaguely promised that he would definitely tell about it in the future. The magnanimous Dugusi was not offended by this, yet still wanted to hear the most honest answer to her direct question. Could she trust this mysterious boy? Obviously, he immediately sincerely declared that the noble girl could fully rely on his devotion. After that, she gently asked the tense boy to stop restraining his emotions so much. Sometimes it is perfectly normal to ask for help when it is truly needed. Of course, he may not talk about everything right now, but if he ever wants to speak frankly or needs her help, she will come to his rescue without hesitation at any moment. After that, pausing thoughtfully for a moment, the insightful lady noticed that their faithful uncle had not yet returned from his journey. Considering how much time has already passed, he could have long ago traveled to the imperial capital 3 times and returned. But as soon as those alarming words were spoken, the long-awaited commander himself immediately appeared. After that, all the curious companions pressed close to him together to hear, probably, the unexpected news. The surprised girl could not believe her ears. The sword of the heavenly demon had indeed sent a daring challenge to duel the very head of the sect. The breathless man explained that he was late precisely because he had heard these incredible rumors and went to carefully verify them. At first, the prudent uncle thought it was just foolish nonsense, but as it turned out, the audacious warrior really had sent an official challenge. They dared to take such a risky step because it could reduce the number of unnecessary casualties. But the insightful young man felt that there were clear conditions under which the opposing sides would win or lose. If the mighty sword of the heavenly demon loses, he will bring his reckless head and order the troops to retreat. But if he wins, the sect will have to close for a whole 10 long years. Obviously, to the two stunned young people, this seemed simply laughable. It sounded so recklessly bold and absurd, as if the arrogant sword of the heavenly demon could really give such large-scale orders. But the worst thing was that in this audacious request, there was a sinister subtext. Everyone in the Kincheng sect would be mercilessly destroyed if they refused the duel. It was clear both stunned companions understood this brazen warrior had clearly lost his mind due to his excessive pride. But whatever the case, the worried company had no time to stay here. They urgently needed to return. The anxious uncle decided to find out if the talented advisor had regained consciousness, but he still felt unwell. In such emergency situations, the deep hole from his absence was felt even more strongly. If the wise Lujin were conscious, he would definitely have thoroughly questioned why the sword of the heavenly demon sent this foolish request. Moreover, the inquisitive lady was tormented by one question: is there any information about the exact place and time of the duel? It turned out that the fateful duel was to take place tomorrow near the picturesque hotel, Kinping. This cozy inn stood in the middle of the spacious Dapian glade. Its strategic location made it the ideal place for the decisive duel, and most likely, many anxious spectators would come there. But the skeptical uncle thought that there would be very few spectators after all. Superstitious people usually panic and fear demonic cults. Most sensible people would consider that such a dubious duel would never take place. Perhaps only those truly interested in the outcome and cunning agents from each influential sect would gather there. Soon, the tense followers of the sect and curious locals gathered near the secluded hotel. They had been waiting for a long time under the endless pouring rain, but everything seemed in vain. The irritated elder felt that he had wasted his precious time on such a senseless nonsense. Then one of his loyal guards suggested returning. It seemed there was no point in waiting any longer. Despite the darkening surroundings, suddenly two mysterious silhouettes appeared before them. The attendees froze in surprise. There were only two riders, and many wary warriors even decided that this definitely could not be the formidable sword of the heavenly demon. Maybe these lonely travelers just came to watch the fight. But looking at the approaching mysterious riders, the experienced man felt a sinister aura and instantly realized this was the legendary Bai Yunhui himself. When the audacious man rode closer, the stunned elder could not contain his surprise. He had brought only one loyal subordinate with him. So he demanded that these two immediately introduce themselves. Instead, the arrogant Bai Yunhui coldly ordered his formidable Quan Talon to kill everyone to the last one, but to spare the elder. After that, the legendary warrior immediately jumped sharply from his horse and drew his deadly weapon. Obviously, the fearless warriors of Kinkin only smiled disdainfully at his reckless bravery, and because he looked so arrogantly down on their great sect of Kinkin. The confused locals did not understand what was happening. Due to the pouring rain, almost nothing was visible, but they noticed the arrival of the legendary sword of the heavenly demon. Because none of them had ever met him face to face, they could not be sure who he was. But they would immediately understand who was before them as soon as they saw how this deadly man fought. Moreover, many attentive spectators noticed that it was clearly not the leader who came from the sect, but a person known as the pavilion master of the sect. And finally, holding their breath, they saw how the bloody battle began. The ruthless assistant smashed soldiers one after another, who desperately tried to fight back. All the frightened spectators now witnessed how the agile Quan Talon killed two people with one deadly swing of his sharp sword. Everyone felt horrified to imagine how incredibly strong the sword of the heavenly demon itself must be if even his ordinary subordinate turned out to be so invincible. At that moment, the respected elder himself rushed into a desperate defense of his dying subordinates. But he was lucky Quan Talon, who decided to spare his life, did not attack. In the end, after a few bloody minutes, he mercilessly dealt with all the warriors who were supposed to guard the elder. The arrogant Bai Yunhui only coldly watched this brutal slaughter and smiled cheerfully, as if what was happening amused him incredibly. It seemed he did not even understand why the stunned old man had such a serious, grief-stricken look. Even when they were walking here, they should have already known that only death awaited them here. It was clear the confused old man did not understand at all what the cruel Bai Yunhui was telling him. But he coldly reminded that if the head of their sect had come personally, they might not have been here, and the fact that the cowardly leader did not appear meant that he rejected his generous offer. Still, he sent these unfortunate ones instead of himself, and that meant that if he had appeared himself, the vile head wanted to make them victims to provoke the other disciples of the sect. Obviously, the outraged elder immediately began to argue fiercely, insisting that their noble leader was not such a low and vile man at all. The gloating Bai Yunhui only asked the grief-stricken man not to be so upset and not to be so confident, saying that all the leaders he had encountered before were exactly such cowardly people. But the leader of their sect was mistaken in one single thing. After they all die, people will be not only furious, but also paralyzed with fear. So the cunning man decided to spare the life of this stunned old man so that he would return and tell everyone about the horrors he had to see. When the frightened sect leader learns everything, he will have no other choice. So their once mighty King Cheng sect will face only one thing: complete and unconditional collapse. Immediately after these ominous words, the arrogant Bai Yunhui sharply jerked the reins of his horse and vanished without a trace into the fog, returning to where he came from. The stunned old man froze, looking at the bloodied bodies of his fallen soldiers scattered around, slowly realizing the terrible reality. He still did not know whether the fate of their ancient sect in this fatal place was already decided, or if there was still even a faint chance of salvation. When the new morning came, the anxious company of warriors still patiently waited for Liujun to wake up and ate breakfast with appetite. The food, prepared by the caring mother of the advisor, turned out to be surprisingly delicious. The impressed uncle even admitted with admiration that it was the best aromatic beef noodles he had ever tasted. It was no wonder the food was incredibly tasty. It was prepared with great diligence and love. Surely his faithful mother cooked this dish wholeheartedly, believing she could feed it to Lord Liujun himself when he finally woke up. That is why they all ate with great respect and gratitude, because the caring woman prepared this treat not only for the military advisor, but for all of them, whom she saw as her children and close friends of her beloved son. But the insightful Dugusi wisely noted that the fragile woman could hardly see in the huge cow Kaianhui her child. Then the good-natured man jokingly suggested removing himself from this honorable list. But they had not even finished their hearty breakfast when suddenly the joyful voice of the excited sister rang out the hero had finally awakened. Clearly, all three instantly rushed into the room to see his condition. And the hero's touched mother barely held back tears of happiness, not believing her luck. Exhausted Liu Jun could only weakly smile, sincerely glad that he finally managed to see all his devoted friends. But now he was overwhelmed by strong weakness, although he did not feel pain. This was not surprising at all. He had not eaten for a whole 4 long days, but they all still felt great relief. Obviously, at first the disoriented advisor simply could not believe that he had really slept so long. But the wise Dugusi explained, the experienced doctor says that this sometimes happens, especially to those who use their spiritual abilities too intensively. It seemed that after countless difficult trials, he was completely morally exhausted. The exhausted hero politely asked his mother and sister to leave the room for a moment. Now he urgently needed to discuss something very important with his friends. But as soon as they were outside, the worried sister found it strange that her brother behaved like a completely different person. But the mother, hardened by life experience, assumed that perhaps he was becoming the person he was originally meant to be. All this time they were weak and perhaps even hindered Lejun's bright future, but now he broke through this obstacle as if fate itself willed it. The insightful woman always dreamed of this, looking lovingly at her son, and believed that one day he would conquer the very sky. Although he was extraordinarily clever, the talented hero never had a chance to truly reveal himself because he had, as she thought, a worthless mother. But now she felt great relief from this fateful day. She and her daughter must become stronger, for they cannot be those who hinder and restrain his great destiny. At that very moment, the exhausted hero tried to get up, but without the support of caring friends, he barely managed. In admiration, Fen Yun praised the hero for his incredible endurance and for successfully performing the most difficult bloodless heart puncture, which he mastered in just half a day of persistent training. But humble Lejun simply laughed good-naturedly and remarked that this combat technique was not nearly as impressive as its loud name. But the enthusiastic boy had a completely different opinion. He firmly believed that this was a unique technique that fully lived up to its formidable name. If this determined hero continues to train stubbornly, the day will surely come when he himself finally realizes its destructive power. It's time to return to the pressing conversation. The worried hero realized 4 whole days had passed, so he needed to hurry and set off immediately. But the prudent lady gently explained that in his current condition, it would be difficult for his body to move. Even if the situation was truly extremely urgent, he had been starving for a whole 4 days, he first needed to eat well and rest a bit to restore his strength and vital energy, and only after that could they set out on the road. The worried hero understood that time was catastrophically short, and the longer they delayed, the worse it became with each passing minute. But the uncle, full of confidence, firmly believed that even a mighty demonic cult could not easily defeat the combined forces of the Tan clan and the Qingcheng sect. He had already sent an urgent message to the Tan clan. Lejun, full of skepticism, was sure that the important message he had sent so carefully would most likely be brazenly ignored. The Tan clan most likely saw the formidable sword of the heavenly demon as just an inexperienced child. As for Luzhin himself, they would never listen to advice from such an insignificant person as him. They should at least be grateful that they did not laugh right in his face, the hero said bitterly. The hero's pride was hurt, yet he still asked Patriarch Dugu to do it only because he could not just stand aside and do nothing. But from the very beginning, he did not indulge in rosy expectations about this. When the insightful hero realized how serious the situation was, he decided to urgently send another message and entrusted this mission to the reliable Fen Yun. He immediately understood that it was some kind of mysterious secret order. He was clearly glad when the hero confirmed his suspicions. It was necessary to quickly deliver an important message to Patriarch Dugu himself, who was staying in the magnificent estate Aroma of the Sword. Luzhin also wanted the vigilant Fen Yun to carefully find out something on the way. After some time, he finished all his detailed explanations and finally asked to get him several sets of clothing of the followers of the demonic cult. Obviously, such a strange request surprised all his bewildered friends. Meanwhile, the pensive lady was still pondering about the scholar Murim. She was sure there must be some significant reason why he was mysteriously delayed for so long in his hometown, but she could not understand what exactly it could be. Suddenly, a worried friend joined her loneliness. As it turned out, there was complete chaos and disorder outside. He was clearly surprised that the unshakable Muzun Lin was leisurely walking in such a tense situation, as if nothing was happening. The cold-blooded advisor decided to find out what exactly was going on. And obviously, all the conversations revolved around one shocking piece of news. The sect had sent an elder and several disciples to the designated place to enter a duel with the sword of the heavenly demon. But when the ruthless Bai Yunhui himself appeared, all the sect members except one elder were brutally killed. But the Ice Phoenix saw no reason to raise such a deafening uproar over this, although the outraged Peng Uchan felt the situation was extremely urgent. Because of this scandalous incident, everyone in the Qingcheng sect now froze, tense to the limit, and closely watched the development of events. And they feverishly tried to understand whether the demonic cult would come to destroy the entire sect, or if the enraged representatives of Qingcheng would themselves set out to avenge the demonic cult. He could not understand at all why the Ice Phoenix considered this news such a trifle. It even seemed that the Patriarch Dugu himself and the captain of the Mystic Combat Squad also looked suspiciously indifferent to such a dangerous threat. But it turned out that all this was because these influential people unquestionably obeyed only the advice of the Murim scholar. They behaved this way only because their respected military advisor persistently asked them not to take rash steps, no matter what happened. But the puzzled Peng Uchan still could not understand whether this meant that they too should behave with the same cold, calm, indifferent appearance. He fell silent for a moment and decided to find out if Muzun Lin was going anywhere. As it turned out, she was resolutely set to depart for the Qingcheng sect very soon. Cautious Peng Uchan was troubled that the delicate girl intended to go alone to such a dangerous place. However, she immediately noticed that she would no longer be alone if Peng Uchan agreed to accompany her. Of course, the noble warrior was ready to bravely accompany her if necessary, but to be honest, he did not want to see the pervasive oppressive sorrow caused by that mysterious Murim scholar. But the insightful advisor noticed that all these people were simply exhausted to death from constant tension. Apparently, they are sincerely grateful to the wise scientist Murim for teaching them not to make rash moves, even when the situation is too complicated, or maybe it was an order they must obey unconditionally, no matter what. Then the pink-haired warrior became curious. Could it be that this brilliant, self-taught man so easily deciphers the complex psychological state of the people around him? To his surprise, the mysterious Muzun Lin deliberately left his burning question unanswered. So the inquisitive boy decided to find out for himself when she was going to set off to the Qingcheng sect. It turned out that the alarming situation required her immediate intervention, so the determined girl wanted to leave right now, without wasting a minute. Somewhere around this time, the compassionate Dugusi was tenderly watching the tired and peacefully sleeping relatives of the hero. The current alarming situation was literally driving her crazy. A real storm of dramatic events was unfolding around, and they could do nothing but helplessly stay here, in safety. Moreover, the worried girl so much wanted to know how the rest of their comrades were doing now. She could only sincerely hope that they were all right, and that nothing terrible had happened during their absence. Soon the worried girl decided to quietly visit the lying Luzhin, but saw that he was carelessly sprawled on his couch and sleeping. She quietly prepared to leave, but suddenly heard the weak but clear voice of her insightful advisor. Waking up on his own, he quietly and politely asked her to enter. Embarrassed Dugusi could only apologize for accidentally waking him by opening the door unnecessarily. And now he needed a good rest to fully recover. However, the magnanimous hero gently reassured the embarrassed girl. He woke up not because of her at all, so there was nothing to apologize for. What troubled him most then was where that reliable uncle was now. It turned out that the cautious cow Kain who had gone after the cart they had prudently left in the forest. The hero's tired mother and his sister fell soundly asleep on the wooden bench. It was as if all the painful anxiety had vanished when they saw that their beloved son and brother had finally woken up. Moreover, the caring Dugusi resolutely asked the hero not to worry about the safety of his family anymore. She would personally take them to her powerful clan and carefully look after them. This meant only one thing: Liu Jun would have no choice but to regularly visit the Dugu clan's domain in the future. For some reason, the noble lady's idea clearly did not please the pensive hero. But what troubled him most was the thought that because of him, the entire powerful clan might meet its sad end. If someone dangerous targeted him personally, then the Dugu clan would inevitably be in their sights as well. However, the prudent Dugusi understood that they had all long been ready to accept this risk, and moreover, they had firmly promised to fearlessly protect him from the demonic cult. But the insightful hero felt that it was not only the demonic cult hunting him. And gradually, the thoughtful Dugusi began to understand what exactly he was hinting at with his vague words. But whoever was hunting them from now on, the fate of the noble Dugu clan was inextricably linked with the fate of Luzhen himself. Obviously, such touching selflessness and devotion caused a slight, grateful smile on the tired, exhausted face of the boy. After that, he admitted that he would like to take a little rest in the fresh, invigorating air. There in the fresh air, they sat quietly, admiring the majestic sunset, which in this blessed place was especially beautiful. The thoughtful lady even dreamed how wonderful it would be if people became as pure and beautiful as this carefree sky, if they lived a simple, natural life, not drowning in endless struggle for their selfish desires and excessive ambitions. But she incredibly wanted to hear the opinion of the insightful hero, how the impending duel between the head of the Qingcheng sect and the formidable sword of the heavenly demon would end. But the prudent strategist was firmly convinced that no sensible sect leader would respond to such a provocative request, and this meant that, most likely, the duel would not take place at all. Dugusi was embarrassed and could not understand after all. Because of his refusal, their legacy could be mercilessly destroyed. And yet, why does the leader not want to come out for an honest fight? But the hero who looked ahead believed this was undoubtedly better than shutting down the entire Qingcheng sect for several long years, just because the honorable leader lost in an honest duel. It was obvious the inquisitive girl longed to find out what guided the insightful hero in making such confident conclusions. The wise Lujin explained that the head of the highly respected Qingchen sect could take into account the chance of defeat, and perhaps already suspected that the proud disciples would perceive the threat of total annihilation of their sect by the cruel sword of the heavenly demon with a contemptuous smile. In that case, by not responding to the audacious proposal of a duel, the honored sect leader chooses a path where he would not have to risk either his reputation or his life greatly. Moreover, according to the same calculations, the entire Qingchen sect could indeed be mercilessly exterminated. The resolute Dugusi fiercely rejected this grim forecast. They could only be destroyed if the entire demon army was raised. But by the forces of the sword of the heavenly demon alone, this could not be done, no matter how strong it was. Besides, the Qingchen sect is the most powerful in the world, and this is most evident when they desperately defend their native main sect. Furthermore, on the outskirts of the majestic mountain, numerous subsidiary Taoist academies and martial arts academies were crowded. If the demon cult wanted to exterminate everyone in Qingchen, they would first have to break through all these academies. But it was in this fact that the insightful hero noticed their main, fatal weakness. What we usually consider our main strength sometimes becomes our most dangerous vulnerability. The only thing they could now hope for was that the honorable sect would act as he secretly requested. If they did not listen to her, they would literally have no hope for a bright future. The events take place on Mount Qincheng in the very legendary Qincheng sect. The respected leader of the sect gathered all the experienced elders just as one of them returned from a dangerous mission. That one, kneeling, sincerely apologized for returning alone. Surviving alone was not part of his original plans at all. But he simply had no choice. He had to convey to the respected master the ominous words of the heavenly demon's sword itself. Of course, the enraged leader was furiously angered that this cruel warrior so boldly mocked their elder, and even dared to pass him something after mercilessly killing their innocent disciples. But the stunned elder, who saw everything with his own eyes and personally took part in that tragedy, believed that the ominous words of the heavenly demon's sword could not be left without proper attention. When he coldly said that he would destroy their entire Qincheng sect, it was not a simple empty threat. His eyes, freezing the soul, and the powerful threatening energy clearly testified to this. Then the cruel man coldly and unequivocally told the confused elder that he would definitely fulfill what he said. All the others present believed that such arrogant words were quite natural after all. The pride of the heavenly demon's sword was simply insane. So the first talented disciple of the sect leader was sure that this warrior could only cause confusion. His main, dubious goal was to sow confusion in the very heart of the mighty Muram alliance, which is why he sent his audacious challenge to a duel. At first, the elder himself thought so too, but when he saw these cruel warriors in person, he definitely understood their formidable leader was not bluffing at all. But the unyielding leader still believed that this did not carry much weight, especially when the frightened elder returned alive and unharmed. One way or another, the opinion of each of the wise elders present here could be considered almost identical. Only one of them insistently urged that they focus on strengthening the defense of their main sect, because the enemies turned out to be much more terrifying than they initially thought. But they could boldly stand their ground, otherwise they risked being drawn into the enemy's cunning scheme and making hasty, ill-considered moves in panic. To finally determine their further strategic course, the respected leader called on all the wise elders to freely express their authoritative opinion. Many of them could not help but touch on the painful topic, how the innocent disciples of the Qingcheng sect were brutally killed. Now it was about a real, critical situation when the century-old reputation of the entire renowned section was at stake. And if they truly thought about the future of the great Qingcheng sect, they had to act in a way that would do right by those who were mercilessly killed. Therefore, the decisive leader decided to create an elite squad of executioners to pursue and destroy such lawless monsters from the demonic cult. He immediately summoned one of the most reliable warriors and appointed him the responsible leader of this important mission. He had to immediately, by tomorrow morning, form a combat squad of executioners and immediately rush in pursuit of the enemy. After that, the authoritative leader himself addressed his devoted first disciple and solemnly explained that from this historic moment, he could do whatever he deemed necessary. The confused boy did not quite understand what exactly his wise master meant, so the latter decided to ask directly what the determined student desired most to protect the entire Qingcheng sect by brute force or by some other, wiser method. His cautious desire was evident. He did not want to rush in immediately and recklessly react to the obvious provocations of the demons. But the wise leader reminded that they already had one urgent problem that needed to be addressed immediately, without wasting a minute. So the honorable chief insistently ordered his devoted warrior to gather all the scattered groups and branches of the martial arts academies in the vicinity of Mount Qingcheng as soon as possible. By that time, the prudent first student had already arranged for everyone to be in full combat readiness in case of a sudden treacherous attack by the demonic cult. He had previously set up 4 strategic assembly points, one in each corner of the sect's domain, and they were to act swiftly as soon as the conditional signal sounded. The experienced leader was sincerely impressed that his talented student had thought everything through in advance and approvingly suggested that he immediately take on this vital task. Somewhere around the same time, near the majestic Mount Qingcheng, stood the formidable sword of the heavenly demon. He was carefully inspecting his loyal soldiers who were resting before the upcoming battle. Just then, the focused Bai Yunhui was approached by his faithful subordinate, who immediately decided to find out exactly what their current combat strength was. There were only 98 battle-hardened soldiers in their ranks, add Quan Talon and Bai Yunhui himself, and it came to exactly 100 fearless warriors. Then, with a sinister smile, the commander noticed that soon a new legend would be born about how just 100 brave soldiers destroyed the great Qingcheng sect. He also sought to find out if the sect's behavior had changed recently. In fact, everything was going exactly as they had predicted. The Qingcheng sect ordered all branches of the martial arts academies to urgently gather at strategic locations situated at the 4 corners of their territories. But the insightful Bai Yunhui also understood. These people definitely already knew how many warriors they had and approximately where they were positioned. Although the elite squad, Heavenly Wolves, had only 100 select fighters, Quan Talon was confident. Their enemies arrogantly believed that more than 500 martial arts masters from the branches would definitely handle them and completely suppress their small squad. But it was clear they needed to make these arrogant people experience a real hell of despair so that they would no longer think they could so easily deal with the formidable demonic cult. If this daring plan was to work, they had to act as quickly and decisively as possible. Because of this, the prudent Quan Talon rightly assumed that their captain wanted to immediately set out for battle. They had already chosen their first victim. It was to be the Taoist Academy, strategically located in the north. Before the departure, the brave Bai Yunhui looked again at the mystical star of the supreme ruler, which today was radiating an especially crimson, ominous glow. He took this as a good sign that they were doing everything right and decisively gave the command to move out. Thus began the decisive capture of the Qingcheng section. For their battle-hardened warriors, this was just a small and insignificant skirmish. But despite this, no one from their squad was to die in this clash. None of the elite warriors was strictly forbidden from receiving even the slightest injury. Somewhere at the same time, the icy phoenix was already rapidly galloping up the steep slope to the Qingcheng sect. But suddenly both riders abruptly stopped. The clever Peng Ezhang knew that they were about to safely arrive at their destination, but apparently it was already too late to visit representatives of other respected sects. But the determined girl sharply reminded, the Qingcheng sect for her was not some simple, ordinary sect. It was a group closely connected with the right military advisor of the Murim alliance. And the Qingcheng sect, strictly speaking, was an important part of this powerful alliance. But suddenly, the sensitive advisor also felt something ominous and strange. She approached the attentive Peng Ezhang and decided to ask if he sensed anything strange in the air. She was pierced by a strange, disturbing feeling, as if a stream of hostile energy was rapidly spreading through the air. But no matter how much the experienced warrior strained his senses, he did not even remotely feel what so troubled the perceptive Mujin Lin. The worried girl persistently urged to move forward, because even if something truly ominous was happening, they needed to immediately get into the Qingshan sect. So she decisively spurred her lively horse and swiftly rushed straight to the majestic main building of the sect. Meanwhile, the vigilant warriors of the sect itself with bright torches had already scattered across the vast territory, carefully searching for the lurking enemy. And so, in one of the directions they finally saw, swift warriors rushing through the air. It was visible, the stunned defenders still could not believe that the sudden attack of the demonic cult would actually happen. Eventually, even the strong gates could not withstand the pressure of these ruthless warriors. They instantly broke into the sanctuary of the sect. After that, grabbing their sharp blades, they mercilessly rushed to cut down everyone who bravely stood in their way. Their stern commander stood above and closely observed the course of the bloody battle. It was visible, the dying enemy soldiers, even on the brink of death, could not believe their eyes. They fell so easily, having no chance to fight back honorably. Soon the unshakable commander was joined by his faithful right hand. He was genuinely surprised. These opponents turned out to be even weaker than they initially thought, or their elite squad was simply too well trained and incomparably strong. He was sincerely proud of their valiant warriors. They always trained stubbornly, putting all their strength in hopes of becoming strong enough to be useful to their great leader Bei Yunhui. But the unyielding Bei Yunhui was most concerned about whether they had a messenger. As it turned out, they had left him a free path in advance. The swift messenger was just now supposed to make it to the designated place. Then the commander froze in thought, whether they should wait for the arrival of the sect's very leader. And it was not clear at all whether he would appear at all. Neither the commander nor his assistant knew this. Quan Tailan suggested patiently waiting here until morning. And even now they could briefly stop the slaughter and temporarily not touch those who miraculously survived. After that, Quan Tailan instantly stepped away to give orders to his subordinates, while the ruthless Bai Yunhui remained to observe what was happening. Soon the brave Mujin Lin finally reached the very head of the Qingcheng clan. The respectable man was immensely glad that the right military advisor, tirelessly overseeing all strategic movements of the alliance, was here so late and sincerely worried about them. But the perceptive Mujin Lin instantly felt that the sect leader's words sounded ambiguous, as if he was actually not at all happy about her unexpected visit. But the worried man immediately vehemently denied this, saying that on the contrary, he was sincerely glad about the arrival of such an important military advisor. Then the determined girl insisted that she be told all the details of what was happening, now frankly. She firmly assured that she did not intend to interfere in anything, and the honorable leader did not doubt at all that the sensible girl really would not recklessly disturb him. On the contrary, he sincerely wanted to hear her wise advice if she had anything to say. But the inquisitive man was incredibly curious to find out who the man accompanying the respected lady was. Immediately, the respectful Peng Utshan bowed deeply and solemnly introduced himself, paying due respect to the sect leader during the ceremony. After this speech, the experienced leader instantly realized Peng Utshan is the very legendary prodigy boy from the famous Hebei Peng clan. He was not part of the respected group 12 months, but everyone knew he was even stronger than his famous brother, the only elder son of the clan. The modest boy immediately thanked for such a high honor, but honestly said that he was known only as Lower Moon and barely reached the lowest rank among the legendary 12. And at this dramatic moment, their important conversation was suddenly interrupted by a breathless messenger who rushed into the hall from the northern mountain. Obviously, the insightful Mujin Lin instantly understood what the messenger's alarming arrival at such a late, untimely hour meant.